I've got one person. Hello, people.
Hi.
Hi. We have one viewer waiting since we're always just like, when's Modelland gonna start? I don't know.
Thank you for joining us. Give Avery your money by watching these streams.
No, I don't need your money. I might need your sympathy for Modelland. Hi, everybody. We should be able to be seen and heard, which is, according to my levels, we're being seen and heard. So let's see if that stays true for the entire stream.
Yay!
Yay! There's leftover Valentine's Day candy, and then I also have a supply of other emotional support candy for us over there. If you notice.
Food. I see. We can see. You can't see.
Isn't your way.
Oh,
this is my water from last night that I was just like, we were on until like almost 3, reading Animorphs 2.
Animorphs,
which is a pretty fun series. Well, it's a pretty good series. It's a pretty stressful and somewhat traumatizing series. It's a good series.
At least they know body horror better probably than Modelland.
They are not quite as descriptive as Modelland. Hey guys, hey Patrick, hey Ellery.
Hi Ellery. Hi Patrick.
Gabe. I'm here and ready to moderate its suffering. I'm so sorry. I don't feel like you have to stick around if it gets too bad. Oh, I need to turn on the trigger warning. I need to just do a banner that's like trigger warnings all. Like,
yes.
That is not a joke. I'm not making light of it. It's literally just like trigger warnings all. Is there anything that we haven't covered yet as far as like this is triggering?
Oh gosh, I don't want to try to think about all the things that aren't being talked about.
Oh, God, you're right.
At least in Animorphs, the body horror is intended to be horror. Yes.
Yeah. It's still like there are still times where like, why are we getting this much description? But it's still not quite Modelland-esque.
Exactly.
Oh, and those were your airheads that you left last week. I kept them safe. I was like, we shall keep them safe.
Well, thank you. You can have some if you want as emotional support candy. Oh, and I brought paper for or for the audience. I brought paper to make more dinosaurs. I currently have 3, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 over there. Yay, in the corner.
The dinosaur collection.
Exactly. And now I get to read. It was 20 or 21 or 289 to.
Oh God, I'm so sorry.
311.
I forgot about this.
Oh, it's all good. Yeah, 289 to 310. I mean, so we will get through this together, everybody.
Oh, Texas mom is still doing well. That's good. I'm glad she's doing well.
Yay.
Gotta go to work. Patrick, get out and save yourself.
By the time
mighty Dino Army.
Yes, Dino Army.
Oh, gee, Patrick. You phrase it so well. Modelland is absolutely a book you gift someone to passive aggressively imply you're no longer. It's true. It's true. You either give it to only your best friend and you're like, only you will understand how hilariously funny this is and bad, or you're just like, I hate you now. Those are the only 2 gift scenarios for Modelland.
I don't know the family drama, lucky me. I'm sorry. I hope everything works out.
Peyton's here. Hi, Peyton.
Hi, Peyton.
Slightly more prepared for this mess today. No one's ever, I don't know that you could ever be prepared. It's like a natural disaster. It's like, you'll never be ready. Like, you'll never know. You can only do your best.
Yeah, I have like 20 pages to read, so I don't know if I'm going to be okay after this.
Oh gosh, if you want to read 10 and then give the other 10 to me.
Oh no, I'll do it.
I believe in you. All right. We're just gonna jump in. I like that you brought black paper because it's like, this is how we feel, like black like our souls, like the crushing darkness.
I also have white and purple. Nice. Oh wait, isn't that that's the asexual flag?
Yeah.
Oh.
And also it's gray if you added gray, I think it would be the Debbie flag. So yay!
Oh, yay! We have more representation and 10 sheets of paper than Tyra does in her whole book.
Sure, we have that.
Oh gosh, she thinks she's representing, but
we're actually live. I'm gonna have to leave though. It's okay, Cassidy. We'll probably be still reading when you come back.
Oh yeah.
Help us.
Oh, well, we have yellow here, so now we have the non-binary flag. Yay! Still more representation. Ooh, ooh.
I was given donuts at Starbucks today. I actually have enough serotonin for Modelland. Yeah!
Challenge accepted.
I was telling Gabe before we got on, I have a bunch of like I went to the store and I was just like walking down the aisle and I was like, look at all this candy. Modelland support candy.
Yes. Thank you for the candy.
Oh, you're welcome. I love me some candy, and we also have leftover Valentine's Day Reese's, which
Oh gosh,
aren't fair game.
I'm so into Reese's right now. I have like a full bag at home that I hid in from my family.
Really?
Yeah, and hopefully they don't see this and are like, why are you hiding candy from us?
Oh,
Also, my hair it was like swooshed to the side from yesterday, and I'm like, oh, I'm just gonna keep it for stream because this is like the best it's looked right now.
it looks good.
Thank
Your
y'all.
hair always looks good.
Thank y'all. But this is something different for the audience.
Yay.
Okay, I'm gonna start. I'm gonna start, and you can keep responding to everyone, but I'm just gonna.
I just thought you were stalling, and I was like, I know that feeling. We'll just figure it out.
Chapter 24. Wow. It's literally w.o.w. So wow.
Oh my god.
Owen Wilson's gonna be here.
I wish.
If only. Our most unusual tale picks up at the start of the next Modelland quadmester, 3 months and 4 days into the Bella's first year at the unusual, untouchable, and never uneventful fantastical land at the top of the mountain. Tookie stood in front of the mirror in the bathroom of the D, brushing her tongue with her toothbrush. As she rinsed her mouth, her thoughts turned dark. She's not mind creamy. Every morning when she brushed her teeth at Modelland, her mind was inevitably return to that dismal memory of her father, but it was happening later in the toothbrushing process each day. Just minutes later, Tookie, Dylan, Shiraz, and Piper walked toward the E. They neared the new stadium, now almost completed. A group of sweaty bestosteros were picking up construction debris. Just imagine the Chris Hemsworth, Chris Evans, and Chris Pratt being sweaty and picking up construction debris. That might soften the blow of this book. Hey, what's up? It's Tookie, right? It was Bravo. For a moment, Tookie just blinked. He's not talking to me, but he did just say my name. He was coming toward them, carrying a thick tree limb over his shoulder like it was a toothpick. The girls' mouths dropped open. Oh, hi. And bye, Tookie said, remembering how Bravo had oh so rudely pointed out the snot hanging from her nose after her first mastication class. She hadn't seen him much since, and she certainly hadn't been looking for him. Good luck with your manly man stuff, she added flippantly. And don't forget to pout your perfect lips and contract your rippling muscles for the cameras. Dylan shot Tookie a "Are you crazy?" look and nudged her in the ribs. I'm more than just a model or a manly man, Bravo said. Then he laughed uncomfortably, shaking loose bark and dust from the tree limb. Some landed in Tookie's hair and on her face. Great, Tookie thought. Now he's covering me in splinters. Is it this boy's mission in life to torment me? Oops, sorry. Bravo stepped closer to Tookie. The Belladonna wanted us to clear away some of these dead trees for a better view of the new stadium. Didn't mean to get you there. Tookie noticed his irises were a familiar salted caramel color. Try not to swoon, she told herself. You're not into pretty boys, remember? Especially ones who are training to become male models. Then Bravo lightly patted Tookie's hair clean of dust and gingerly plucked a small shard of wood stuck in her bottom lip. His thumb touched both of her lips, then entered her mouth just a bit. He removed the last traces of chipped wood, but his thumb lingered between her lips and made slight contact with her tongue. Tookie wanted to bite down hard on his hand to teach him a lesson to not touch her like that, but instead she closed her lip on his thumb, locking it inside her mouth. Her body betraying her. She smelled him, a mixture of tree bark, sweat, and blood orange, and felt the heat of his sweating body sail toward her. Her knees wobbled, her heart started to flutter. She felt a warmth gush through her core. She is 15, Tyra. She is 15, Tyra.
Tyra.
Oh. One corner of Bravo's mouth curled into a crooked smile. Do I taste good? Tookie realized what she was doing and released his thumb. She didn't even know this guy. What had gotten into her? She glanced at her friends. To her horror, they were all trying to contain their laughter. They all had their thumbs in their mouths, playfully mocking her. Tookie turned back to Bravo. "Hi," she said awkwardly, as if she hadn't been speaking with him the last few minutes. "Hi," he said back, breaking into a lopsided smile again. The hairs on the back of Tookie's thighs stood up. We have to run," she said, but her feet were planted in place. And then suddenly, 3 figures tumbled out from behind the stadium. Bravo's bestostero friend, Webb, Alexander, and a guy named O'Neill. "Well, looky here," Webb shouted in a nasty, oily voice. Alexander made slurping, kissing noises. O'Neill thrust his hips forward lewdly like a humping dog.
15, Tyra, 15, Tyra, 15, Tyra.
The 3 of them laughed, their handsome faces twisted and callous. Tookie stepped away. She could feel their mocking, disparaging stares all over her. "So you, not later, Bravo?" she muttered. "Tookie, wait." "Oh, see you, not later, Bravo," she muttered. "Tookie, wait." But Tookie didn't turn around. "Come on," she hissed to her friends. "Let's get out of here." "Pretty boy kooky over Tookie and named her Nookie," Shiraz said. "Pretty boy kooky over Tookie and want her Nookie," Shiraz said sexily to Tookie as they jogged away. 15, Tyra. 15. 15. Tyra.
We are like 2 pages.
We are literally like the 3rd full page of this chapter.
Oh no.
that should be on a t-shirt just going, You sound like Chast, Tookie reprimanded, not laughing back. Deep down, she felt flushed, overwhelmed, confused. His thumb entering your mouth. Yum. I mean, yuck. Was that all just a joke or something more? After a meal in the other girls took a bathroom break, and Tookie wandered out to Beautification Boulevard and studied her new schedule. Then she felt a hand tap her shoulder. Certain it was Bravo again, she spun around, but it was Bibiana, her hair wet from her morning shower. She peered at Tookie. "Do you understand these clocks at all? They are making me go in circles like I'm doing some crazy samba number." Tookie blinked at the girl for a moment. She was still caught off guard when someone actually approached her as though she wasn't invisible, especially someone as gorgeous as this girl, who was even lovelier than Miracle. Tookie turned and looked at the Kaleido clock. The hand was just past orange. "My schedule says my next class, wow, is at 5 past vermilion," Bibiana said. 5 past vermilion? What does that mean? Tookie still struggled with telling time at Modelland. But for once, she wasn't alone. None of the new Bellas could make heads or tails of the colorful Modelland clocks.
Excuse me, thank you.
Excuse me.
I know what you.
Or I burped, so I said excuse me. So bless you, excuse me. Sorry. For the first time in Modelland history, the entire class had to partake in an impromptu remedial lesson on the workings of the Kaleido clock timekeepers. Why not just use time? Taught by head hand guru Applause, the lesson was meant to last an hour, but the girls had struggled so badly that it dragged on for 5.5. Even after class and a private tutoring session from Piper, Tookie felt just as clueless about the timekeepers as the day she had arrived at Modelland. 5 past vermilion, I don't have a clue, Tookie admitted. Tookie was going to, War of Words, too. So they walked there together. Soon the girls stood below the gigantic windowless rose gold metal ball that was labeled the War of Words Magnetosphere. The shiny sphere hovered 30 feet above the ground, with no visible means of support. "How do we get in there?" Tookie asked. "Let's wait for a guinea pig to show up," Bibiana suggested. "Hopefully that won't take long," said Piper, coming up behind them. She had fashioned the umbrella she'd been given as soon as they landed in Modelland in a unique couture-like hat. It shaded her entire face, yet again simply by the way she stood, shoulders rolled back, chin up, her eyes mysterious yet intense. She could have been an unusual Intoxibella in a high-fashion advertisement. The girls watched as Beau, the emotionless Bella, walked directly beneath the ball and stood there. Within a few seconds, she swiftly propelled upward into the ball. "Belleza," Beleze, "Belleza," Bibiana cried excitedly. "Let's try that." Tookie, Bibiana, and Piper slowly walked up to the ball. After a minute, Tookie felt a pull as if a gigantic magnet was pulling her upward. The other girls were yanked up as well. The magnetic attraction made their bodies go limp. Tookie felt like a marionette. When they were mere inches from the bottom of the magnetosphere, a circle slid open and sucked them inside a perfectly round room that was the same rose gold color as the exterior. Girls were standing nervously on a stage that followed the contour of the sphere. Tookie spotted Shiraz and Dylan and grinned. She also noticed the 4 Likey sisters, as well as Zarpessa. Over the past weeks, Zarpessa's wrath toward Tookie had only gotten worse. One night, Zarpessa had used her Centura to make Tookie's hand-drawn image on her bedspread attempt to strangle her. No one but Zarpessa had been in the room at the time, so Tookie had no proof of what had occurred. Tookie had had to punch her own image in the face, knocking her bed sketch out cold. Don't make eye contact with her, Tookie said to herself now. It kind of reminded her of what Creamy had said about Wingtip. Tookie wondered what Creamy was doing right now. It felt like she'd been at Modelland for so long. Miracle must be preparing for next year's T-Dod already. And Creamy had probably renovated the kitchen 19 times. 2 metal podiums stood at the center of the circular stage. There was a table in the middle that held small metal tags stamped with plus and minus signs. On one side of the sphere's curved wall was an immense green-lit plus sign. The minus sign illuminated the other. Or a red minus sign illuminated the other. Around the room, necklaces, rings, buckles, and other metal objects were stuck to the walls. A set of miniature railroad tracks adhered to the shiny surface, too. When Tookie got closer, she realized they were orthodontic braces. Tookie's mouth fell open as she stared at the bizarre wall. Suddenly, she felt a tugging sensation in one of her back right molars. Something dislodged from her tooth and shot out of her mouth before she could stop it. Clank! A piece of metal slammed against the wall. Oh, wow! Cool beans, the Likey sisters exclaimed in their odd one word per girl speech. Her tooth fillings stuck. Tookie curled her tongue around her back tooth. Sure enough, her filling was gone. Could be gold amalgam, the Likey sisters said, staring up at the filling. Hard deciphering from here. Looks like the fraud quad has their eyes on your filling, Piper murmured to Tookie under her breath. She, Tookie, Dylan, and Shiraz had begun to notice the Likey sisters liked to claim things that weren't theirs as their own, hence their new nickname. Other girls began to lose pieces of metal from their bodies. A gold anklet whipped off Chase's ankle. Bibiana lost a pair of study rings. Tookie felt a pull at her chest. Oh no, she thought. The wall wanted her pin. The pin. The ceiling yanked the Tookie button from underneath her garden brooch. It sailed upward and clicked onto the ceiling. Tookie broke her rule of refraining from eye contact and snuck a peek at Zarpessa, who was lifting her chin up at the ceiling just that moment. Simultaneously, Tookie felt another tug on her chest. Her plant brooch shot upward too, landing precisely on top of the button. Phew! The odd tendrilled sprout was beginning to become a bit of a lifesaver. Then Chase turned to Zarpessa. Yesterday in the E, I heard some older Bellas say that someone named Matt Joe Von Megalo teaches his class. Von Megalo. She stretched the name out like taffy. I'm calling firsties, so all you chicks better let go my Megalo. 15, Tyra.
15. Why, Tyra?
At that moment, the circle entrance opened up in the floor once more. A troll of a man entered. He was balding on the left side of his head, and he walked like a seal scoots when on land. Chase leaned around her Likey to get a good look. Oh, mega heck no, she yelled. Well, I don't say H-E double hockey sticks.
Okay.
Sorry.
Did she think that she needed to censor hell out of the book, or she just traumatized?
No, that's just me.
That's cool. No, that's cool. I was just confused by Tyra's legend.
Understood. Oh, her thought. Oh gosh, just an hour alone with Tyra, I feel like would be a very traumatizing experience. Great, but traumatizing. I don't know.
You would never forget it.
Probably not. I once had a dream where she came to pick me up in her car. And it was like a broken down Honda, not Honda Accord, the Honda, or the make below Honda Accord alphabetically. Honda starts with a C. I can't remember. But
Civic.
Civic, yes. She picked me up in a really old Honda Civic, and she was wearing the outfit she was wearing in Cycle 12 when she photographed the girls when they were fashion birds. Anyway, that was the troll man was dressed impeccably. He wore an expensive-looking suit complete with a man couture ascot and freshly shined chestnut brown boots. He ignored Chase's remark and looked angrily around the room. Everyone is here. Yep, very good, very good. His voice was nasal and high-pitched. He could barely make eye contact with the girls. Hello, dear Bellas. My name is Matt Joe von Megalo, he continued. Yep, Guru Matt Joe. He bowed and rocked on his heels. I will be your humble general as we engage in, a war of words. He proceeded to scoot walk toward Chase, stumbling over his own feet. Tookie smiled slightly. He reminded her of herself. You will learn how to use words to convince, to charm, to soothe, and to strike and destroy the arguments of anyone standing in your way. And I don't mean the way thespian dames do, ladies. Just reciting lines from cue cards and crying on command. I mean doing so with Modelland conviction. The guru delivered his little speech without looking at any of them. But that last bit was spoken with a torrent of emotion. Sorry. Matt Joe ducked his head meekly. I'm usually not aggressive. I must have learned it from my friend at Testosterone. Bravo. Yep. He laughed like an out-of-breath hyena. He has friends at Testosterone, Chase whispered to Shilaki. Yeah, right. Bravo? An unwanted, excited shiver rippled through Tookie. Bravo was coming up all sorts of ways that day. She thought again about his thumb in her mouth, trying to make sense of what had happened.
She's 15.
Tyra, why?
15. We're up to 15 now, Tyra Wise, and 6 Tyra Wise and 15, she's 15. A tally.
Thank you for keeping tally.
I'm gonna keep a tally on the thing as soon as I can fix what's going on here. I'm sorting it out.
Understood. All the warnings as well.
I'm sorting that out first, and then I'm sorting out the counter.
Understood. Was there something she should have done differently? Acted seductive like Chase, nope. Snide like Zarpesta, even confident and sassy like Dylan. Instead, she just stood there, sucking and sucking like a baby. No. Excuse me.
15.
Sorry.
You're good.
Matt Joe deployed a small mirror and a miniature ruler, measured the space between his eyebrows and the width of his lips, jotted something in a small notebook, then quickly returned the items to his pocket. Now where was I? The class. Yep. This is War of Words, or wow. In your previous lives, you may have called it debate. Today, I will begin by observing your natural skills, and from there, I will mold your use of language so that you are, skilled artisans. Bellas, this, the most important class you'll ever take at Modelland. Why? Well, as Intoxibellas, you must master the art of speaking about the products you are hired to represent. Yep. You must clearly convey your love and use of them, whether you adore the item or actually detest it. The job of an Intoxibella is not necessarily to love the products you sell, but to make your public become enamored with them. Tookie immediately thought of chocolate. She couldn't imagine having to eat it and then smile and lie about loving it. Just thinking about it made a bit of throw up creeped into the back of her throat. First of all, how dare you? So let's have a little fun first, shall we? Guru Matt Joe said, his nose twitching like he was about to sneeze. It's always nice to start off with a fun and frivolous topic. Anyone have any ideas? Anything at all? No one volunteered. Nothing's off limits? Yep. If he says yep one more time, I'm gonna scream. Or if he says yep one more time, I'm gonna scream, Dylan whispered in Tookie's ear. I have an idea. Chase's hand shut up. How about we debate free swing versus firm sling?
Nope.
Why? Tyra! A few girls giggled. Matt and Joe scratched his bald spot confused. Flakes of dandruff fell on his shoulders. Do you wish to debate the merits of different types of hammocks? Kind of. Chase seductively twirled a piece of hair around her finger. Hammocks, for honkers.
Oh god, that's so
The
stupid.
giggles persisted. Matt and Joe remained just as perplexed. Bra versus no bra. Tookie wanted to yell out to spare him the embarrassment, but Chase just kept going. You know, bazookas, cha-chas, chesticles. Okay, then you go over there. Guru Majo pointed Chase to the side of the room with the green plus sign. You're free to swing. And you, he pointed to Shiraz as his fingers, as if his fingers were a pistol. You're firm sling. Shiraz hurried to the minus side. I'm ready. Matt Joe hobbled onto his stool. You see the metal tags on the table? Chase, please apply a plus sign to your forehead and Shiraz a minus sign. I think that plus sign would be more appropriate on Dylan's behind. I think the plus sign would be more appropriate on Dylan's behind. Zarpessa trilled, eyeing Dylan. Dylan's mouth fell open, but Tookie reached over and squeezed her hand. Since their arrival what? Just hit her. I'm just kidding. Don't hit her. That's violence is wrong. Zarpessa, I said that before, but I'm just like, Zarpessa better get what's coming to her. I swear. Well, I mean, but violence, but...
yeah, we know. I know the feeling. We know.
But it's a matter of fiction. Violence can happen in fiction.
18 just 15 moments and 8 Tyra wise. And Peyton's counting the nopes. We've gotten to 15 nopes.
Oh gosh. Thank you for all this counting. Zarpessa, or in side note, I bet Zarpessa has a really tragic backstory where I'm gonna be like, oh, I shouldn't have said those mean things about Zarpessa earlier on, but it's just like
Ellery says someone murders Zarpessa in 2023, if that makes you feel any better.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Violence is only wrong outside of Modelland.
Oh gosh. In the fictional land of Modelland. Zarpessa had been making all kinds of jabs like that to all 4 of them. The girl is a bully strategist, Tookie thought. She knows not just attack the enemy, but to hit those the enemy cares about too. Each girl gets one statement, no rebuttal. Yep. The guru said. Ready? Shiraz and Chase nodded. The centaurs on Chase and Shiraz's waist slid off and bound their wrists to each other like fabric handcuffs. Neither looked happy with this new development. Free swings versus firm sling. Proceed, Macho said. To bra or not to bra? That is the question, Chase started.
No, it's not. It's not a question.
A resounding clap of electricity echoed through the sphere, and Chase and Shiraz's foreheads were magnetically drawn toward each other. The girls tried to fight the force, but it was no use. In seconds, their faces were mere inches apart. Shiraz shot a frantic look at Guru Matjo. Stay in the moment, ladies, he said. Focus on your opponent. Yep. Opposing sides can both attract and repel depending on their position. From the force that seems to be pulling you toward each other now, you are truly on conflicting sides of the matter. With magnets, remember opposites attract. Positive, go, now. Chase inhaled deeply, exhaled slowly, then began. Oh God, they're doing a debate about this. I'm just gonna go by your reaction of this because I'm just like that's
the review.
Yeah. Melon fruit is one to be supremely relished, a sweet treat one should enjoy in its pure rawness, without a fork to spear its tender flesh or a napkin to sop up the luscious juice that drips from our chin. Honeydews, cantaloupe, casabas, crenshaws, muskmelons, and watermelons. Watermelons? But only in anime. Best appreciated without the interference of objects created by man's hands. Matt Joe's face was very red. He turned to Shiraz. Okay, your turn. Shiraz cleared her throat, seeming a little knocked off her game. Then she launched into a song.
Oh no.
The tatas high and tight on me. Everyone laughed. The knobbies pert and firm agree. Well, whatever you do with me. No, brah, they'll sag with gravity. Okay, Tyra.
Why?
The entire class launched into thunderous applause. Zarpessa even lifted her hand to start clapping, but she lowered them quickly. Silence fell over the room. Chase offered a passionate argument, Macho said. She used food as a metaphor for, yep. But she may have skewed to a more testosterone-laden audience. Shiraz, on the other hand, had a lyrical presentation that used both humor and logic, which appealed to her target audience. Thusly, I declared the winner to be. Suddenly, the circle opened up in the floor. 2 figures rose through it. The first figure was Persimmon. She held onto a second figure who was bound and gagged. Tookie gasped. CL! The 777 had a muzzle over her mouth. Her normally caramel-covered skin was pale. She wore a baggy gray jumpsuit with a metal zipper in the front. On the back of the jumpsuit, the words "ugly room" were scrawled in large black letters. Persimmon stood at attention. By order of the most beloved of the beloved, the most esteemed of the worthy, the definer of all things beautiful, and the leader of all those lucky enough to be led, CL is delivered to War of Words Magnetosphere. CL turned her head away in shame. Tookie felt a lump in her throat. What had CL done? She comes here because keeping her at Modelland has not been enough, Persimmon recited. She has continued to spout her insolent, disrespectful, heinous messages and vile verbiage that has denigrated all we stand for. And so, as an attempt to truly get through to her, so that she understands the hideousness of her actions, we must step things up a notch. Today, CL is returning to her roots to be, Persimmon paused dramatically, a first-year Bella, a no-see. Everyone gasped, including Zarpessa and Chase. Even Matt Joe looked uncomfortable. Persimmon poked CL's shoulder. The Belladonna commands you to remove that ugly suit. CL swallowed hard. Slowly, she unzipped the jumpsuit. It dropped to the floor in a dingy pile. Everyone gasped again. Underneath the jumpsuit was a green Modelland Bella uniform, but it was too small, bursting at the seams. Now I know what Guru Gennaro means when he calls her Body Girl, Zarpessa hooted. Persimmon gazed at the Bellas. Today, CL is one in the same level as you, beneath you, actually, as you are in your second quadmester and she is in her first. The Belladonna has commanded that she return to her Bella ways of yesteryear, when she complied with the rules of authority. After this course, she will return to the ugly room for more shock treatments. Persimmon, is all this really necessary? Guru Matt Joe asked, looking pityingly at CL. To do this to a girl who was so far ahead of everyone in my class not so long ago, to make her suffer so? Then he spied a Belladonna bust across the sphere and straightened. It was Belladonna busts across the sphere. Of course, I assume the esteemed Madame Belladonna has her reasons for doing this. It was as though the Belladonna was in the room with them. Maybe she was. CL poses a risk to herself and to all of us, Persimmon said. She must be reformed by any means necessary. The mendicant stepped up to CL and removed the muscle. Little droplets of blood oozed from the corner of CL's mouth. Zarpessa snickered. Wow, the famed Intoxibellas is thumbing it with the noses. Tookie whipped around, filled with rage. Yeah, well, you're no stranger to slumming it yourself, she snapped before she could stop herself. Ooh. Go, Tookie. Now this book's getting interesting. Zarpessa eyes blazed. Uh-oh, Tookie thought. You've done it now. And anyway, CL is crazy. Why did you even defend her? At least I think she's crazy. Listen, you crazy-eyed, watermelon-headed freak who's only here for a Modelland sacrificial science project. Stop, Macho intervened. Save the passion for the wow.
I like to imagine that Owen is sitting here with us for emotional support.
Thank you, Owen Wilson.
Owen Wilson.
Persimmon spoke. Make sure Ciela is assigned the argument that will put her best in report, the one that will please the Belladonna most. The circle on the floor opened once more and Persimmon disappeared. Matt Joe faced the girls and cleared his throat. Sorry for the interruption, Bellas. Let's continue where we left off. Okay, then. I guess the next debaters have chosen themselves. You there, he pointed at Tookie, and you, he pointed at Zarpessa. Oh, I can't wait. Zarpessa growled, strutting up to the podium confidently, her shoulders thrown back and her head high. Tookie froze, petrified. She couldn't debate Zarpessa. There was no way. She peeked over at CL, who was no longer staring at the floor, but directly at Dylan in the same spooky, hypnotized way she gazed at Shiraz during the first runaway class. She started moving her mouth, chanting inaudibly. Her body rocked steadily. She's practically frothing at the mouth, Zarpessa whispered from the podium, eyeing CL. All right, Matt Joe said. He looked at his roster. Tookie versus Zarpessa. But let's add another ingredient. Partners. He extended his arm again, looking down it like he was aiming a rifle. At first, he set his sights on Chase, but then he decided to continue hunting. He spun around and brightened at CL. Bang, he yelled. CL joins Zarpessa. CL just stared at him catatonically. Matt Joe looked nervously around the room. CL, she's probably watching you, he said in a whisper, clearly meaning the belladonna. You used to ace this course in your sleep. Just get it done. CL snapped out of her trance and walked up to the podium. Then Guru Matt Joe turned to Dylan. And the recently attacked the recently attacked should have a chance to have her say as well against her oppressor. Dylan, please join Tookie. Dylan reluctantly climbed the steps. She gave Tookie's hand a nervous squeeze. Matt Joe pointed at CL and Zarpessa. The topic for this last debate is going to be unusual physicality versus defined beauty. You two will argue that atypical features are superior to you two will argue that atypical features are superior to conventional beauty. Are you sure? CL looked skeptically. That's exactly the opposite of what you know she wants. CL peered at the belladonna's bust across the room. The guru ignored her. Turning to Tookie and Dylan, and your team will argue for narrowly defined beauty and that anything else is absolutely worthless, like the kind of defining we do here at Modelland. This should be easy, Tookie thought. All she had to do was concentrate on Miracle's perfect face and speak from her soul. The girls placed the respective negative and positive tags on their foreheads. Instantly, Tookie shot across the podium and landed forehead to forehead with CL. Tookie was locked to Zarpessa. Their cinturas released from their waists and bound them together as one. Tookie had never been this close to anyone in her life, not even Lizzie. The extreme proximity was beyond uncomfortable. Wow, start now, Matt Joe proclaimed. Zarpessa jumped right in. Funny-looking people like you two girls and your mini and pasty friend over there. I think Shiraz is a little person, like someone with achondroplasia.
Oh, is she?
I believe so. So they're using like they're using like slurs.
She made up slurs to then use them.
Exactly. But
no.
I remember when I was watching the video where someone was ripping into Modelland, they basically said Dylan was plus size, Piper has albinism, and Shiraz is a little person. So I'm like,
I thought she was just like my type of like they were just like, oh, you're just short. Like,
yeah, but I think that she has achondroplasia, as it's called. So them saying
so it's worse.
So it's even worse.
Oh boy.
And your pasty friend over there, she paused, indicating Shiraz and Piper, deserve to feel attractive too. Even I need to be doing this in Zarpessa's voice, my bad. Deserve to feel attractive too, even when you are nowhere near even average looking and have everyone at Modelland beyond flummox as to why unfortunate lookings, ULs for short, are even here. But let me leave you with something positive. You ULs are beautiful too, even if it's just way deep down within the depths of your inside, and I mean mining for coal deep. Chase guffawed in the audience. Tookie's stomach did a familiar lurch. Matt Joe ducked his head, ran his hands over his bald spot, then quickly measured his features once more. You have a sharp tongue, Miss Zarpessa, he murmured. Perhaps it cuts too sharply, he added under his breath, his voice cracking. He turned to CL. You're next. CL shut her eyes. For a long moment, she didn't say anything. Tookie could feel Dylan breathing shallowly beside her. Then CL's hair started to blow wildly around her face. She opened her mouth to speak. Yes, lustrous in your hair. Yes, lustrous is your hair. I thought I thought Matt Joe was being like, yes, yes, queen. I don't know. Anyway, yes, lustrous is your hair, she began. Agreed, bewitching is your stare. It's a poem, Tookie realized, but she was also confused. CL was looking at Zarpessa, not at Tookie and Dylan. CL continued, perhaps perfection is your snout. Queen bees have stung your handsome pout. What lies within your cantankerous head, infected hard pus in old blackheads. Strength be with you, Pessa, as you fade, whilst the ULs dance upon your grave.
Oh my god.
When she finished, Tookie felt the urge to cry and clap at the same time. Unfortunately, her bound wrist prevented her from applauding. Zarpessa's eyes narrowed, but then she lowered her gaze and swallowed hard. It looked as though CL had actually gotten to her. Matt Joe paused from measuring the squareness of his chin and looked at Tookie and Dylan. You're on, Bellas. Tookie's mind raced and her heart started to beat faster. She gazed at CL in her uncomfortably small uniform. It was clever and generous the way CL had defended Tookie and her friends, but Tookie had a strong gut feeling it was just a consolation prize, a pat on the back before they were inevitably booted out of here or turned into menacants. This might be the only time Tookie would be able to tell CL her feelings, and she took a deep breath, staring into CL's green eyes, and she began to speak in her own special way, in letter form, as though she were writing in her T-mail jail. Dear CL, she said, when you chose me on the day of discovery, you were my savior. When your hand touched mine and not my sister's, it was surreal. Suddenly, I wanted something so badly that I never knew I really desired. You're amazing. You've accomplished so much. You stand up for what you believe in. But I lie awake at night thinking about you. Sometimes I'm confused. Sometimes I'm proud of you. And often I think you are deeply troubled, perhaps even mentally ill. But mostly I tend to think the latter. Oh.
Why is it that even giving compliments is wrong in this book?
Yeah. I'm proud of you, but I think you're deeply troubled.
Thank you.
Zarpessa says she has no idea why my friends and I are here at Modelland. It's not like I have a clue either. I know people here see a M word and a whale and a go. I think we can't say that word.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
I thought that's why you were. I was like, they didn't use the. Oh no.
They use the M word.
Oh no.
And a whale and a ghost and a freak of nature. My friends know it too. Maybe our presence at Modelland is just a big joke or something else, a sacrifice. She paused, glancing up at the room. Her friends visibly shuddered. Zarpessa grinned. Maybe the whole place is only in my dreams and none of you really exist. Still, I'm happy here. I've never felt better. But there's a harsh truth I have to face up to. Ideal beauty is the only accepted and celebrated kind. Take my sister Miracle. Whenever she walks into a room anywhere, people lose all self-control. Laser focus on making sure she's taken care of, made comfortable, kept happy. And they don't even know her. Tookie paused for a moment. So that is proof within itself that the definition of beauty is universally narrow. While my sister is worshipped, I am ignored, forgotten, a quintessential forget-a-girl. We all have a place in life, and for the majority of mine, that's all I've been, and I think that's all I'll ever be. CL, thank you for standing up for me earlier, but please allow me to accept my fate. Your crusade is useless, pointless. Perhaps it's what is driving you insane. From one unfortunate-looking girl to one unquestionably ravishing one, Tookie De La Crème. Beside her, Dylan gasped. In the audience, Shiraz and Piper held each other, tears in their eyes. The Centura binding on their wrist released. Zarpessa, who looked overjoyed, opened her mouth to speak, but CL cleared her throat and spoke over her, venom lacing her voice. They have lobotomized you, she cried, staring straight at Tookie. We've all been brainwashed to think that beauty is this, she pointed at her own face, or that, she pointed to Chase, or that, or that, or that, she pointed and turned to Bibiana, Milaiki, and Zarpessa. When in fact, if we reprogram our brainwashed with extra strength bleached minds, it can be that, she jabbed her finger at Shiraz, and that, she motioned to Piper, and this, she grabbed hold of Tookie's face, and Fayette? Dylan screamed. The class froze. Zarpessa let out a snicker. What? Tookie and CL said it. Fayette?
Oh.
Y'all listen to me right now, Dylan yelled, trembling. There may be different types of girls in this room from different countries all over the darn different world, But y'all have one thing in common. And I refuse to stand here and state the obvious, she gestured at her body. Y'all can debate unique feature, this, and atypical looks all darn day long. And what in the heck is unique about me? A waist as wide as the darn sphere is round, legs as thick as tree trunks, a bum as big as Boo Big T Nation. Oh, ladies, do not waste any more of my precious time with your nonsense word war. Because none of it, not a smidgen, not a drop, not a darn thing pertains to me. CL looked enraged. Dylan, beauty is what we believe it to be. If you would just look in a darn mirror, girl, you'd appreciate. That's where you're dead wrong, CL. Dylan's lips were quivering uncontrollably. You may be right about one thing. That beauty is what we believe it to be, and that's from the neck up. And you know it. CL shook her head. Oh, so you're going to give up that easily, coward? You're just as bad as they are. You have to defend your body to the death if you have to. Shut up, CL. Just shut the heck up. Dylan ripped the plus sign off her head and ran to the circle outline on the floor. She frantically jumped up and down on it until it finally glided open, sucking her out of the classroom sphere. Dylan! Tookie, Piper, and Shiraz yelled, but Dylan was gone. Guru Matt Joe pressed a palm over his eyes. Tookie, your partner has committed acts of insolent yelling, unsavoring language, and departs class before being dismissed. But that being said, your arguments, well, they were the most eloquent speeches I've heard in quite some time. Your words cut so close, got to the root of what I feel. Well, many of us feel anyway. Yep. He paused too nervously clear his throat. Well done, my dear Tookie. You have won your first wow. Tookie barely heard Guru Matt Joe congratulating her. The circle had opened up again. Dylan, she cried, rushing toward it, but it was Persimmon. She stalked right up to Guru Matt Joe. You let her spout her sickening poems without doing anything about it? Oh, sorry, I need to do that. You let her spout her sickening poems without doing anything about it? She has to. How dare you? While we work overtime to reform CL, your lackadaisical attitude has regressed her reprogramming by a fortnight. You know who you have to answer to for this? Guru Macho turned away, looking guilty but satisfied. Persimmon redressed CL in the gray ugly room jumpsuit and replaced the muzzle on her face. Class is allowed to depart, Macho announced. I'll see you soon, but now I have to go make a special deposit. Yep. Ew, Chase snickered. I can only imagine what kind of deposit he's talking about.
Not the cringiest, almost horrible thing we've heard, but I don't like it.
Why? Matt Joe ignored her and pressed the button under his stool. All the jewels and other metal paraphernalia stuck to the wall crashed to the floor. The Likey sisters rushed to the sparkling pieces, pocketing items Tookie had a feeling weren't theirs. Tookie grabbed her Tookie button and flower brooch before the Likeys could steal those too. Then followed Shiraz and Piper to the center of the circle and out of the magnetosphere. Once they were on the ground, they spotted Dylan in the distance, running into the plaid cube balanced on one of its points. They darted off after her. They entered the cube through a door just above the balance point. Dylan was climbing a stepladder ahead of them. Dylan, Shiraz screamed. Why are you running? We can talk to you. We want to talk to you. But Dylan didn't answer. The girl scrambled up the ladder after her and entered a hallway that smelled strangely of wet fur. As the girls careened down the increasingly narrow hall, a loud hissing sound reverberated off the wall. Dylan, are you in there? Tookie yelled. The noisy hiss ended in a piercing screech. The girls round to a halt. What was that? Piper looked at the others with terrified eyes. Do you think it was Dylan? Tookie whispered. The screeching escalated, growing into a full chorus of growls and hisses. All of a sudden, Shiraz's eyes widened. I know where we are. At that, words lit up the corridor hall. They looked like they'd been written with ragged claws. Tookie read them silently, her heart sinking to her feet. Catwalk corridor, Shiraz screamed. And that was when the first set of claws ripped into Tookie's flesh.
Oh. Here's emotional support research for your trouble.
Thank you so much. Here's the book.
Oh God,
I'm
so sorry, Gabe. You did it.
I did it.
You did it. I was just working on the Discord server because I was like, oh god, we're gonna need a Modelland channel, and I hate that for us.
Well, I get
Modelland is absurdist art. You could say that. That is a way to say that. There we go. Let's see. Whoop. And this is over there. Oh, nope, don't do that. I've started gentle parenting OBS. See if that helps any. The bag. Bye, sad lump. Bye. Hello, the bag. Welcome, and we're so sorry. Hey, Darth Sidious.
Yay, Darth Sidious is here.
Darth Sidious, oh, so lucky.
Yeah.
You can fast forward through the uncomfortable parts, which is all of the parts, when you watch it on VOD.
Oh gosh, I would love to watch this on Lifetime. Must be adapted into a live 5 series or on. Oh god, I would watch the heck out of Modelland if it was on Shudder because that's like the horror site.
I would love to see them try to adapt this.
We make like a GoFundMe or something. It's like we need a director to direct this.
Oh, the list, I literally almost changed it to just trigger warnings all. There's so, like, we have covered pretty much everything. Like, this isn't even all of them. These are just the main ones that are reoccurring.
Oh gosh, a Modelland TV show by Tim Burton. No, that would actually be whimsical. People would like it.
Please check the content warnings. Yes, thank you, Ellery. Shout out to Ellery, who's been our Rockstar mod for all of this, which is not, these are harder streams to mod than usual.
Oh gosh.
Usually it's just like, make sure that, everybody, just, knows the general rules of chat and stuff, and make sure bots aren't botting us. And in this one, it's just like, you might want to reconsider. It's like, we gotta give a warning. Oh, I feel so bad. My chapter is short.
Oh, it's all good.
Let's see. I can take 2 chapters. I feel bad.
No, just take 1. It'll be fine. I have my emotional support candy. Thank you for the emotional support candy.
Oh, you're fine. There's more over there, but I was like, since we're talking about Reese's, I figured
Reese's.
You earned all the Reese's.
Oh, thank you.
I have a lot of experience with this book, so I'm probably one of the better people to mod this stream. Yeah, we're very grateful. Okay to watch right now. Don't feel bad if you have to take a break. We're like genuinely like, this book is funny, but it's also just genuinely triggering. So we're just like, please be careful.
I feel like Billy
Ellery is our dad friend for sure in chat, and we appreciate him. All right, chapter 25 is called One Biatch. Spelled BEE-YOTCHHH. Biatch. Also, I was trying desperately to add to but my stream deck is not responding. I was trying to add the Owen Wilson wow to the soundboard.
Yes. Oh.
I'll keep working on it for future reference.
Oh, and what exactly is mild NSFW racism? Is there a comma, or is that just?
Oh, there's supposed to be a comma. Sorry,
okay.
sorry. There's meant to be a comma. I'll fix it. Yeah, no, there's supposed to be a comma. Sorry, we had to keep adding things in, so this wasn't written linearly, much like Modelland, I don't think. So some of them just kind of got inserted in on the fly because I was just like, we need to warn people. It's mild NSFW and then racism as a separate thing. So sorry about that. Tyra must be in charge of the adaptation in every way, director and acting. She has to play CL.
Gosh. Well, she has to play CL and Tookie. They
decided. They have to
CGI her face
onto a younger person.
Exactly. Well, no offense to her, but
no offense to her. Not like Tookie's old, but like Tookie is literally 15.
Yeah. And where's the garbage can that I can? Thank you. Oh, it's so cute.
I know. I was at the dollar store and I was like, this is little. I need a little thing to like put in here just for like, because I have like an actual trash can in the other room, but I'm like, I don't want to get up. But also I know that I'm not going to need like that much trash can just for like wrappers and pieces of paper and shoes or whatever.
Did someone say raptors? No, rappers. Oh. Velociraptor.
Like Mrs. Doubtfire, where it's like a Velociraptor and he's doing the rap freestyle.
Yes. Dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun.
We have a fun stream. Well, we're glad you're here, the bag. We are genuinely glad you're here. Just put all the triggers and be done with it. Also run while you can. You know, honestly, I think I will. I think I should. I'll do it after I read this chapter. All right. Now, please enjoy the calming origami. Oh, I should have the top down camera wasn't working. I'll also fix that the next time so we can actually watch the origami happen.
To ease the pain.
To ease the pain. All right. One biatch, chapter 25. Tookie grabbed hold of her ankle and felt a warm flow of blood trickling to her foot. I just felt empathy pain. She wiped her hand on the pants leg of her uniform. She could hear the hisses and vicious animal noises growing closer. Something furry and blurry moved in the darkness. And then suddenly a shining claw reached out again and struck her mouth. Rip. Ooh. Ow, Tookie whispered. The familiar trickle of blood dripped down her chin. Joining the trickle was a tickle at the back of Tookie's nose and throat. Achoo! Bless you, came a high-pitched female voice with an accent from the slums of the famed country of Tulip. I don't even know what that accent is supposed to be.
Yeah.
And hello, big noggin. Aren't you oogly one? I don't know. That's the voice that I'm coming up with.
Oh, okay. That works.
I have no idea. Hey there, Bigfoot. Something soft and furry brushed up against her leg. Tookie tensed. Who's there? Her throat itched something terrible. Hives broke out on her skin. As her eyes adjusted to the dim hallway light, she saw hundreds of eyes staring back at her. Cats! Piper screamed. Two striped animals with amber eyes slinked out of the shadows. Stalking Tookie, Shiraz, and Piper, their fuchsia-painted claws, of course they're fuchsia-painted claws, extended like switchblades. In even dimmer light, the larger of the two stopped to lick its paws and rear end. Ew, why did you have to add rear end? Why? What is Tyra's thing with butts?
Oh, Tyra.
What you looking at, nosy? A voice scoffed. I can't bathe in staring at my beauty and booty. She just used butt 3 times in one, 4 sentences. She managed to get 3 butt references in there.
Tyra, why?
Dozens of felines crept out of the shadows, their tails puffed, their backs arched, their eyes flashing green, amber, and yellow. They hissed and spat in unison. Tookie's eyes felt like they were on fire. She was having a monster of an allergic reaction. The cat's fuchsia claws extended more, and it prepared to pounce on Tookie. Tookie turned to run, but a massive gate slid from the ceiling and slammed down in front of her. The spikes at the bottom piercing the floor. She was trapped. Then she spied a fluffy, long-haired white cat lounging lazily on a high shelf. Its sapphire eyes widened. As Tookie peered more closely, a strange realization came over her. This was no ordinary feline. Its face looked human. Oh God, it's like cat.
Oh, this one, that picture.
Oh God. Oh, we were wondering about that picture.
Yeah, it looks like a woman's face with a mustache.
Oh God, I have to get the top-down camera working. To Tookie's astonishment, the cat stared straight at her and spoke. Can you do a Persian a favor? It said. Before my hair gets any more tangled at the ends up looking like your heinous and confused bird's nest of a head, can you comb mine, please? I haven't seen my hairdresser in a week. Of course they have hairdressers. Of course they do. This has to count as body horror. I don't know what kind of body horror, what subcategory, but it's definitely that. Tookie's hand instinctively reached up to her own hair, but stopped midway to her head. She felt ashamed that a cat, even one with a human face, could make her so insecure. That cats do that. Cats are judgmental. Not only did the Persian have a human face, Tookie realized, but she looked oddly familiar. A lot like the Intoxibella Anka, who is a favorite at Cappuccino Fashion Week. At least Tookie thought it wasn't Anka's
over-caffeinated, high-strung best friend Fiona, who drove everyone crazy. Tookie sneered again, and then she turned and saw that Piper had been backed against the wall by a gang of hairless sphinxes. Blank girl needs some color. Oh no, they chanted in unison. Take one of these. The skinniest of cats extended its paw to Piper, revealing a round pill that glowed green. It will make your skin toasty and rich colored. Oh no. And you won't sleep for days, a mangy tabby cat added. Wow, Tookie thought. The tabby looked like a hyperactive Fiona from Icy Land. A Siamese with oddly human lips, large blue eyes, and conniving smile, which looked a lot like an Intoxibella Tookie had seen in Wrinkle Redux ads, was no competition for Shiraz's blazing speed. I've coughed up fur balls bigger than you, the Siamese spat at Shiraz. Oh no, poor Shiraz. Protect Shiraz. And the girl dodged a paw with ease. You look like Intoxibella Farah, Shiraz exclaimed, noticing the cat's human resemblance to the model, whose famous crescent moon-shaped eyes sold countless tubes of mascara. Moving on. The repugnant, moronic, miniature, not going to say that word, is correct. The same one for little person that we don't say.
Yeah.
The Siamese jeered. The hair on her back standing on end. Farah, the princess of verbal barbarianism. Modelland magazine calls me. So wait, you actually are the Intoxibella? Tookie asked. How? The cats didn't answer. They'd all noticed something at the end hallway. The catwalk corridor sign suddenly burned brighter, revealing the arrival of two more girls, Zarpesa and Chaste.
Yes.
Dozens of cats circled their ankles. A calico zeroed in on Zarpesa, murmuring, I want the pretty one right here. Everyone's horror. It squatted and urinated on Zarpesa's feet, marking its territory. This one is mine, mine, mine. Zarpesa screeched and ran away, frantically shaking her feet. All the cats laughed. Tookie sneezed several times. Then she felt a tap on her leg. Hey, you. It was the scrawny, hairless sphinx. Want one? She offered Tookie a pill. Like me, they're hypoallergenic and no side effects except for a little fun. Tookie shook her head. A shiny-furred Abyssinian, there we go, that looked exactly like the Intoxibella Daisy Ellen from 500 bit her leg. Ow! The ankle was tasty, Daisy Ellen cooed, batting her eyeliner rimmed eyes. Tasty like sweet cream. I want some more. How is it that Tyra is making cats creepy? I love cats. Cats are adorable and emotional support for me. And even I'm just like, what are you doing, cat?
Why are they liking to eat people? Like, and
cats do like to lick you, but like it's not this creepy. It's more charming when your cat is just like, I'm gonna lick your elbow because I love you.
Not, oh, your ankle tastes good.
I read somewhere that it's partially because they love you and partially because they humans just are salty and the cats are just like, that's an interesting taste. Cats are weird, but not this weird.
Yeah.
Sweet cream, a black cat that sounded just like the Intoxibella Danielle exclaimed. Give me some of that. Get your own leg, Daisy Ellen screeched. No, I want this one, Danielle yowled, extending her claws. Meouch, Daisy Ellen screamed and pounced on Danielle. The felines landed on top of Tookie's head. Tookie felt their claws dig into her mouth as she screamed in pain again. Tyra.
Is this go under body horror?
This would categorize under body horror, I think. She gazed across. I was writing in a notebook some of the Animorph monsters, and I was gonna print out pictures and put them in as a little survival guidebook, and I was like, we also should put in the Modelland, the guy with the hand face.
Oh gosh, I think some of those pictures are in the front cover, so it's just like we need to just isolate those and then print them.
She gazed across the room at Piper. We have to find a way out of here. Has anyone seen Dylan? Piper ran over and grabbed Tookie's hand. They raced down the corridor. Come on, Paws swiped at them from all sides. I think this is Tyra's version of Labyrinth with like all the hands. I think she saw that scene and was like, how can I make it weirder somehow?
Yeah, how do I, yeah. Now, where's the David Bowie insert character is my question.
Where's the David Bowie character? Where David Bowie just gets to be David Bowie.
Exactly.
When they reached the end of the corridor, Shiraz, Zarpeza, and Chase stood in the way, staring at something obscured in shadow. They all looked horrified. What is it? Tookie asked, clutching Shiraz's shoulder. Not sure, Shiraz mumbled. Her voice quavered, but look. She pointed at an audience of cats facing the same direction. Excuse me. Loud, wailing purrs came from deep within their throats, echoing through the hallway. Slowly, they all began to make yowling noises at the obscured shadow. They bent down on their front legs and arched their backs. They buried their heads under their paws as if they were praying to whatever lay before them in the darkness. Cats bowed to almost nothing, so what? It had to be Belladonna. Suddenly, a light illuminated the mysterious being. It was an oversized lion's face. Its eyes were golden, and its mouth was practically as large as the wall. It's worth noting that I'm not 100% in comprehension of how we got from the last scene to this scene, but I'm just going with it. I'm just like, I know that they like got sucked into a thing somehow, and then they're like, there's like another thing, but it's just, that's how confusing it is.
Or they went into the plaid cube that Dylan ran into, and it turned into a long, I'm just imagining a long corridor.
I think, like Ellery said, because she wanted to make modern day Alice in Wonderland, I think she's just picturing like the hallways where she's like running, and it's just like they go on forever, and they're like down the rabbit hole, and it's all psychedelic. I think that's what I'm supposed to be picturing. All right, where was I?
The lion face.
Right. The lion face's expression changed from ferocious to enraged. Tookie sucked in her breath. Even more, the face looked remarkably like the Belladonna. I knew it. I'm utterly ashamed of each and every one of you pathetic, paltry pussycats, it roared in the Belladonna's voice. You Intoxibellas have been in this incarcerated purgatory for an exponential amount of time and still behave like the savage animals I've turned you into. The cats bowed their heads in shame. The Belladonna lion exhaled, and fire spewed from its nostrils, singing the whiskers of singeing. Sorry, I was like, there's no way it's singing, even in Modelland. Singeing the front row of cats' whiskers. The smell of wet and burned fur mixed with the stench of kitty litter. Ugh. The Belladonna lion continued. The catwalk corridor was created as a correctional facility for you to reverse your abominable behavior, to be domesticated. This is a jail to teach you to stop being such chatty wenches, because the land of Intoxibellas, whether down below in society or up here out at our beloved Modelland, there is room for only one biatch. She made the last word sound like an extended, pissed-off meow. I don't know how you meow biatch. And you, my despicable dears, are looking right at her, the lion boomed. I am ashamed that you malicious models cannot utter one single positive phrase to those you come upon. You will remain confined to the corridors until you change your evil ways, and not a day before that redeeming day will I release the curse and that has been put upon you. Return to your pens now. They've been Beauty and the Beasted into cats.
Oh. You must behave as a cat.
The cats ran toward the lion face. Why did she turn them into cats if she wants them to be less bitchy? I love my cats, but they're they've got attitudes.
Yeah, or because catwalk, so it's like, oh, to Tyra, it's like, this makes sense, but to us, it's like, but why though?
I don't think Tyra's ever owned a cat. Like, we were talking in Animorphs, and like, there was a cat, it was cat-centric, and I was like, oh, the person who wrote this book definitely has cats, because like, they're getting all of the like cat-isms down. I don't think Tyra's ever had a cat based on this.
Tyra, why? Learn to write cats better, Tyra.
You know, like men writing women.
Oh gosh.
Dog people writing cats.
Yep.
The cats ran toward the lion face and jumped into its golden eye sockets. As the Daisy Ellen faced Abyssinian jumped through one of the openings, she yelled, "Watch out, De La Crème! This kitty cat got a taste of your sweetness and wants more of your cream."
Oh, 15. 15. Tyra.
Why, Tyra?
Oh, why?
After all the cats vanished, the lion opened its mouth even wider and extended its tongue out like a cushy red carpet. Its jagged teeth dripped saliva, and its hot breath blew through the girl's hair. Shiraz looked around. "What do we do now, Tookie?" "Oh, screw it," Tookie blurted out. She walked up to the tongue, stepped on it, and walked towards the teeth. "I guess we follow the taste bud road." Oh, God. Anything to get to Dylan. Come on, guys. Tookie is the most inconsistently written character I think I've ever seen. She's like super meek one minute, and the next minute she's like, "Screw it. I'm gonna walk into the lion mouth and yell at my teachers." Like, Piper, Shiraz, and even Zarpesa and Chase tentatively followed Tookie past the teeth into the throat of the lion and emerged in the hallway of the D. "In the hell was that?" Tookie whispered. Sorry, does it offend you if I say hell?
No, it doesn't. No, you can swear. I just don't.
Okay, just checking. And
It's all
when
good.
she turned around, Catwalk Corridor and the Belladonna lion face were gone. All right, to my defense, that felt like a longer chapter than it actually was. There was a lot going on there. What did I miss in chat?
They were discussing pronouns with one another, and there's yelling, I think. I don't know what's happening.
What if everybody's protecting Sadlump because Sadlump is a child, younger friend of the channel, and so everybody is like being the mom, dad, and non-binary guardian friends, and being like, "Save yourself, please."
Oh, understood.
This book's longer than the duration. Fun fact, guys, you know how we try to protect Sadlump and our other younger friends? I believe the characters in this book are about the same age. So when Tyra talks about the weirdly inappropriate things, just remember that. It's literally a child.
Oh, no.
Just remember how horrible and on how committed to sexualizing minors Tyra Banks was in this one. Oh my God, no. I don't say that to be extra triggering. I just say that to drive home why we're so upset.
Oh.
You're a child. This is a child. This is funnily enough, this is supposed to be a book for Sadlump's age group, I believe. Teenagers.
Yep.
Which it's not. But that's what she wanted. The Hellway of the D is the greatest line in time. I will not hear different.
Oh, gosh.
Oh.
Yeah, luckily this next chapter isn't too long.
Tyra Y 25. Oh, Sadlup, please don't let your Nana see this stream.
Oh, gosh.
She's gonna be so terrified.
Ooh. Your next chapter is really long. Your next chapter is 326 to 348.
All right, Karma.
Oh, no, not Karma. But I'm gonna just get started.
At Modelland, in one part, she said, "I don't think turning into cats is an effective form of rehab." And like, yeah. Then Tyra, why did you do that? I've seen enough VODs to know you are a child. You might want to go. Everybody's like warning Sadlump.
Okay.
Again, this book is written to be targeted apparently towards Sadlump's demographic, which is why it's so extra confusing, right? Because we're all like, this is not a book for young audiences. This is barely, I feel like I need parental advisory. The more I hear about this, the more I'm like, give this to Burton. Yeah, but no, we already went over that. That might actually turn out to be something that people like. She's at her library right now, so she won't see it anyway. Oh, thank God. She's safe at the library.
Oh, gosh.
Sadlump's grandma also watches sometimes, and she's the sweetest lady, and we're just like, don't traumatize her.
Oh gosh, I'm just imagining then all the books are turning into Modelland books, and And Sadlam's grandma looks at one and then just reads and gets like absorbed in and can't get out until she's done reading it all or something.
God. Texas's husband has told her to suggest 50 Shades, and she told them that we've already discussed this and we can't. And I'm just like, I think YouTube wouldn't stop me. I think I would just be like, I can't. It's too much.
I read like the first 100 some odd pages, and it doesn't get good until like around 120. Well, good till 120.
Like,
So
I'm
it's just
not
like,
offended by like, because there are adults in that particular book. I'm not offended by like the erotica. It's just badly written from what I've heard.
But it's so popular and it has 3 movies, so that the author is just like, sorry, I can't hear you as I fan myself with my money.
Paulo, YA means young adults. Yeah, that author wrote it as Twilight fanfiction and then had to change the name. I think everybody knows that. And she has that book in her library. Probably most libraries will have... Libraries, I assume, have the most of at least the more popular books. Oh, God. No, Cassidy, no. I think she has... You watch Dominic Noble videos about it. It's bad. Yes, I did watch Dominic Noble's. I kind of suffered via Dominic Noble. Dominic Noble reviews books. It's a very good channel, and he suffers so that we don't... Like, he reviews, like, the worst of the worst. And he did a whole series on 50 Shades and why it actually is horrible.
Oh, gosh.
Hello, fashionistas. Hi, Milo. Oh, my God. What's the Tyra Y counter? We're up to a lot. It's been bad. Milo, run. We're warning everybody to run. This will be probably the only live stream on YouTube that you see where people are like, don't watch it. Actually, if we change the name to don't watch this stream, I think more people would click in, but then I'd feel bad. I'd feel guilty.
So clickbaity.
Well, we've got 14 people suffering along with us, so thank you guys for suffering with us.
Oh gosh, I remember listening, or Cassidy was talking about the Gilbert Gottfried reading, and I saw some, and it's just like, oh my gosh.
I read this book at that age demographic, and it did not land. Yeah, this book is for no one.
Yeah.
Like, it's not for anyone, because the body horror, like, who's old enough and, like, mature enough to deal with the body horror, but also is not offended by the way that everything is, like, written, like it's for, like, 8-year-old girls.
Yeah.
I don't know. Milo suggested this. It's like Christmas for her. Yeah. Yeah. Paulo knows what I'm about. This book is for no one. I disagree. This book is for me. The book is entertaining in its own right. I'll let Paulo get to it as I in remembrance of Tookie's hatred of chocolate. I'm pulling out Kit Kat bites because I love Kit Kats.
Yeah.
And Tookie, why? Why do you hate? Why is that the quirky thing? She hates chocolate so much. She's so weird.
But she loves whipped cream, and I'm like, they're both just sugar. Okay, I'm going to start chapter 26.
Commence chapter 26.
We are commencing with the chapter 26, everyone. The Porcelain Pact. The girls walked into Dylan's room and found I likey, me likey, she likey, and her likey all on one bed. The quadruplets wrinkled their noses in unison. Yuck, she likey exclaimed. Horror, me likey said. Movie, her likey said. Approaching, I likey finished. Then they added, you are disturbing. Nap time. Where's Dylan? Demanded Tookie. The likey sister smirked. She's in the bathroom. Tookie, Piper, and Shiraz sprinted down the dorm corridor. They heard a groan echo from... Oh no.
Oh no, oh no, oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's okay.
Do what you gotta do to not be traumatized.
Okay.
Censor at your own discretion if you want.
Content warning, everyone.
Content warning. Yeah, Sadlump says, I think I'm gonna go. Yeah, that's probably good, Sadlump. Well, we're sad to see you go, but probably for your own good, it's probably good. We'll catch back up with you later. Everybody's like, run, Lump.
Run.
We care about you too much.
Dylan, Tookie called. The groan was coming from the toilet stalls. Dylan had fallen over and hit her head while slipping on the really clean floors. was just so dazed and confused. Her hair was obscuring her face. Oh God. There was stuff on the floor.
Cranberry juice? No? That kind of.
Yeah, the other stuff.
The other stuff. Okay, I'm caught up, I think.
Yep. Tookie hesitated, then kneeled down to Dylan's level. Dylan turned to face Tookie, revealing bloodshot eyes, and her nose looked injured from slipping and falling headfirst into the stall. This isn't what it's saying, but I'm just censoring at my own risk.
Okay.
And for the risk of everyone out there.
I have to know.
All right, this is
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yep.
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 Yep. You're doing us all a favor.
Yep. Dylan, Tookie said softly, "You okay?" Dylan looked at Tookie and she gave the look that she was not doing well. She muttered something, but Tookie couldn't hear. I had it under control for 3 years. She had been repressing the memory for 3 years, or I don't. Tookie shut her eyes, as did we.
Please.
Dylan's hunching shoulders drooped even lower. I'm usually good now with the way I am, but the magnet forced me to stare at Zarpessa, and well, I wanted to have what she has. Tookie, Shiraz, and Piper encircled Dylan and hugged her tightly. And nobody looks at me here, and nobody tiny here like me either, Dylan. Or nobody likes me either, Dylan, Shiraz said. And the last I looked, Piper said, I was playing solo for the Albinism Modelland World Cup. Dill.
I mean, that's pretty. That's a bragging point in my. Is that supposed to be a bad thing?
I mean, yeah, she's like the best at everything. So you go, girl. Dill, we're here. We all have our stuff, Tookie said quietly. Dylan looked up, tears still in her eyes. Yeah, but that's the obvious stuff. It's not true vulnerability. True friendship is about being really vulnerable. About sitting around in the bathroom and, I don't know, letting loose. Okay, well, Piper looked at her hands and rubbed their pale skin. I mean, I don't like, well, actually, I hate that I am what I am. I pretended to test my mom because of her political views, but the truth, I hate my mom because she married my father, a person with albinism. If she had just picked someone normal, I might not be this way. I wouldn't have to live in that darn dome. I wouldn't be a pale freak who has to worry about my skin burning or being eaten by the gizzards. But Piper, Dylan protested, looking at her like she was crazy. You're the smartest girl I've ever met. Your people are like geniuses. My people? Piper objected. I don't want anyone seeing my whole group when they look at me. I want them to see me. She reached into her... What?
Based? People aren't groups aren't monoliths?
Yeah.
I'm trying so hard to give Tyra something.
I understand what she's doing here, but is it landing is my question.
Internalized ableism? I think so. Yeah. Which is sad, because that is something that people have to struggle with. I mean, you can do it, but I'd hate it. Yeah, I mean, it's more just for my own sanity. I just want to believe that this isn't completely ableist towards literally everybody.
Yeah. I tried explaining that to my mom, where it's like, it's prejudice against everyone. And my mom's like, what does that mean? And I'm like, oh. Anyway.
Your poor mother would be so scared.
She would be, but she doesn't understand what's going on because I can't explain it well. So it's like, it's good that you don't understand. I want them to see me. She reached into her pocket. I kind of can't believe I'm showing you all this. It's one of the 2 items I kept from home. She passed a photograph to Tookie. It was a girl wearing bronze-colored foundation. Her eyes were deep brown, her lashes were caked with heavy black mascara, and her eyebrows were filled in with dark eye pencil. On her head was thick chestnut brown hair. It's me, Piper said, in foundation and a wig, colored contacts. I hold on to these pictures. I look normal in them. Oh, Piper, Dylan said. Piper gently touched Tookie's cheek. I've always wanted skin like you have, still do, but I'm trapped in this skin forever. Suddenly, Tookie remembered Piper's puzzle on her mom and dad, the one she had tried to hide. Tookie leaned over and wiped Piper's face with a tissue. Tears were streaming quite beautifully in a strange way from her rose-colored cheeks. Shiraz stood up. I'm small, not the normal small, but very, very small. Then she raised her arm high into the air. My parents are tall, both of them. Papa and I were best friends. He called me his... Oh, am I able to say these words?
Oh. So we don't know any other way to relay this to you without saying it, but it just sounds wrong. Peanut.
I feel like that's the only one where it can that's okay to say because
yeah, we're not endorsing this. It's just what it says.
Yeah, it basically other like
it's being used as a term of endearment, but I don't know that people would take it that way in real life.
Yeah, affectionate it was, but for Shiraz they hurt me. They did not feel good. To keep up with his long legs, I had to run fast, and we did everything together. Travel on the road while singing. We're famous in my country. She Papa, we were called. We dance and sing for large audiences. Bring home country's best candles for my sick mother. But I was not good enough, she lowered her eyes. In the end, I was not good enough at all. Why would you say that? Tookie asked. Because he left me, Shiraz said, at school in Candelabra. Here at the Modelland, to be first, I always try. When you go first, you can never be left behind. Every day of my life, I've been that way. Every day of my life since Papa left me. After Mommy passed from being sick, Father passed too, but not from being sick. He passed from a broken heart, which means he doesn't love me. Only Mama. I was just small. Let's say that. Tears flowed from everyone's eyes now. Shiraz pulled a square of paper from her pocket. It was a small leaflet from Shiraz and her father's act. In the photo, Mr. Shiraz stood with pride, holding his petite daughter on his left shoulder. But there was a gouged out hole where his face should have been. Shiraz sighed. Papa left me, so I'm cutting him out of my life. And yet you keep the picture with you, Piper said. Shiraz blinked and looked away. Dylan turned to Tookie. Your turn, okay? Tookie closed her eyes and thought of what she could tell her friend. She stood and left the bathroom. Within moments, she returned holding her T-mail jail. The book had always been something she wanted people to see, but now that she was actually going to show it to someone, she felt horribly uncomfortable. I write letters to people in this book, she said, settling down next to the girls and opening the book. Letter I never intend to send, my innermost thoughts, and I wrote this one a long time ago to someone I hated. Tookie turned to a blank page. She brought the book within an inch of her cut mouth and breathed a flow of hot air. Words instantly appeared. This was her most secret of entries, the one she didn't like to read. Quietly she began. Dear Tookie, do you know how much I detest you? How the very sight of you makes me want to unalive you? Why do you rise each day? What is the point of you even existing? Of breathing this earth? Or I feel like this is another content warning.
This whole book is a content warning. Yeah. I was like, wait, I got this working, but I needed to move the trigger warnings over. So I was like, move the warning.
Oh gosh. Yeah. Of breathing this earth's precious air, which rots each time you exhale. Do you know how much I hate you? How the very thought of you continuing to inhabit this world makes me ill? Why are you even writing this right now? What is the point of you even lingering any longer? Of using up the ink and unaliving the trees to record thoughts that no one will ever care to see? Oh, how great everything would be if you were not here. Just go for all of us. Regretfully yours, Tookie De La Crème. The girls didn't say a word. I feel so guilty, Dylan said, breaking the silence. Piper and Shiraz reached in to Tookie and hugged her tightly. Dylan held on the paper roll mounted on the wall to support herself. I've had issues with my body my entire life, but I never ever wanted... Me either, Shiraz said. Piper sighed, and here I am since the very day I entered CL's pouch, envious of you because of your skin. Don't you realize how special you are, how amazing? A rush of emotion overcame Tookie. First, she felt numb. Then she wanted to run. Then her body went limp and sank into Piper's arms. It was the most wonderful thing anyone had ever said to her. But as she hugged all three girls, she got a twisting pang deep in her heart for Lizzie. She missed Lizzie so much. The girls remained in a tight group hug on the cold floor of the bathroom. Then Dylan said up, "You know, I think our group needs a name." "What do you mean?" Shiraz raised an eyebrow. "You know, like a show of solidarity," Dylan explained. Piper thought for a moment. "The Vulnerable Four, or maybe the V4. How about Crapper Sisters?" Dylan joked, looking at the soiled toilet and the floor they were sitting on. "What about the ULs?" Tookie suggested. Dylan frowned. "That's what Zarpessa calls us, unfortunate lookings." "So what? We can take the power back. Have it mean something else, like unique looking." "I kind of like it," Dylan said slowly, "but I hate the U and L are a big part of UGLY. You ain't got no alibi. You ugly. You ugly." Sorry. "Good point," Tookie said. "What about the Unicas?" She pronounced it Unicas. "Seems fitting," Piper's eyes gleamed. "I like it." "Me too," Shiraz said. "Well, hot darn, we stinking got a name," Dylan shouted with glee. Her accent is back. "And yeah, y'all, we do stink. Badly. I will attest to our present collective foul odor," Piper said, trying to sound clinical. "But what needs immediate attention is our dear Unica sister, Miss De La Crème." She pointed at Tookie's face. "That waterfall of red juice from your lips needs a stitch or two, or 20. Though those mean cats sliced you up good," Shiraz lamented. Tookie touched her lips again. Blood was still trickling down from her catwalk corridor wounds. "I'll take her to the fashion emergency department store," the feds, Piper offered. "The sun-sensitive, pigment-free, pale-faced inhabitant of Modelland and newly ordained Unica, who has had many burns healed there, knows the way. Watch out for that corridor catty thingamajig," Dylan yelled. "You never know where it might pop up." I'd have no problem running into it again," Tookie said, laughing. "As long as I can watch the cat go to the bathroom on Zarpessa one more time.
I was telling my brother about this book. This is probably a good time to mention this. And he was horrified. I was looking at the highlights, and he's like, "Is this some kind of weird, like, fetish thing?" I'm like, "She swears it's for teenagers." And he's like, "Does it sound like..." I'm like, "Yeah, no, we're all concerned for that reason." It's just like, there's parts where it's like, Tyra, what are you doing?
Oh, that just reminds me of how in Made in Abyss, there's spoilers for season 2, where basically there's a village where people get to, where in giving our reasons, they basically turn into things that help them like submit to their and stuff like that.
Well,
it's not like it's more like, this person likes when people they look like a rug, so people step on them.
Okay.
Or yeah.
I mean, not like shaming, as long as there's like consent and not minors present.
Well, I mean, you say, or there was like a 12-year-old that was walking around and the person's like, "Oh," or yeah, it's like they're turned into things, or it's like it's hinted that that's what it is. Like on Reddit, they talk about it.
No.
It's like one of the reasons why they're like, why is this author not arrested? But it's like,
no.
It's so much worse. It's just like bringing realism into like traveling. Like, where do you have to use the restroom? And then it's like, here's our 12-year-old, and this is answering that question. And it's just kind of like, like watching it. It's and it's just like
adorable.
It's like the narrative is really good, but then it's
wait,
like,
what is this called?
Made in Abyss.
Oh, this is Made in Abyss. I've heard about Made in Abyss. Yeah,
it's good, but yeah, it's like Modelland, but definitely, but it's like this is made for like adults.
Hadriel says, I'm sorry, I just cannot take Tookie with that name. When I bought the book the night that Gabe was here and we were filming videos, and we were sitting in like after dinner, I had found the book and I was reading you the synopsis. I literally stopped reading when I got to the name Tookie and just started laughing. It was so funny. Paulo says whoever greenlit this book should no longer be allowed power of any kind. Well, they greenlit a trilogy of these books, and after this book came out, they axed the other two, which I guess is something in their favor. Tookie De La Crème is her actual name. Cookie would have been better, because Cookie, like,
Cookie De La Crème, but then it makes more sense for Creamy's name, Creamy De La Crème.
Creamy and Crispy De La Crème are her parents. In case anybody missed it, those are the actual names. Ellery says, tally update, 32 Tyra Y's, 24 She's 15's, and 1 Ellery Y for Excessive Cat 2019 reference.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the Tyra Y design that I want to put up, like, on a t-shirt or whatever. Do we want it to be regular Y, or do we want it to be Y spelled like eyes? I feel like I need Ellery's permission since it was his idea. And Cookie would have made sense. Yeah, it would have at least made sense. She wanted to give her, like, a super, like, she's not like the other girl's name. It's like, just give her a regular name.
Come on, Tyra.
Do the Y? Okay. I will update and do that. Vote for Y. All right, I will note that. The designs haven't been up yet, so I'm just like, let's do that. It's too good not to use. Okay. It was Ellery's idea, so I was just like, I want permission before I just straight up steal an idea.
Thank you, Ellery.
Thank you. Went to school with a girl named Cookie. Yeah, people have the name Cookie. Like, it's an unusual name, but it's a name. Cookie is just a sound.
Tookie. And Cookie is the name of Taraji P. Henson's character in Empire. So, so Tyra could have been like, I came up with Cookie's name.
True.
But unfortunately, Tyra missed the mark.
I also am gonna get an I Survive Modelland t-shirt.
Oh,
What's her last name? De La Crème. No, I doubt it.
No, yeah, correct. Yeah, I haven't seen Empire, so I don't know. Well,
I had a friend named Lovey. Lovey's cute though. Lovey's cute. I like Lovey. Like, they could, if she had given her the name like Lovey, it'd be like, okay, that's like a unique name, but that's like cute, you know? It's likable. Okay.
You have 22 pages to read, unfortunately.
It's okay. So I have the top-down camera working. Oh my god, there's so much. I'm sorry, there's so much stuff on this desk. We've been streaming like every day, and it's just like, no. I spent the first like whole 2 rounds of you reading a chapter just like fixing OBS because I had to like reorganize everything because like in the hurry I was just like, yeah, just everything got mixed up, and so I was just like trying to fix that, and then I'm just like looking at the desk and I'm like, I'm so sorry. But please enjoy the calming origami dinosaur stylings of Gabe.
Yay.
Also, Gabe, have the emotional support.
Oh yay, thank you. I'll have some in a bit.
Her last name was Cook, LMAO. Cookie Cook? Oh, is that why they called her Cookie? Okay,
oh.
My bio dad also called me Cookie as a nickname. Aw, that's a cute nickname. Like, Cookie would have been fine. Lovey would have been fine. Why Tookie, though? Like, I feel like she was just like, she just took like letters and just scrambled them around until she was like, that one.
Or she found the pin where it had the Tookie on it. That Tookie, or she found the real life version of the Tookie badge that Tookie has with her, where it was like the vote for me pin that it got, I don't know.
Oh, so you didn't go to school with Tookie De La Crème. Thank God. Tyra Cookie.
Tyra. Well, I mean, she has her Smize cream, so start copywriting Tyra's names mixed with Cookie so that you can be like, hey, Tyra, I know you're coming out with a cookie line, but you have to pay me for the copyright for it. That'll be $1,000.
People called her Cookie. There's another girl, the same first name, last name Birds. Everyone called her Birdie. Birdie's cute too. Birdie's very like 1920s, 1930s.
Oh gosh, your name is Birdie. See?
Yeah.
I don't. Is that 20?
I guess so. I like old fashioned names. I like My dad calls me Queenie because my middle name, which he picked out, is Elizabeth, and that's like a very like
Ooh.
1920s, 30s way of saying that.
Fancy.
He makes me think of euphemisms people use when they don't want to use medically correct names for genitals. You know, that makes it worse. That makes
Oh
it so
no.
It kind of reminds me of the word tuchus, which she does like butts a lot.
Oh my gosh.
so-
Why is Tara so obsessed with the bums?
I don't know. All right, I'm just gonna get into this. There's no more. The procrastination can only go so far. I'm sorry.
Everyone wish Avery luck. 22 pages.
The chapter 27 is just called "the" with a cross through, or "zed," depending on where in the world you are.
Oh.
The cool air outside was a welcome change from the stuffiness of the bathroom and the kitty litter stench of the catwalk corridor. The pastel yellow flowers on the Beautification Boulevard pathway to her classes now seemed to Tookie an even more brilliant saffron and electric lemon. Perhaps she thought the world had become a brighter place now that she revealed the scariest skeleton in her closet. Piper hurried Tookie along. Come on, 33.4 seconds is all it takes. All it takes to what? Asked a friendly, bouncy voice behind them, followed by a familiar giggle. Tookie and Piper turned to see a couture-clad Zenzen, or how are we supposed to say this name? Jen running in their direction. Her outfit was made entirely of autumn-colored leaves. Today, her hair was almost all black, save for one streak of CL-like auburn at the front. Her eyes widened at Tookie's lips. Owie! Catwalk corridor, right? Tookie nodded. Jen chuckled. She clucked her tongue. You have to learn how to strut, even under their scrutiny. Those catty divas have to learn how to behave. So they're trapped as cats because they're wicked mean on the outside, right? Tookie asked. Jen nodded. When they stop yelling insults, being lazy, showing up late, ingesting narcotics, they get turned back into people. That's judgy.
Does there need to be a contact warning for the pills they were talking about?
I thought maybe I didn't already have that. No, I don't have that one. I might have to add. Oh
gosh, we had to add drug use. Oh no, Tyra, why?
So is that what the newspaper means when they say the Intoxibella is taking an extended vacation? Tookie asked. She read stories like that in the Peppertown Press all the time. Jen laughed. Sure, but the catwalk corridor hardly ever works permanently with the types who are sent there. Why do you do it? Once trouble, always trouble. You just have to stay away from them. That feels very dismissive of human beings as human beings. She glanced at Tookie's lip again and winced. That looks awful. It probably looks worse than it feels, Tookie lied. In truth, her lip felt like it was about to fall off. Ugh. You need to get to the fashion emergency department store before that gets infected. Fashion emergency department store, Jen said. En route now, Piper said. Tookie had noticed a large duffel bag slung over Jen's shoulder. Are you going somewhere? Jen nodded. My go-see-go. I'll be gone for a month. It's part of our final exam. She twisted her mouth nervously. We meet with clients and stuff when we get to stay in our own apartments, and all day we go see if we really are capable of booking jobs. Yeah, I go. I got it. It's a test to see if we can make it in the real world. Some girls drop out at this point. They get into drugs, or they get, trigger warning for that. Or they get caught up with the wrong guys. It's all kinds of stuff, but I'm gonna try my best. The go weighs heavily in the final selection of the 7/7s, and that's approaching the end of the quadmester. This is like even more victim blaminess than we had in Animorphs last night. That was a lot of victim blaminess.
Oh no.
So when you do this go, you're gonna be you, right? Tookie said, not CL, because if you know the real CL, I don't think you'd be so fixated on her. Tookie's right, Piper said. CL's recent behavior borders on spooky. CL's going through it, guys. Jen waved her hand dismissively. Spooky's the new edgy. Whatever my girl CL does is for me. Then she leaned closer. Tell me exactly what she's doing to freak you out. It'll probably work well for me at go. Jen and upper class Bella called from a few yards away. Come on. But she's in prison. Isn't CL like in like model prison? Isn't that what we've decided?
Or they took her out because it wasn't helping, so now she's starting out as a first year, I believe.
Yes. Oh boy. I'm coming, Jenja answered. She looked at Tookie and Piper once more. I'm so glad I'm leaving. To tell you the truth, I was going stir crazy here. I almost took the emergency zip zap to Ladorno. Tookie and Piper exchanged a confused glance. Huh? I'm just kidding. Only an idiot would use that thing. So many girls died using the emergency exit trying to get to Ladorno during the big stadium fire? Zen explained, noticing their looks. I think it's somewhere near the stadium. It's super dangerous. So when all of them were using the emergency exit, a bunch of them just died. Why? Piper asked. Me too. Why? Why is the correct question, Piper. Jen leaned closer. Well, it's only a rumor, but they say the zip-zap is different. There's a fork in the zipper that you can't control. Sometimes going left takes you to Ladorno, but sometimes it takes you straight into the diabolical divide. Rumor has it that these girls who used it during the fire went straight to the divide, and that's where they died. She shut her eyes tight. I bet that's why they closed it off. I'm so sorry, Gabe.
Oh, no, it's okay. I'm just like, Ellery, Tyra, why?
Tyra, why?
Oh, my God.
Shut her eyes tight. I bet that's why they closed it off and hid it. That would be a good reason. Then she shrugged and glanced at Piper. You never answered me. What takes 33.4 seconds? Burning my skin in the sun, Piper admitted. Multiply that by 12 if I have an umbrella. Excuse me. That's why I know the way to the fashion emergency department store so well. I should buy real estate there. It's practically my second home. Oh, that's sad. They put a super long-lasting sun shield called Burn Battler on my skin and eyes and hair. All I have to do is return every 3 days for a new application. Now I know why a bunch of Modelland branded sunblock was trademarked at one point in time.
Oh.
I was wondering why sunblock specifically.
Tyra doesn't, or she finds a chance to brand something.
She's always on that grind.
Exactly. She's just like, oh, this is going to be so popular. I'm going to brand this and brand this. And she's a businesswoman.
She is. With some questionable businesses, as some people say. But,
Yeah.
you know, that's a whole other topic.
Yeah.
All I have to do is return every 3 days for a new application. Wow, I wish they could fix Expando hair, Tookie swooned. Oh, not the hair. Oh my god. Girl, my hair is curly and messy, and I don't even want to say anything because I'm just like, yeah, you know what? No. Not like Tookie, we're gonna be... It's a self-love. We're not gonna deprecate our own hair. It's not fun. It's not becoming, Tookie. Wow, I wish they could fix Expando hair, Tookie swooned. Oh, the girl who tells me to love and accept my natural self and the hair that grows from my scalp now wants super long-lasting mop fix of her own. Jen smirked playfully. I mean, she's got a point. So I'm supposed to run away, walk your way? I'm supposed to run away, walk your walk, but what about you? Another group of excited yet nervous final year girls rounded the corner. They were dressed not in uniforms, but in expertly styled individual outfits, all with a Mother Nature theme. A few of them looked like they were a hair away from being Intoxibellas. Tookie worried for Jen, who was beautiful, but not as polished as her classmates. Jen, the tallest girl in the bunch, yelled, "The shuttles leave now." Okay, Jen gave Piper and Tookie tight hugs and ran off towards the group of upper-class Bellas. We literally haven't seen this character in forever, and we're supposed to be like, oh no, what's gonna happen to her? Tookie's eyes followed her. She had never met anyone who smiled and giggled nearly all the time. Jen could be an honorary member of the Unicas, she thought. Then she caught herself. Of course Jen is far too stunning to be a member of our wacky crew. She could never hang with us. Tookie and Piper took a zip-zap behind the Kara boat and entered the fashion emergency department store. Oh, so they just disregarded everything that she said. Okay. Courtyard. The atrium was open to the sky like a riot, like a riad in the alchemy and spice land of Medina, and there was a pool in its center filled with a mysterious greenish substance. Various IV-like tubes were submerged in the liquid. The tubes medical trigger warning, I guess. Tubes trailed upward to the atrium's second level, their destinations unseen. Around the perimeter of the atrium were uniquely shaped doors marked with wig-a-weaveless hair lengthening and thickening, research department, degree of facial symmetry, determination division, and intensity of desire for Intoxibellas calibration. Piper led Tookie toward a set of double doors marked the Drama Trauma Center. This is the Fed's intensive care unit, she explained. The fashion emergency department store, I guess. As soon as they approached the entrance, the stark white doors turned to a bloody, gory red. Then they flung open, revealing a large, noisy, crazed room filled with Bellas suffering from various degrees of odd and unspeakable injuries. Do you feel like you're back in the resident now? Doctors' offices always made Tookie uncomfortable. They reminded her of endless medical visits when she was younger. In addition to submitting Tookie to endless forehead growth pattern testing, Creamy was determined to figure out which disease her daughter had that gave her dirty and snotty eyes and a frame that refused to gain weight. Even though Tookie had been poked and prodded by hundreds of needles, the painful tests were always inconclusive. Because there's nothing wrong with her.
There's that heterophobia again.
Tookie and Piper approached the check-in counter. A woman who looked about 150 years old sat behind the desk. She wore an elaborate sage green cape made of multiple types of pistols, knives, nooses, and razors, with a hat shaped like a pair of angry scissors. Upon closer inspection, Tookie realized that the blades of the scissors were really blades. Sharp, serrated knives. Comforting, Tookie thought. Excuse me, ma'am, she began. The old woman's eyes bulged. Ma'am? You call me ma'am? Oh, no, you should never call me that. My name is Purse Dress Toolkit. First name Purse, last name Dress Toolkit. Remember that, because from the looks of those enormous feet of yours, I'm sure you're quite a clumsy one, am I right? Out of pocket. By the way, side note, I once got yelled at church for calling somebody ma'am. I was like, yes, ma'am. And she was like, don't ever call me ma'am. My mother is ma'am. And I was like, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. That's just what I was taught to do, to be polite. I'm sorry.
Some people.
That's a weird thing in the South. We all say, like, yes, ma'am, yes, sir. But some people also get really offended by the ma'am and sir because it makes them feel old. And so you're just like, am I going to get yelled at for doing it or for not doing it? Let's see.
Oh no, people are offended. Oh, side note, in Cycle 1 of America's Next Top Model, contestant was very Southern, or she was Southern where she was like, yes ma'am, no ma'am, and Janice Dickinson was like, don't call me ma'am. Yeah. I was just like, well, what are we supposed to do?
Yes, person, yes, woman, I don't know. It's just drilled into us by our parents. We're like, yes ma'am, no ma'am, sorry. Tookie opened her mouth, but no words came out. At Modelland, I guess nurses are called purses, she realized. Oh, yeah, I have heard this. I genuinely can't remember if this was in the part that we read before or if somebody just told me this, but it's all blur. Purse, so she is Nurse Dress Toolkit, but it's Purse Dress Toolkit. Great.
Oh.
You should have seen that coming, Tookie. Yeah, you really should have seen that coming, Tookie. Purse Dress Toolkit sighed and shuffled some papers behind the desk. The corridor kitties have tetanus on their claws. Pretty soon you'll be spasming, so you'll be called shortly. What? Then Purse Dress Toolkit put her hand down on the desk, aimed her scissor knife, and toward Tookie. Place your arm in my head device, please. Tookie backed away. Excuse me? The woman frowned. You heard me, little Miss Forehead, the size of South Seas. Do it. Tookie looked to Piper. I know, right? When I hear the paper stop rustling, I'm like, I know we've hit a really bad part. Tookie looked to Piper for help, but Piper just motioned for Tookie to do as she was told. Swallowing hard, Tookie slowly placed her hand through, then her wrist, continuing until her bicep was right between the blades. They came crashing down together toward her arm, and just before Tookie was about to scream, a sticker band marked Clawed by Catwalk Corridor slapped onto her wrist. I put a rush on you, Fivehead, the woman said in a nonsense voice. Wouldn't want those bubble lips of yours to get gangrene and really have to be amputated. Next, she said to the injured girl behind Tookie. You should hear great bedside manner. You should hear some of the ghastly insults she hurls at me, Piper whispered as they walked. Oh no, poor Piper. Toward the waiting area. Every 3 days she thinks up something new. Oh gosh. These are some of the things that she gets called on by the nurses. Red-eyed, peas, Frosty, the Snowbella, and Bellabino. Moving on, I hate that. They fell into the seats. Tookie was next to a soaking wet girl, gasping for breath. The girl's uniform was 5 sizes too small, hitting her mid-calf. It reminded Tookie of CL's too small uniform in War of Words. Do you mind if I ask what you're here for? Tookie whispered to her. The girl flashed Tookie the diagnosis sticker on her arm. Flooding pants. I washed my uniform in super hot water today, she explained. They told us only to wash in cold, but it was so stinky from Runaway Intensive 201, I had to. When I took it out of the wash, it was tiny, tiny. My D-mates told me to turn in for a new one, but I was late for history of Modelland class, so I just threw this on. All of a sudden, I was submerged in water. I felt like I was going to drown. Now I can't get the uniform off, and the floods have been happening like clockwork. I can't swim, and I can only hold my breath for... Suddenly, water rose from the girl's feet as if she was in her own private fish tank. The water swelled higher and higher and higher until it completely covered her head. The girl flailed about, eyes bulging, panic-stricken, purse-dressed toolkit, ran over, yanked a razor from her arsenal of weapons, and punctured the bag. The water spilled out over the waiting room floor. The girl collapsed on her side, gasping for air like a hooked trout. Purses scooped her up and swept her through the drama trauma center doors. Tookie turned to Piper. Okay, that was weird. Oh, that was nothing, Piper whispered. Take a look around. Tookie surveyed the rest of the chaotic waiting room. Across the aisle was a girl with blackened eyes and foul-smelling dark puffs of exhaust coming out of her sockets. Smoky eyes, her armband set read. A loud wail filled the waiting area. My mom and I always, like, when we put on, like, when we're like, this is too much eyeshadow. There was a commercial for something, I don't remember what, but it's with a mom, and she's got this Midwestern accent, and she's like, it's called a smoky eye, and she has, like, just way too much, and we quote that all of the time. Nobody else will remember that, but that's just what it made me think of. It's called a smoky eye. A loud wail filled the waiting area. Tookie turned and noticed Desperada, the girl who hadn't stopped bawling since she'd arrived at Modelland, collapsed in a corner. Not far from Desperada was Zarpesa, sitting in a chair, poking at bleeding gashes all over her hands. I, too, would cry my entire time. Oh, no, Grandma Clover, I'm so sorry. This is such a traumatizing book.
Oh, no.
Tookie smirked. The cats did a lovely job on her. Just then, as if she could sense Tookie was thinking about her, I gotta read another, like, Nancy Drew book on Monday or Tuesday. Just cleanse the palate after all we've been through this week.
Look at the lovely dinosaur, everyone.
It is a cute
Doesn't
dinosaur.
this help with your mental health after reading this book?
Oh, I like how you did a purple, white, and black, so it's the ace flag. like I know, like, in order. Like, I like that.
Here, then I'll put a yellow one, and then it'll be like, it can be ace and non-binary. Yay, representation. That's how you do it, Tyra. Anyway.
I'll just add a gray one on the other side, and then it's Demi, and then we're like, yay! Where was I? Tookie smirked. The cats did a lovely job on her. Ooh, Tookie's mean. Just then, as if she could sense Tookie was thinking about her, Zarpesa looked up. She shot Piper and Tookie a resentful look, as if they were the ones who'd scratched her skin raw. Desperado's wail filled the waiting room again. Purse dress toolkit placed a pair of rusted silver bullets in her ears to drown out the noise. What? Since no one else was paying any attention to Desperada, Tookie stood and limped over. Desperada didn't even seem to notice her approach, wailing and sobbing so hard she could barely catch her breath. Did you get scratched by the cats? Tookie whispered. Are your cuts really deep? They said infection sets in fast. You can go in front of me if you want. Even though Tookie barely knew Desperada, no one did. As she spent all her time crying, she hated the thought of Desperada being in pain. So she hates the fact that somebody being in pain 1 second, and the next minute she's like, yeah, cuts. Jeez. Desperada glanced in Tookie's eyes for a beat. I don't have any cuts. I'm sick. My stomach. She let out a long, deep, guttural groan. Suddenly, the doors that led to the Drama Trauma Center... Sorry, Gabe.
No, I just had a thought, and I'm like, oh, no.
What?
Because I remember someone was talking about the book, and there was something that was mentioned, and she was saying her stomach hurts, and I'm like,
I thought the part that I'm flashback. I'm so sorry.
Oh no, it's good, but I'm just like, is this what I think? Oh no. Oh, we saved Grandma Clover was here, but Grandma Clover left.
We love when Grandma Clover is here, but we want to protect everybody from this book. Honestly, we're just like, we've done this to ourselves. Grandma Clover, if you're watching this still, we appreciate you, and we hope you don't have to suffer through this terrible book like we are. All right. Okay. Doors that led to the Drama Trauma Center burst open. A woman with oatmeal-colored hair done up in dramatic coils. Tyra likes to describe people by using food allegories. You notice this? It's always like the caramel-colored skin, the mocha-colored whatever, the oatmeal-colored hair. I don't know what that means, but that just seems to be a thing with her.
Oh god.
The cream-colored skin. Like, it's everybody's like in reference to some kind of like edible food or drink. I don't know why.
Gosh.
Oh, I remember about this. The chat told me about this, and I think I already thought we'd gotten to this point, but it all just ran together in my brain. Even amid all the chaos, she wore a soft, placid smile on her face and seemed to glide across the room. Tookie looked down at the woman's feet and realized why. She was on roller skates. Did we already get to the roller skating nurses? The chat must have just told me about that, and it's just ingrained in my brain.
I don't remember that.
Tookie watched the woman zig and zag through different girls in the waiting room. I want some of those so I can get to class on time. Not what you think, Piper murmured. Not what you think at all. Zarpesa rose to her feet and ran towards the rolling woman. Oh, Purse, I really need to go first. Bars? The crying girl's racket is really killing me, she gestured towards Desperada. The roller skating woman looked at Zarpesa. I am a doctor, not a purse. Oh, I see, doctors don't have weird cutesy names. Of course, Zarpesa put on her fakest fake smiles. I'm sorry, doctor, of course, doctor, but you only handle small stuff, right? Like knitting up cut knees and putting patches on bumps and scrapes. The big stuff is for a man's mind. Open heart surgery, brain trauma, that kind of thing. Isn't Zarpesa also a woman? Internalized misogyny? It sounds like brain trauma might be something I should check you for, the doctor shot back. She gave Zarpesa an icy stare and rolled away. I think this is Tyra being like, I fixed misogyny. It's like, but you didn't though. The woman whizzed past Zarpesa to get a closer look at Desperada. Her uniform was a cloak covered in stiff white bristles like the one Creamy used on her face twice a day in the shower. Her thick stockings resembled an elastic version of the material Tookie had used to deep clean the pots at B3 when she was on cafeteria duty. Her hair was rather floppy. Odd material, a mop, perhaps. Tookie then got the pun right away. The bristle brush jacket, the grime remover stockings, the literal mop head, Scrubs. I'm Dr. Erica, the woman said, taking Desperado. So the doctors are scrubs, and the nurses are purses.
Oh, well, someone call TLC, because I don't want no scrubs.
No scrubs. I'm Dr. Erica, the woman said, taking Desperado's hands. Dr. Erica frowned at Desperado, then pulled a piece of sandpaper out of her breast pocket. It danced and wiggled in her hand as if alive. After she pressed the sprightly sandpaper to Desperado's forehead, it wrapped itself around and around her head like a strip of gauze. The doctor inspected the paper closely and sighed. I just thought temperature is standard, blood pressure is perfect, gastric and skin acidity suggests electrostatic normalcy, but texture, epidermis, indicates elevated hormonal activity. She can tell all that from sandpaper, Tookie thought, amazed. Does this mean I'm dying? Desperado bleated. The doctor frowned again. Not any faster than the standards of beauty, Missy. Oh my god. But you're suffering from BW, boy withdrawal. There's a guy, right?
I guess this is not the part that I was thinking of.
Desperado froze mid-wail. Bingo! Dr. Erica turned to exit the waiting room. Wait, Desperado yelled. Okay, my stomach doesn't hurt. My heart does. I miss my boyfriend so much. I think it might stop. Please write me a note so I can go down to the mountain to see him. I don't know what he's going to do while I'm gone. What if he's messing with another girl? Dr. Erica clucked her tongue. Little Missy or Little Miss... What? Little Missy or Little Miss Him? Is there...
Oh, like miss him?
Oh, miss him. Okay, I was genuinely like, what does that mean? No Bella is ever allowed to go home of her own accord. You can't leave the property just because of some silly guy. What a mistake that always is, whether you're at Modelland or not. Talk about crippling yourself. Oh, okay. But my heart is killing me. I have to see him. Just for a second, I swear I'll be back so fast, and even if I could, I wouldn't allow you to do it, the doctor interrupted. Desperado clapped her mouth shut. Her eyes turned from bloodshot red to cold iron gray. Fine then, she said stubbornly. I'll just leave. The doctor smirked. Just leave, you say. At Modelland, Bellas pay a pricely toll for hopping the fence. You do not want to do that, Dr. Erica pointed at the exit doors. Suck it up, girl, and don't come back here unless you're being strangled by a choker necklace. Desperado trudged out of the room. Dr. Erica rolled her eyes. These parents, they've got to be careful with how they name their kids. She sucked her teeth. Desperado. What did they expect the poor girl to grow up to be? What? Because she's desperate.
For a man.
Even Tyra, it's almost like the ghostwriter got their hands on this and were like shading Tyra's like naming style. I don't even know anymore. Then all eyes whipped to the door through which Desperado had just exited. A new patient had strolled in. He had glowing skin, a sharp jawline, deep-set eyes. Tookie's heart did a flip. Bravo! There was a fresh gash on his neck. I just think of the channel Bravo every time I
yeah, like the Real Housewives or something.
Very on brand, honestly.
Yeah.
He had a fresh gash on his neck. All the girls in the waiting room area let out sympathetic moans. Oh. Piper nudged Tookie. There's Thumbboy.
I actually forgot about that until now. Piper, why?
Tookie just looked away, mortified. Bravo approached purse-dress toolkit desk. Even she looked smitten. Perky, that's, I think, a child, right? I don't know about that. Perking up and pushing on her chest of knives.
Chest of, oh, maybe
like
it's
pushing up her chest, but it's knives.
Or I thought it's like a visual thing where you see her going, or it's like you see from here and you hear and you see her going like this, but then you just hear the shaking of knives as she like brings it up and is like,
It's her chest, ... of knives. Just here to get my stitches removed, he said. Don't fuss over me. Then he walked over to an oversized chair in a corner, picked up an old copy of Modelland magazine with CL on the cover, and sat alone. Next, Dr. Erica called. She glanced at Tookie. Looks like that's you. Zarpesa let out a little whine. But I have faces before hands, Missy, the doctor interrupted. Good luck, Piper whispered, shooting Tookie a be brave smile. The doctor led Tookie through the double doors and directed her to a white bed in the corner. Tookie sat down on it and immediately sank into the mattress. The pillow rubbed against her mouth and she winced. Her lip was hurting so badly now, tears brimmed in her eyes. You're in agony, aren't you? The doctor said. Tookie nodded. You hide pain well, Dr. Erica went on. Something tells me you've been doing that for a long time. She placed her hands on each side of Tookie's head and stared into her eyes. On a pain scale of 1 to 10, I see you're about a 7.5. Here's a bit of Z-Med for the agony while I fix you up. I have to warn you, though, the Z-Meds mess with you. They have a Z effect. A Z effect, like getting some Z's, Tookie asked? Like falling asleep? Not exactly, the doctor murmured. Oh, good. 2 strands of the doctor's... Just so much book. 2 strands of the doctor's mop hair started to lengthen. They snaked through the air and entered Tookie's nostrils. Tookie's pain slowly started to subside. Where'd you get your skates? She asked woozily as the doctor inspected her wounds. These? Dr. Erica glanced at her feet. I got them at birth. Huh? The doctor lifted up her pants leg, revealing that the skates were actually attached to her body, the same color and texture as her skin. Oh, it's like the haunted mask, where the mask like attaches into your skin and embeds itself.
Oh, and I think we did talk about the roller skating doctor, but we hadn't gotten to that part. And I'm like, oh, and we were talking about like how did one give birth with
with the roller skates?
Yeah.
Are they branded roller skates? I have so many questions.
Nike.
The doctor, all doctors here at Modelland have them, Dr. Erica stated matter-of-factly. It seems like there are a lot of different-looking gurus around here, Tookie said softly, thinking of Guru Aplaze and his hand head and Guru Pacifico with his rubber face. That's because hundreds of years ago, Modelland took us all in, the doctor explained, her hands moving quickly over Tookie's sliced ankle and then her lips. Anyone born different, we would be locked up and tested on without this place. If it weren't for Modelland, my kind and others like me would be freaks like her, she said, referring to purse dress toolkit. I just keep thinking of the Mystery Mouse Catool. From Mickey Mouse Clubhouse.
Ah.
Who passed by in the corridor outside. All I'll say is, that's not a hat. Whoa, Tookie whispered. It was a blessing for my kind because the powers that be at Modelland recognized that skates for feet would be put to good use in emergency medical situations. True, the doctor continued. They figured we could get from one patient to the next with speed and ease. So they trained us all, and here I am. They take good care of us. She smiled and pointed to a picture of a girl in the corner. My daughter, Carmina Marquet. She's about your age. She's just like her mama. Got roller skates for feet too. She wouldn't have a chance in life without this place. She's in medical school right now. Where? Tookie asked. A person with roller skate feet would be big news in places like Metopia and beyond. She was surprised she hadn't read a news article about it. Modelland isn't just what you see when you go from class to class, the doctor explained. There's a whole underground world here. Parts of it are still a mystery, even to me, and I was born here. But what about Bellas? Tookie asked. Modelland has such strict rules for Bellas to enter. They have to look a certain way. Perfect. The doctor gazed at Tookie curiously. Do they? I have a confession to make, Missy. When I first saw you, I thought you were an injured new guru, not a Bella. Especially with how you helped that sad, desperate girl. Plus, with your protuberance of a forehead, a wild dual eye color, and poofy hair kind of like mine. Well, you know. But word has it, yes, having heterochromia and curly hair is the same thing as having roller skates for feet. In Tyra Banks' world.
In Tyra Banks' world.
And a big forehead. Don't forget the big forehead.
That the purses love to point out for some reason.
Look, I also have been self-conscious for a lifetime about my big forehead, but it's so many times to be talking about the forehead. But word has traveled about the 4 interesting-looking new Bellas this year, so I quickly realized my assumption was wrong when I saw we were with Piper. Okay, I'm not really sure why I'm here either, Tookie admitted. But seriously, the rules for Bellas, they're so different from the rules for gurus, and that doesn't seem fair. It's not fair. Why is there such a double standard? I don't know, Erica shrugged. I know it's wrapped up in some old Modelland history, though. This is the chapter that never ends.
How much more do you have?
Only a few more pages, but every time I flip a page, I'm like, it should be the end. It should be the end. It should be the end. It's not the end.
Oh.
It's fine. I'm not actually upset. I'm just like, wow, really? I wish I could help you, though, but your guess is as good as mine, and that's all that doctors do anyway. Make educated guesses. Get yourself educated, Missy, and you'll find the answers you're looking for. Very comforting to hear from a doctor. We don't know. We just kind of guess. With that, the doctor announced, bleeding stopped, but before I stitch you up, I want to give you some stronger Z-Med. Lips have a lot of nerve endings, pleasure and pain ones. Tyra, why?
She's 15. Ugh.
The doctor's tickly mop hair strands entered Tookie's nose again, a bit deeper this time, and she could feel them reaching her throat. Ugh. And numbing her skin. I'll tend to some others while this sets in, she said. Oh, and I know you heard me talking about how children grow up in a certain way depending on what their parents name them. Dig deep to see if your name is something to follow or fight against, Tookie. Her name is Tookie. It's Tookie. If it turns out that she was, like, adopted as a child and that's why her name is Tookie, I'm gonna lose my mind.
Oh, gosh.
That's exactly the kind of thing that they would do. The last syllable sounds like key. Maybe you're searching for something and you have the power to unlock it or set it free. I tell Carmina Marquet the same thing about her... Marquis, I guess it's Marquis. Same thing about her name all the time. Okay, Missy, I'll be back in a few. She whipped back the curtain to reveal a long line of beds, footed doctors' beds. Tookie woozily turned her head to the left to look as 2 roller skate-footed doctors and 4 purses flopped 4 new patients onto a single bed. It was the Likey sisters. They were bucking and kicking violently. Bizarrely, their teeth were enormous, and their blue, green, pink, and purple hair had grown long and morphed into a long, flowing mohawks. Each of them had a mohawk. The Likeys practically live in here, one of the doctors restraining the girls said to Dr. Erica. None of them can stop hoarding fashion that's not theirs. Tookie caught a peek at her Likey's armband. Clothes horse. Dr. Erica said, take them to the intensive couture unit. I'm gonna lose my whole sanity.
Oh, no.
And let them hold some hay and straw handbags. That should calm them down. What? The Likeys were taken away making whinnying noises. Just seeing them reminded Tookie of something, and she turned to Dr. Erica. Do you think you could replace a missing filling while I'm here? She poked her tongue into the spot of her mouth where her filling used to be. She had a feeling the Likeys, the fraud quad, had pilfered it after the War of Words class. Dr. Erica nodded, then left. After a few minutes, she brought a new patient back from the waiting room. Tookie's eyes widened. It was Bravo. I picture him with, like, flowing hair every time I see him, like it's a Gravity Falls skit or something. Or like Owl House when she's reading the book and the character, like, she ends up as, like, the main character in this book come to life, and the character's like, I'm so in love with you, and he, like, has this smooth black hair.
I just imagine Tyson Beckford, so I just imagine him in like a really beautiful human hair wig where it's just long hair that it's just like that's clearly a wig, but it's like, yeah. But he's so pretty.
Where like you could see his real hair peeking out, like right here. It was Bravo. Where's Bravo? Bravo, come back.
Channel 237, Real Housewives.
Her heart started to speed up. It's just the Z-Med, she told herself. It's not because he's here. Bravo's step stopped at the edge of an empty bed. Doctor, I really don't need to lie down. I'm just getting my stitches taken out. I think Tyra Banks was trying to do Pride and Prejudice with this couple, and it's not working. Because it's like, she's like, oh, he's such a jerk. And meanwhile, he's clearly in love with her. But it's like, that's not, oh no.
I'm just imagining One Direction's "You Don't Know You're Beautiful" is playing every time they
quietly in like elevator lobby music.
Yes. Oh my gosh.
I'm just getting my stitches taken out. Dr. Erica placed her hands on her hips. The last bestostero, whose stitches I removed, fainted right into my arms. Just lie down and relax. Look at it like a mini vacation from building the stadium. It's so misandric. Like, men can't handle any pain. Only women handle pain. Then she disappeared. Bravo glanced in Tookie's direction, raising his eyebrows in surprise. He looked like he was going to say something, but then Zarpesa materialized in Bravo's bedside. No need to wait alone, she said in a silky voice. I'll keep you company until the doctor removes those manly stitches of yours, you poor, poor baby. She reached out to touch Bravo's neck. Ugh. More injured girls limped over to Bravo's bed. Must take lots of muscles to pose with those big tools, one uttered in a deep voice. I hate this so much. Ignoring them, Bravo walked over to Tookie and sat down on the edge of her bed. Tookie stared straight ahead, not knowing what to do. What's he doing sitting with her? A snarky voice hissed. Imagine if on The Resident they gave everybody roller skates.
Oh gosh, I would not be able to function. I'd just be like, oh, crash.
Gabe, I not as much as Gabe. Gabe was core, but we both worked on The Resident, which is a doctor show. And we were just thinking about if all the extras had to wear roller skates, at least all the doctor extras.
Oh gosh.
Is that her forehead's normal size, or is it swollen? Another voice cackled. Bravo cleared his throat, and Tookie snuck a woozy peek at him. Hey, he said. She pushed through her numbness and daze and mustered a sloppy smile. Hey. What happened to you, Tookie? Bravo asked. Just this morning, those lips of yours looked good. They're 15, Tyra.
Well,
Tookie...
look at what Paulo. I'm just like, they're 15.
Yeah, no, Paulo, I was telling my brother about this, and he's just like, this just feels like a weird, like, fetish thing disguised as a YA novel. YA, I think I answered Paula, but YA means young adults. In case anybody doesn't know, in case anybody hasn't lived through the horrors of some YA novels.
Oh gosh.
Although some YA novels are genuinely my favorite books, and they get like a bad reputation for being like, oh, those are the cheap teenager books.
Oh.
I think it's because of books like this.
So, well, but people haven't even read Modelland, so they just saw it and were like, it's gross.
I live in peace knowing that most people have not read Model, and I think a very small percentage of people must have made it to the end. We're gonna be those people, fortunately or unfortunately, but you know.
Yep.
Oh, that's nothing, Paulo. You should have been here earlier. It's worse. I've heard better dialogue on Skinamax, Paulo says.
Yeah. I was just like, what? I'm so innocent. I don't understand what's going on.
Gabe.
Where's the Australian character? Can we please have the Australian character?
If the Australian character comes back, I'm handing the book back to you.
Thank you. I'm sure everyone's going to listen and be like, oh, we've been waiting for this. But still,
I was so disappointed for you and for me and for everybody listening that you didn't get to do the main chapter with the Australian character. I'm sorry. Didgeridoo character.
Oh, gosh. Did you?
Tyra. Why? Tookie stiffened. Still not sure if she was the butt of a joke or something else. All at once, the strong medicine's numbing effect kicked in. Tookie's tongue felt like it had been strangled by an enormous boa constrictor. Her mouth went bone dry, and she longed for water. Bravo was still waiting for her answer. That, Tookie admitted, shakily pointing to her sliced lip. Then she shut her eyes. She'd meant cats, but her anesthetized lip had other ideas. Bravo seemed to understand. He smiled teasingly. That, huh? So the Zatwalk Zorador actually exists. It's really scary. Is it really scary? Zari, Tookie said, turning beet red. She had, because it's the Zed meds. Oh. If I roll my eyes as much as I want, I would strain muscles in my eyes. She wanted to say very, very scary. Do you have a Zorador at testosterone? Maybe this was the Z effect, she realized. The Z med Z'd up your speech. Are you kidding? Bravo grinned. We're not magical like you Bellas. We're mere mortals, but there have been a few Intoxibellas in history who have had it. That magic thing. We B-boys hope, but it's 1 in a million. If it happens for me, that's cool. But I'm really here for the architecture of this place. That's my real love. One day, I hope to... Architecture, Zarpesa interrupted from the other bed. Why, that's my first love, too. I'm just here to study the unique Modelland buildings. I could care less about becoming an Intoxibella. But you don't get chosen, right? You get chosen. You don't... She says it like she chose to go there. Like, they kidnapped these people.
She's just rich. She can afford to say stuff like that.
Oh, don't forget, she's pretending to be rich, but we're shaming her for actually being poor.
Because Tyra was homeless that one time.
Because Tyra was homeless that one time. Bravo didn't even glance at their pace. His eyes seemed to be firmly planted on Tookie. That was when her stomach decided to growl disgustingly. Oh, how dare your stomach growl like everybody does. She flushed red again. Bravo smiled. Ya hungry, Ya hungry, huh? Or should I say zungry? Tookie nodded, which made her feel dizzy. I can't. I'm hungry too, Bravo said. Can that lip handle some food? Tookie touched her tongue to her lip. Her lips were so numb that she felt nothing. She continued to run her tongue over the exterior of her mouth, attempting to feel anything. Uh-huh, I think so, she said, though it came out, uh-huh, I think so. Bravo stood up from Tookie's bed and exited the room. He returned with packaged snacks labeled Modelland Munchies by Guru Loro. I love this stuff, he whispered. Tastes like what you would want it to taste like, loaded with the vitamins you need at the moment. It melts so smoothly on the tongue. We male mortals can't get the good stuff on our side of the mountain. They load us up on protein only. Protein only?
That you can get protein poisoning. That's...
What is this, the Liver King? Is the Liver King the head of prostosterone?
Or I guess...
Testosterone, sorry, there you go.
Maybe she's poking fun at people who believe going to the gym is life and...
Like gym rats? I don't know.
Yeah. Or... But then the guy that... I don't know.
If it's not a piece of meat, an egg, or some powder, we don't eat it. Lucky girl you are. It's like, wow, I'm so jealous of your carbohydrates over here.
Oh gosh, I love now that I'm looked down upon for eating carbohydrates. I eat noodles. Accept it, please.
Noodles are my favorite.
They're
Carbs are so good.
They are. And I go on walks for a little bit. I don't know. I'm not gonna explain myself.
You don't have to explain yourself. But we don't need to be like the testosterone bros. Bestasta bros, as I think Chat started calling it, Besta bros. Tookie smiled sloppily, ripped off the top of one package, and tried to bite the treat. It landed on her cheek. Let me help you with that. Oh no, not the fingers in the mouth again. Bravo suggested he took the munchie from Tookie and held it to her lips. She opened her mouth to take a bite, and as she was wrapping her lips around sweetness, a thick pool of her bloody saliva dribbled onto Bravo's hand. Tyra!
Tyra, why?
Yuck! Zarpesa screeched from her bed. Tutu just mouth pee-peed all over you.
Tyra, why?
I need so many showers. Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's not you. It's Tyra.
Tookie. Bravo corrected her a little sharply. Her name is Tookie. You two haven't met yet. The drool was still on his hand. He hadn't wiped it away. Oh. Tookie shrugged nonchalantly. I kinda know her. She's my D-mate. Honestly, most of the time, I just call her unfortunate-looking Modelland. Will enjoy sacrificing her. They can make pea and lentil soup with her eyeballs. She winked at him, expecting him to laugh, but Bravo only appeared uncomfortable. Read the room. Read the room. Zarpesa.
Oh, Zarpesa.
Is that even who's talking? I got distracted by the horrors that my eyes just had to
I
scroll
think
across.
so,
Yeah. That sucks that those cat girl mutants scratched your lip up like that. Bravo reached forward to touch her lip. It probably hurts, huh? Nothing worse than a cut on your lip when you kiss. This chapter is being made longer by the amount of what the fuck pauses I have to take.
Tyra, they're 15.
I mean, I guess there's nothing wrong with a 15-year-old kissing another 15-year-old, but like, why do they have to make it so creepy?
Yeah, there's too much detail to this. I'm like, ugh.
If he is actually 15, watch, he's like 20, and we're like, oh god.
Oh, that's even worse.
Heat rose to Tookie's cheeks. First thumb sucking, now cut lip kissing? That's what it says. Please, a voice butted in. Zarpesa tilted her long, slender legs so that they touched Bravo's. Like Chase would say, there are plenty of other ways to get busy with a cut lip, right, Tutu? I just need to make a compilation of all of us just having an emotional breakdown.
Please. Just the facial expression. Just why?
Tookie blinked at her now, feeling both woozy and embarrassed. After a few awkward seconds passed, Zarpesa leaned back and crossed her arms over her chest. You've never done it, have you, Tookie? Tookie lowered her head. Bravo shifted nervously. I think you should leave her alone. You've never kissed anyone, haven't you? Zarpesa needled. They're 15. That's not... If you're 15 and you've never kissed anyone, do not make anyone make you feel bad. Do not let anyone make you feel bad about that. Or if you're older than 15. It's not weird. It's just a thing.
Yeah, and let's not try to pressure folks who are not even 18 yet to be like, oh, have you had a girlfriend or a boyfriend yet?
It is weird that we do that, right? When you think about it, you're like, oh, like when I was growing up, like I didn't like date or anything in high school, and people were all like, oh, you've never had a boyfriend? And I'm like, looking back, like, weird thing to say to a 16-year-old girl. Like,
yeah.
Weird, you know?
Yeah, I remember one of my younger cousins who's like over a decade younger than me was talking about his girlfriends in like elementary or middle school. And I'm like, I never asked, and I don't think this is the conversation we should be having.
Oh.
Just make sure to tweet your feelings or treat people right.
I guess it is cute when like elementary school kids are like, I have a girlfriend. What they mean is like, I have a friend that I like have a crush on. I guess.
And
because they don't know what being in a relationship is because they're 10.
Just treat people right, and if you do have a significant other, treat them kindly and don't be rude.
Her eyes growing wider and brighter. Tookie desperately wanted to prove her wrong. Her cheeks blazed with shame, a knot lodged in her throat. Tookie is as pure as shiver snows, Zarpesa crowed. Aw, that's so cute. Bravo whipped around. This is like the opposite of slut shaming. This is like...
You're a virgin. How dare you? You haven't even kissed anyone, you lame-o.
Bravo whipped around and glared at her. His muscles tensed with his eyes blazing. Look, I told you to leave her alone, he said in a biting voice. Why can't your bitchy little brain understand that?
Oh.
I mean...
Hesitant.
We're all like, okay. King behavior with like 1,000 question marks at the end. The room went silent. Every girl's eyes widened. Zarpesa's jaw dropped as redness crept up her swan-like neck and into her cheeks. Purse, Erica, she screamed. She's not a purse. This bed hurts my back, she snapped. I'll wait in the waiting room till it's my turn. Before she flounced away, she gave Tookie a dark, sadistic glare. I can't wait till they burn you alive, she mouthed. She mouthed it, but I guess Tookie can read lips as well as know every other language, which is a very hard thing to do, reading lips. Tookie's stomach made a loud growling noise again. Wow, Bravo said. You still zungry, huh? Oh, please, no more. Please, I can't.
Oh, please don't try to feed her anymore. Cut to the next scene. He
broke off a piece of the munchie and fed Tookie.
Oh.
Tookie didn't drool this time, but she tasted fresh blood, probably from chomping down on her numb tongue and cheeks. Ooh. Zoo's rye, Tookie said to Bravo, trying to say too dry. Zits it needs, she reached into her flower brooch and pulled out the can of whipped cream.
Oh
She
no!
had dropped in during her first class with Guru Lauro. She sprayed a dollop of cream onto the munchie in Bravo's hand. Bravo stared at the last bite of the cream-colored munchie, then at Tookie's flower. You carry around random stuff in your chest? I mean, girls do that. We don't have pockets, so sometimes, you know, you gotta use the bra pocket sometimes. That's the least weird thing that I think this says, but it's a weird way that this says. Tookie hesitated. If Bravo didn't think she was freaky already, this would probably push him over the edge. I'm always hungry. Good for you, Bravo whispered, kindly not pointing out how strange Tookie was talking. Some of the girls around here are afraid to eat, especially around us guys. It drives me nuts. This has huge, and this is like so 2011 of this book. This has huge, like, I'm not like the other girls. I actually eat hamburgers and chicken nuggets. Kind of like energy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Open up. No.
Why are we still feeding Tookie? Why?
Tookie opened her mouth for Bravo to feed her his cream-topped Modelland munchie bite. She closed her eyes to fully appreciate the surge of flavor hitting her tongue. Then Bravo leaned down. What other kind of stuff does that hold in it anyway? Tookie shrugged. With a devious look in his eye, Bravo leapt off the bed and grabbed a jar of gauze. He held it up to the brooch. After that, the flower sucked it up. Whoa, he said. Tookie giggled and pointed to a pair of discarded shoes in the corner. Snickering, Bravo grabbed them and held them up to the brooch. The flower gobbled the shoes up like a Venus flytrap, hungry for insects. But the brooch didn't get any bigger from its new cargo. Isn't this quirky? They're having their first quirky couple well, not their first. They're having a quirky couple moment. Isn't this fun? I said not at all.
Yep.
The two of them went around the room, stuffing more things into the brooch. Why? A pillow, a box of magical sandpaper, a pair of crutches. Tookie was giggling. It's really a Mystery Mouse Cthulhu now. Tookie was giggling so hard her stomach muscles hurt. I'm having fun, she thought, with a guy every Bella wants the attention of. It didn't seem real. Tookie, Dr. Erica called, peeking around a curtain. You're numb enough now. Time for me to work my Modelland magic on those precious lips of yours. We'll be rolling into the operating room, or as we say here at Modelland, the O-R-U-O-K. The O-R-U-O-K. I saw that take the air out of Gabe's lungs as I said it. O-R-U-O-K.
Who is this written for?
My own special Lumiere lighting and tools are in there for special cases. Time to say goodbye, Bravo. But she's just having a she's just having a filling replaced and a lip stitched up. She doesn't need to be in an operating room.
Well, apparently she does. More drama.
Bravo, they just wanted to say, oh, are you okay? Bravo rose from Tookie's bed. Zudbai, Zookie, he said, softly, curling his lips into a lopsided smile. Not the lopsided smile. He was looking at her so fondly like he didn't want her to leave. When they arrived in the Oh, Are You Okay? He retreated towards the door. Tookie gazed at his hands. They were so lovely, strong, and strong is just a full sentence. I don't think that's how that works. And his nails were chipped, perfectly imperfect. Zudbai, Tookie finally answered. As he slipped behind the curtain once more, she peered up at Dr. Erica. I must have just hallucinated all that. Surely Bravo hadn't come and sat with her, fed her, let her drool all over him. Look, I'm not happy about it either, you know. But Dr. Erica smiled kindly, as if reading Tookie's mind. She said, yes, Tookie, he was really here, and I think he likes you. No, did you get that? It was too subtle, Tyra. I'm really in a will they, won't they situation right now. Tookie's head spun. He likes me? There's no way. Absolutely no way. Dr. Erica wheeled Tookie under a column of bright lights. Okay, now relax, Missy, she said. Close your eyes. Count down from 10 to 1. Zen, Tookie slurred. Something touched her lips, startling her. She opened her eyes and tried to focus on the door. Keep your eyes closed, Tookie, Dr. Erica said softly. The lip procedure's not pretty, but you are. Tookie wanted to react. Pretty? But the lights and the Zed meds were taking her sleepy, We're making her sleepy. Dutifully, she shut her eyes. Sein, she struggled to say. She knew she was hallucinating now. No one had ever called her pretty. Zate. Zevin. She had just gone... Oh, that's kind of sad. She had just gotten used to 8 half bad. Zix. Zive. She closed her eyes and thought of Bravo leaning over her. It was 1,000,000 times better than Theophilus leaning over her long ago, asking Tookie if she was okay. Today, she and Bravo had a whole conversation, and he fed her. Stop reminding me, please. A forget a girl, a fawned over by such a gorgeous specimen. Was it possible? Zor. How is she still counting? If they're putting her under anesthesia. When I was under anesthesia, they said count to 10, and I said 10, 9, and then I thought 8, and I don't think I ever actually said it out loud because I was already out at that point. And then I woke up like 2 hours later.
Tyra hasn't even been put under anesthesia. How is she writing this?
She comes into our comments and she's like, actually, I've had this very important surgery and you're judging me. I'm sorry. Could she actually like him? The guy who was more striking than most girls at Modelland and 100 times better looking than Tookie herself. Could she like a naturally arched eyebrowed pretty boy? Zree, Zoo, Zwoo. But her nails were chipped. But his nails were chipped, so he wasn't perfect. Maybe she could like him. Maybe a myriad of things were changing for Tookie De La Crème, and maybe it was time to change with them. His nails are chipped.
So he's imperfect. Maybe I can like him too.
Oh God! All right, I got us here. I'm so sorry.
Yay! You did it.
Give me a second to decompress from that. And she met the purses. Yes, she has met the purses. She has met the purses. Calling him manly and poor baby in the same sentence. Weird, right? 28 their 15s and 46 Tyra Y's. That was a while ago.
Oh my
47.
Goodness.
Tyra Y is the cosmic question of a universe. We're all shouting into the abyss. Avery, don't have a stroke. It's funny because, like, I talk about this. I don't know if it's, like, technically dyslexia or what, but I struggle sometimes because, like, it can be hard, like, words, like, letters seem to swap out in my brain, and sometimes the brain's just like, I won't read that word. I will only read it this way. And honestly, Modelland helps me because it's all gibberish, right? So it's like, if I mispronounce something, it doesn't matter.
It's probably
right.
right.
Oh, are you okay? Nothing matters to us. I think I'm gonna have to peace out for a few minutes. I'll be back soon, though. Okay, Peyton, look after yourself. Peyton's probably already back by now, but I'm just... Carbs do rule. Yes, they do. Balance is the key, people. Protein only. Protein only, because they're bestasta bros are going on dialysis by 30 with all that protein, right? That's not good. There is a couple here on YouTube that only eat eggs, steak, and butter. They've been doing it for 2 years. That sounds horrible.
How are they doing, though?
Too much protein also makes it really hard to poop, so they're all constipated.
Oh.
Yeah. You have missed Catwalk Corridor. I'm so sorry. That's something people do. Yeah, right? It's just, ew, it's so gross. Every time I get an update on chat, on the tally, there's immediately a new tally. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Ellery. Tyra is just a mad woman. Guess what Tookie's whole story arc is? That she learns to accept flaws in people. This is uncomfortable. It is uncomfortable, isn't it, Paulo? I'm so sorry. Is Bravo based? He can be a little based as a treat. This is a dumb conversation with Bravo. Elementary school kids are just mimicking. Yeah, they don't know what they don't know what dating actually is. They just see grown-ups doing it and they have a crush because, you know, it's normal to start getting crushes as a kid. And so they're just like, oh, that's my girlfriend or boyfriend. I don't want to know. Have they gotten to Man Attack yet? I don't think so.
Yeah, I saw that and I was just like, what is Man Attack?
The fact that I can't remember is so scary. Hi, Laser.
Hi. Good day, Laser. How are you going? Good Avro? Well, here it's Avro, but you know what I mean.
Oh my god, Tyra has a
feeder kink. That's only explanation. I mean, I'm not gonna shame any adult consenting person, but this is a child, Tyra. I would say more like food play. There's no force feeding weight gain involved. Yeah. I hate that this is the conversation we're having right now. I don't know how I'm supposed to feel about the blood detail. I don't know either. Just say this involves both boys and girls fighting or something like that in just their undergarments. I don't think we've seen that. Boys and girls fighting in their underwear?
I don't remember that.
I don't remember that. She's 15. Stop. No, we don't need any Modelland magic. I've read this book twice and it still manages to make me groan, LMAO. It doesn't feel like it'll ever wear off. What the fuck happened in Tyra's youth? I don't know, but I seriously hope she's in therapy.
Hopefully. And it'd be
bang,
great.
bang. FBI, open up!
Oh, no. No, please. Or they're like, oh, reading Modelland, we got you. Oh.
Get put on a watch list and then taken off when they're like, oh, it's Modelland.
Yeah.
How is Tyra Banks not on a watch list? Like,
well, how do we know she's not?
Not to spread rumors, because that's how rumors get started, but I'm genuinely
gosh.
just like, again, I was telling Spencer about this, and he's like, this just seems like pedo bait. Like, Tyra, ugh.
Well, if the writer of Made in Abyss isn't on a list, then
True.
Tyra for sure isn't on a list.
We'll
but I don't.
About characters having a lopsided smile. I picture like someone with hemiplegia, like after a stroke. Oh no.
Oh no. Oh.
It's just that like bad boy smile where he's like gruff, but he's just like half smirking. I guess I don't know. I'm sure we're gonna get a lot of that when we read the Imagines book one of these days. We're gonna get a lot of like,
gosh.
And then Benedict Cumberbatch gave you a lopsided half smile. I bet that's gonna happen.
Oh, we're gonna save the world with Kim Kardashian taking selfies.
That's gonna be a book. I flipped through it. I didn't see anything like particularly not safe for work, but that's gonna be one of those things where I think you, me, and Natasha will read and we'll be like, if we get to anything that makes us uncomfortable, we'll just use our improv skills and make up a different part of the story.
I'm just imagining Natasha reading it, but then you look at the book and she's reading none of the words and we're just enthralled by what she's saying.
I think that should be the gimmick. If it starts getting like too like raunchy, or if there's like an inappropriate age difference with one of the celebrities, because Anna Todd is known for that with the actor stuff, then we're just like making up our own thing. We're like, and then they went walking through a meadow of roses together. I know what people mean, but I knew this lady who had facial. Yeah. Yeah. How's the gore been this time? The gore has been less, but the weirdly inappropriateness has been more to like counterbalance.
After the cat attack, there's been a few mentions of blood.
There was some puking.
Oh yeah, that I kind of skipped. That I improv over.
Saved us from.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm okay.
Yeah, luckily the next two chapters aren't too long, so.
Not
good. Chapter 28, The Three Decrees. 1, Tookie said aloud. When Tookie opened her eyes, she saw a rainbow of colors on the hazy glass ceiling. How beautiful, she thought. But I don't remember a glass ceiling in the ORUOK. She brought her hand to her lips. They were smooth as if she had never been attacked by the vicious cats of the corridor. Then she sat up. There was no trace of Dr. Erica or of Perse dressed to kill, Zarpesa or Bravo. She wasn't in the fashion emergency department store anymore. She was lying not on a hospital bed, but a long glass table that had clear glass chairs neatly tucked around them. A floor-to-ceiling window looked out onto the M Plaza. Ugh, I sleepwalk again. Where the heck am I? The walls were made of glass. On 2 long tables against the window sat all kinds of optical devices. Spectacles of every sort. Monocles, jewelers, lopes, L-O-U-P-E-S. Lope? Must be French. Microscopes, viewfinders, magnifying glasses, and even a large prism, which cast a giant rainbow onto the floor. She reached out to touch a pair of ancient-looking glasses that had a pair of cloudy blue eyes drawn onto the lenses. As Tookie stared at them, the spectacles reared up up on their earpieces and glared back at her. Slowly, the cloudy film over the eyes vanished, revealing 2 hazel irises. She crawled onto her hands and knees and looked down. The Golden Plaza was 60 or 70 stories below her, and it was nearly dark outside. She could barely make out some Bellas using the pliable gold surface as a mirror, fluffing their uniforms and hair. I'm in the M building, she thought, starting to panic. All the Bellas knew that this place was strictly off limits. Being found here would surely mean consequences Tookie feared to even imagine. She jumped up from the table, feeling a rush of lightheadedness. The Zed med, she thought. There's still some left in my body. Tookie cracked open the glass door just a bit. The hallway walls were also made of glass panels, which went from clear to cloudy, then back to clear. If Tookie was very careful, she could stay out of sight. Tookie saw Guru Applause having coffee with Guru Laurel Brown. Laurel had her feet popped up on a glass table with a glass mug of coffee in her hand. Guru Applause had a crystal coffee cup in each of his 3 hands. The larger cup was in his handhead, its pinky extended. When Applause suddenly turned in Tookie's direction, she ducked and the glass wall went opaque. Phew, that was close, Tookie thought. Cautiously, she raised her head and peered through the wall across the hall, spying a large set of risers in the shape of tic-tac-toe board. There were thorns in each square. The throne in the center square looked like it was made of pure diamond and crystal, and Gennaro Nars was in it. Tookie's heart dropped to her knees. The blood rushed from her brain. Gennaro Nars, sitting in the diamond throne, staring right at Tookie with those terrifying gray eyes. A sly smile blossomed on the guru's face. He brought something to his lips. A whistle, a weapon. I'm going back to Peppertown, Tookie thought. This is it. Gennaro smeared the mysterious item over his lips. A stripe of red appeared. Lipstick. Next, the guru blew a kiss straight at Tookie. He ran his manicured fingers through unbound locks of flowing blonde hair and started to apply mascara to his lashes. And then it dawned on Tookie. The guru couldn't see her. He was admiring his own reflection in a two-way mirror. Angry voices floated from the end of the hall. Heart racing, Tookie tiptoed along the opaque wall before they became clear again. Up ahead, Tookie spotted an emergency exit to the M sign with an arrow pointing to the left. Her way out, but she would have to pass the angry voices to get there. Slowly, she slinked closer to the exit sign. The muffled voices grew louder and angrier. 4 more glass doors, 3 more. She rounded the corner and approached a massive set of double doors. To Tookie's surprise and horror, they were slightly ajar. Persimmon stood guard outside, hands folded across her hard, flesh-colored plastic body. But she was facing the doors, not the hallway, eavesdropping. A voice floated out from behind the door, and footsteps paced angrily. So tell me how you did it, huh? What did you do? Did you use a shovel? Your bare hands? It was the belladonna in the flesh. Tookie could hear sobbing. Someone was in big trouble with the belladonna, and the belladonna seemed to be enjoying the show. Oh, so now you're all sad and weak, but the whole world you act like some darn martyr. You talk such rubbish about abolishing everything this place stands for, spewing trash about undoing the very place that made you, you scheming, conniving hypocrite, you phony, worthless wench. The mere sight of you makes me want to blah. If I'm so bad, so vile, so disgusting, why have me return here? Tookie's eyes widened. It was Ciel. The belladonna let out a shriek. Don't you dare open your traitor lips to me unless I have granted you permission to speak. Do you know what it took for me to clean up the mess you made? I have been the belladonna at the school for 10 years, and I thought I had seen it all. But what did you do? What you thought acceptable to do with those girls' body? It scares even me. Tookie blinked hard. Girls' bodies? What did Ciel do? The exit sign blazed in the distance. Tookie knew she should run for it as fast as she could, but she inched towards the belladonna's office door instead, closer to Persimmon. Ciel's sobs escalated. The belladonna's voice lowered. Yes, dear, you frightened me, and no one can scare me. At least that's what I thought. And now you've dug up some new trash. What are you planning to do with the round one, the wee one, and that one? W-A-N one?
Oh, the one that has albinism. Piper, right?
Yes.
Just like devoid of...
Oh, okay. What are you going to do with the country one? The one who's a little bit shorter than average size, but that's okay. And the one that has albinism. They were funny here at first, amusing, even kind of like hideous-looking masked mascots, but I'm over them. Abolish them now. Tookie's eyes widened. She knew immediately what the belladonna she knew immediately that the belladonna was referring to Dylan, Shiraz, and Piper, but she didn't mention me. Tookie wondered, both guiltily and relieved that the belladonna had left her out. I want to keep them around, CL said boldly, her voice gaining strength. And you have no choice but to let me, the belladonna scoffed. Why in the heck would I do that? Well, contrary to what you, the most unloved of the beloved, the clickiest of the chic, and the definer of all things stereotypical, and the extreme leader of all the Bellas unlucky to be led, think knowledge is power, and the knowledge I have will make you do whatever the heck I want, because if you don't, I will tell everyone your little secret. And what secret is that? The belladonna asked in a voice that was nervously subdued. You made one grave mistake, CL said. And I don't mean torturing me for half a frickin' year, or making me redo wow in my first year uniform.
Sorry, I never got it added to the soundboard. Now I'm like, no, my chances.
Wow.
Wow.
Wow. And wow. In my first year uniform, or demanding I answer calls at the Modelland agency where I've had to tell clients CL is not available to model for you because she's an ingrate, or forcing me to clean the floors of the ugly room with my tongue.
Ew.
Or put my eyes open, make me watch old Modelland propaganda films for 7 hours at a time while you drip saline in my eyes so they don't dry out. Or denying me food for 3 days in a row to slim my thick hips.
What? Oh no.
So I guess the belladonna is like the head of the modeling world.
Yeah. I got that much. Where is Tookie in all of this? Because
she's in a hallway, sneaking closer to the door, but Persimmon is outside of the door. So I'm trying to think of. Yeah, she's sneaking towards the door, but Persimmon is near the door. But there's also the... Oh gosh, I need a map. Unless there's like another corner where they can't see her. I don't know. Yeah, it's that. What was it? The A Figment something where you can't like imagine what things look like when they're described. I think.
Oh, yeah. I don't think that's you, though. That's this book. I don't think Tyra knows where the layout of this is.
Yeah, because she's talking about the hallways are made of glass, but they turned opaque at a certain point. Or denying me food for 3 days in a row to slim my thick hips. Or making me feel so crazy and deranged that I have to freeze my face onto a half-pleasant expression to hide the agonizing pain my body is truly suffering from every day.
Oh.
CL stopped and gasped for breath. No woman, you made the mistake of insisting I work in admission. No woman, you made the mistake of insisting I work in the admissions department, where I have full access to the new Bella's admissions records. Do you want to know what I saw? What I was shocked to see? The belladonna was silent. Before we go there, CL continued, let's go over the 3 most important rules that each belladonna must abide by, the belladonna gasped. That's highly confidential. How did you know those rules? That's highly confidential. How do you know those rules? I read them when I was in your admissions room, you dolt. So let's go over those rules. I'll let you go first out of respect. I will not play your little game, the belladonna growled. Fine, then I'll list them for you in case you've forgotten, CL said. 1. You must set a world-changing definition of beauty and stick to it for 5 years. 2. All gurus must have a combination of a defect and a power. And last but not least, 3. Do not tamper with the predetermined admissions list. Predetermined, Tookie thought. She never heard that. Girls everywhere trained and practiced and walked, hoped, and dreamed. Nations made their fortunes promoting their local T-Dods. Companies reaped massive profits selling beautification methods for hopeful competitors, pushing the message that the dream was alive for all. Desperate girls lost their lives every year to the Pilgrim Plague, certain that Modelland got it wrong. She thought of the protest signs in the square. It's all a sham, a phony exam. Were they right? You tampered with the official list of new Bella candidates, CL said. You scratched out one worthy candidate, and you know the consequences. You'll be forced out. You'll live a life of immense physical pain and suffering. The ugly room would be just the beginning. There was a long pause. Tookie waited, her heart pounding hard. CL, what do you want? The belladonna demanded. You're not abolishing those girls. I want them. Why? The belladonna's voice was laced with something that sounded like fear. CL laughed devilishly, almost evilly. You know why. They're my experiments.
Uh-oh.
If you don't... Okay.
Sorry, I threw you off.
Oh, no, it's okay. I'm just trying to figure out if this is belladonna speaking or CL, and I think it's CL. If you don't let me, what I did to those girls... What I did to those girls' bodies just might have to happen again. This time I'll be successful. Let the death march begin. Come on, belladonna. You're up for a little sacrifice, aren't you? The belladonna sucked her teeth. Tookie bit down hard on her tongue to keep from crying out, experiments, bodies, sacrifice. There was another long pause. Then the belladonna uttered one word in a tiny voice Tookie hadn't thought the woman possessed. Okay. Good girl, CL said, like she was speaking to a dog that had just sat at his master's command. You hold up your end of the bargain, and I won't say a word about your little experiment either. How you replaced a worthy candidate with Tookie De La Crème.
Tookie is inadequate!
Yay!
Yay! Is that the end of the chapter?
Yep.
Okay.
Wait, hold up. Your little experiment. How you replaced a worthy
I
candidate.
was just changing.
Oh, does that mean they had probably chose Miracle and...
Probably. That's...
Aww.
It's not even like, no, you were good all along. Couldn't even give us that.
No. Just the tone of this. It's just like, Modelland is great. Everyone loves it here. But then, no, it's terrible. They have weird definitions of beauty. And
Now, how terrible is this world that Modelland is better?
Exactly. And so the belladonna chose or scratched out someone's name and chose Tookie. So Tookie was... Oh,
I thought CL did. I was very confused. Sorry.
yeah.
Hold on. I was changing the Tyra Y. Let me check in with chat in a second. Tyra, we're gonna do it like this. What?
Or maybe, or the how you replaced a worthy candidate with ... Tookie. Well, maybe someone else spoke because the way it's set up, it's like your little experiment, how you replace a worthy candidate with ... and then in new quotes it says Tookie De La Crème. So maybe CL was gonna say someone else and Tookie's name was said.
Maybe. How do we want to spell Tyra Y with the Y being I because of the I? Is the question for chat.
Like WHEIE or
EIEYE. I think that's how we're gonna do it.
Y.
So beauty has to be refined. YE with a capital. Yeah, with the E capital.
Oh,
okay.
yeah.
Thank you, Ellery.
Tookie is inadequate. Yay. Oh, chapter 29, flute creepers. I remember someone mentioned them.
Oh god, not the... I don't even know what the flute creepers are, but I'm so scared.
Yep, and the first line is from Miracle. So
this... I can share this with chat, but this is this is
ooh.
what we're going with. We've changed the color scheme to be more matching of the book with the blues and the yellows and the
smart.
greens. Let's see. Or should I do it? Here, let me read this chapter first, and then I'll consult chat.
Okay.
And
let's see. I don't think it. Yeah, it's 357 to 361. So you get get a nice break.
Nice short one.
Yep.
I mean, it doesn't matter because the only way through is to the end, right? So like, no matter how it's divvied up, we're gonna have to finish it.
Yeah, but we've had two like really long chapters.
Really
so
long
it's like
chapters. Yeah, let me get a sip of my drink first.
Chug.
Last night, I read the first half of Animorphs, and then we did it where we swapped off, and Daniel read the second half, and it like my voice was like, and my brain was like, thank God, it was like just in time.
Oh goodness.
I don't think anyone is surprised that Tookie wasn't originally wanted in Modelland. Tookie is just so unlikable.
Yeah.
Like, she's so unlikable. Oh my god, she's unlikable.
I'm gonna eat one of the airheads that I brought for you, so mwahaha. Sorry.
Oh, that you brought them for me? I saved them for you because I was like, oh, I don't want to eat your airhead.
Oh yeah, no, I brought them for like you and I to have.
Okay.
So if you want the other airhead, then
Thank
go
you.
for it.
Thank you. They were here, and I was just like, I'm gonna keep them safe so that he can have his airheads when he gets back.
I am what I eat. Yay.
60. Oh no. 61 Tyra Wise. Oh god. Anyone is surprised? Derp Rex, we're all confused. It's not because you missed things. We're all just perpetually confused. Whatever the flute creepers are, we're getting to that in chapter 29. Thank you, Ellery, for your service keeping the Tyra Wise counter.
Thank you, Ellery.
Tookie De La Crème, Miracle's voice floated from the back of the line of pilgrims. And Intoxibella, they don't really go together like ballet and tap shoes, do they, Creamy? Of course they don't, Creamy snapped. I can't do the Creamy voice as well as Gabe, sorry. Stepping gracefully over a rocky outcropping. The pilgrims had been hiking for months, bruised and battered, hungry and dirty. The pilgrims trudged to an overlook and collapsed against the rocks. Suddenly, ominous winds blew in. The pilgrims raised the makeshift weapons they'd fashioned from random metal items they'd discovered in the mountain and sharpened. Abigail held, oh yeah, it's a metal mountain, I forgot about that part, up a piece of metal siding. Harriet, a rusty belt buckle. Lynn, I forget who all these people are, who looked like what looked like a piece of twisted car bumper. By now they knew that as soon as these winds kicked up, horrible creatures known as tumble terrors blew in with them. Oh god, it's making me think of Return to Oz with the Wheelers.
Oh, no.
But they learned the hard way. Abigail Good's legs had been deeply gashed by the unseen critters. One of the pug-sized creatures had extracted a 3-inch chunk from Abigail's mother's shaggy buttocks.
Oh gosh, Tyra, why?
Lynn, the pilgrim who had passed her Modelland prime, but was still intent on reaching the peak, had lost the middle finger of her left hand when she'd batted at something. This finger's missing.
Yeah.
When she'd batted at something crawling up her thigh. Lynn had wailed not in physical pain, but for the middle finger she'd planned to use to flip off one particular person who was crowned in Intoxibella at Modelland.
No, well, you have your other hand.
The other one, you know. Maybe she does. I don't know.
Or I thought she had. It's just her. Just like, well, I don't know.
Only Creamy and Miracle remained calm. Creamy had packed her own special concoction made from insect repellent, paint remover, and turpentine to spray on Miracle's and her own limbs. Feels not safe. The brew protected them from harm somehow, allowing them to be calm spectators of the vicious action the storms brought on, but they didn't let anyone else see the potion, let alone use it. Of course not. Now Lynn chanted a rhythmic phrase each time she stabbed at one of the tumble terrors. Intoxibella Larcinina, before losing her middle finger and a bit of her sanity. I've lost a bit of my sanity too. Okay. Lynn had confessed to the group that Larcinina was the name of the Intoxibella with whom her husband was having a torrid affair. Oh. And for whom he had abandoned Lynn. Larcinina was the reason Lynn had embarked on this unauthorized trip to Modelland. Shut up already, Creamy yelled. I've told you 1,000 times, Larcinina won't be Intoxibella any longer once everyone finds out she's mating with a civilian. What?
But we haven't been told that's not allowed unless.
What a way to find that out, really. It's like Wizards of Waverly Place. Like they can't marry non-wizards. Like.
Oh yeah.
I know, Lynn. Yeah, because the dad lost his powers because he broke the rules and married their mom, who's normal.
Rude.
And so he had to give his powers to like the deadbeat younger brother. I know, Lynn answered, and when I make it to Modelland and become an Intoxibella, he won't be able to resist me, and he'll leave her. Creamy chuckled. Hate to break it to you, wrinkle face. They won't pick you with the finger missing. Jesus Christ. Lynn's mouth fell open. Who are you calling wrinkle face? Meanwhile, the twisted, rabid, hunchbacked figure, oh boy, the pilgrims had named Hunchy. Very respectful thing to call somebody with a hunch. Expertly speared a tumble terror and hurled it to the ground. Then he took off his boot, revealing a razor-sharp claws, lifted his foot, and sliced the creature's human torso. It yelped a deep human-sounding voice. Hunchy reached into the fresh gap in the torso, sifted through the various organs that were still operating, and pulled out the pancreas. He then placed the entire bloody organ in his mouth.
Tyra! Why? This isn't whimsical. I'm so confused.
An unsatisfied look illuminated his face, and he quickly spat the pancreas out, wiping his tongue of any trace remnants.
Well, that's
the
just
sweetbreads
wasteful.
he desired, the reason for his trek, were so close yet so far, within a certain pale-skinned Unica who resided in Modelland.
Oh, he's the gizzard.
Okay. We both had the same, it hit us at the same time.
Oh.
Macy Kamada slid, what a random thing to throw into this, like, mini chapter. Macy Kamada slid his backpack straps over his shoulders and glared at his group. Okay, today marks our passing through the first level of the barrier. Are you friggling shticking me? That's actually what it says. I didn't
Oh gosh.
that. Yelled Jessamine. Only the first friggling level? She looked like she was going to burst the blood vessel. Jessamine was the prickliest of the pilgrims, and she clearly gave Miracle a serious run for her money in the beauty category. With her thick cocoa brown hair, warm sepia skin, and bright tiger-striped eyes. Well, so tiger-striped eyes are fine, but heterochromia eyes are bad. Get ready, pilgrims, Kamada said. This is the part where you all will crap your pants. I don't want to crap my pants.
Oh gosh, we're gonna talk about the flute creeper things.
The group shifted nervously. Now assemble the camp for the night, Kamada said. We attack zone 2 tomorrow. Hurry now. Packs and food in the middle, sleeping bags in a circle. Excluding my daughter and me, Creamy interjected. We'll sleep in our blow-up tent as usual. Lynn rolled her eyes. Miracle and Creamy climbed inside the tent they brought from home. Miracle handed Creamy some of her freeze-dried mango rations. You have to eat, Creamy. Creamy wrinkled her nose. You know me, I can't eat that old food, dehydrated, then wrapped airtight to allow it to fester and get even older? No thanks. I'll eat more of those tree saplings along the way. I'll be fine, Miracle dear. Thank you, Tyra Banks. I now have an even less of a desire to eat dehydrated fruit than I did before.
I'm gonna eat so many dried mangoes. Gonna spend the $20 for 4 of them and eat them and think, take that, Tyra.
Just then, an eerie song floated into the cozy white tent. Miracle unzipped 2 inches of the tent zipper and peered outside. The pilgrims lay in a circle, their backs to the heap of backpacks piled in the center. Their eyes were closed. Long silver plants that resembled musical instruments had wrapped themselves around the heads of the snoring pilgrims and were starting to enter their mouths, all while the strange stalks emitted a spooky, haunting melody. Flute creepers, Mrs. De La Crème whispered. Kamata had told them that the flute creepers snuck up on sleeping victims, anesthetized them with the flute sleeper venom, and then crawled into their windpipes. They digested their victims slowly over a period of weeks, working from their bodies' deepest interiors to their exteriors, all while the victims remained alive but paralyzed, feeling every bit of the pain. The key to preventing flute creeper death was for someone to stay awake throughout the night and keep watch. That was Kamada's job. He failed miserably. Do we let them die, Creamy? Miracle said calmly, peering at the knocked-out pilgrim. The flute creepers were now about 1/3 of the way. You're just trying to distract everybody with
Distraction.
Play to both cameras. Distraction. Oh god. Appearing at the knocked out pilgrims, the flute creepers were now about 1/3 of the way inside most of the pilgrims' throats. There's strength in numbers, Miracle Dear. We need them for later, Creamy said, walking up to the group. The mountain needs them for later, she added under her breath. Mrs. De La Crème picked up one of the shank spears and hoisted it over her shoulder like a javelin. She tossed it, and it struck its target, a creeper that was halfway up Kamada's arm. The spear split the silver creeper in half, and Creamy reached to grab the slithering creature's pulsing metallic red heart. Ew, Miracle cried. What are you doing? The heart of the creeper has the antivenom. The victim has to eat it live. Creamy opened Kamada's mouth and moved his jaw up and down. Ugh, disgusting. Chew already, she said. Kamada's mouth began to move on its own. Each time he bit into the creeper heart, silver and red blood squirted out over his shirt onto his pants. And then Creamy went around and saved all the pilgrims. Miracle gaped. Creamy, how do you know how to do that? Mrs. De La Crème looked off into the wild expanse around her, then stared cunningly at her daughter. Personal research, Miracle Dear. Personal research.
Uh-oh.
Chapter 30 is called D-Head and Dread. Have fun with
Oh,
that.
okay. Oh, gosh.
Oh, God. 73 Tyra Wise. Also, we're at the Flute Creepers. Oh, God. There's probably more than 73 now. Where did Creamy come from? I missed something important. So Creamy is Tookie's mother, and Miracle is Tookie's sister, and they're climbing up the mountain to try to get to Modelland because Miracle wasn't picked, and she's the favorite child.
Yep.
I wish the mountain would do to this book what his zombie brother did to the guy. Crush it. Oh, gosh. Yeah, it's, a lot.
May I please have the garbage can? Oh, thank
It's
you.
right here.
I didn't want to like throw it over you and you'd be like, what?
You're
What do you... Yeah, oh, and also, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, just throw the whole thing into the garbage.
No, we still have like, oh, do we have, oh, we're almost at 200 pages left.
Yay, this hellscape.
Well, if we're including acknowledgements, we have like 7 more pages before we reach the 200 mark, 200 pages left.
Never thought I'd say this trigger words in my life, but can we go back to victim blaming a 13-year-old girl? Right, Ellery? This is worse than Amorphs was last night.
Or Darth Sidious is asking, did we get to that scene yet? Which scene?
The flute? Yes, the flute.
The flute creepers. Yeah, but I still... Well, now my curiosity is piqued, but it's just like, what did Creamy do to know the anti-venoms in the flute creeper's heart?
We won't find out. It was supposed to be a trilogy.
Dang it.
I don't know. We might find out. I actually have no idea.
Creamy's just like, I am a flute creeper. And then she transforms.
Oh my god, can you imagine? That's why she has heterochromia, you see.
Because one eye is a flute creeper eye and one eye is a human eye.
Oh my god, it would be something like that too.
Body horror.
Body horror.
And we get an entire 20 pages about Creamy's transformation.
Sure it's okay if I snack this?
Yes, go for it.
Thank you.
After all you've given me in this time, all the food.
I mean, again, I keep telling Gabe, thank you for sitting in my tiny little closet and going through trauma. Friendship.
Yay. Oh gosh, believe me, I love being here and I mean, I'm sure The Simple Life, but The Simple Life is probably a better watch than this as a read, but you know.
Oh, those will be fun videos to get out.
Yay. Sure. Everyone make sure to watch the Simple Life videos that Avery's putting together, but we watched a lot of stuff, so don't yell at anybody, please.
Yeah. What?
Oh, sorry, Laser is asking how long is this book, including acknowledgments?
570 pages.
Yeah. Without 563.
Which is 570 pages too many.
Yeah. So many. But hey, Tyra probably got like $20 from this, so.
I wonder how many copies actually were sold. It had to be abysmal if they canceled the other two.
Yeah.
I'm glad to be suffering, Gabe 2023.
Yay.
It's like 45 chapters, yeah.
Oh, Dirtbricks is saying F it. I don't give a crap anymore.
Yeah, you know. Oh, Mom. Oh, hi, Mom. I just saw that Mom was in chat ordering pizza for dinner because I'm not feeling well. What time do y'all want to eat? Sorry, Mom. Whenever. I did not see any other message. I'm very sorry.
Sorry you're not feeling well.
You can also just come up here and ask us. We're good whenever. We're good for whatever. Let me run and find her and tell her that. Well,
okay.
Gabe will hang out and talk about, I don't know, the dinosaurs or something else.
Oh gosh, if I took down that, I have 1, 2, 1. I'm counting their legs. I mushed them up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 20, 23 dinosaurs up there right now, and I only have 2 more sheets of paper.
She got paid, surprisingly. She was paid money for this.
Exactly.
And also she had help from a second author. 2 brains collaborated to give us this.
On this. And it's just like,
I'll be right back.
Okay, I'll be here. Oh gosh. Everything is terrible without you here, Avery. I'm gonna read ahead. I just spoiled myself. Dang it. Well, whoopsies. I didn't mean to. Whoops, I didn't mean to spoil myself. Yes, I can't wait. Thank you, Eller. Foolish of you to believe that I even have any brain cells to begin with. Mwahaha. Oh gosh, yeah, I'm sure a Google search will tell us who, or I think Avery saw who the Ghost Rider's name was, but I can't remember. But we just need to get. I wonder if they like chocolate. We just give them a bunch of chocolate and be like, "Here you go." I hope therapy's nice, because this book was probably a lot to deal with. When we're close to the end, I'm gonna quote the doctor. Trying to remember what the doctor said. The scrub. And the, oh, are you okay? Oh, goodness. Okay, I'm going to start reading the chapter, and hopefully Avery will come up soon. But chapter 30, D-Head and Dread. D/head and Dread. Oh, they're not a Ghost Rider. I could have sworn in somewhere someone said that there was a Ghost Rider, but I mean, maybe they were like, this isn't going to continue anymore. Let's just say there was a Ghost Rider. Tyra, or maybe to protect Tyra's image, it's like, no, Tyra actually didn't write this. Someone else did. Don't come for her when reading her book. The alien Time Lord Doctor. Doctor Who. Tookie ran out of the M building faster than she'd ever run in her life. The journey was a blur. She had been on the 77th floor, and she knew she hadn't taken the elevator, but she only remembered charging down a few flights of stairs. She couldn't recall dodging Medicants and Gurus or snaking her way to the ground floor exit, but she had made it out of the building without being detected. She ran across the gold-tinted surface of the plaza. The floor bubbled, creating, for the first time, not question marks as it had when Tookie had arrived at Modelland, but 3-dimensional Tookies. She ignored them. The last thing she wanted to do at the moment was primp. As she neared the D, her brain replayed the same questions over and over. Did Belladonna really choose me over someone else? Is Miracle the person I replaced? Or is it a girl in another town across the world, a girl who is worse off than even I was? Shiraz had been right all along. Zarpesa had been right all along. The 4 Unicas had been blithely sailing along at Modelland, attending their classes, becoming more and more relaxed, and all this time Ciel and the Belladonna were plotting to do things to them, to abolish them, to experiment on them, to do gruesome things. For the rumors always dealt with heinous tortures of the mind and the body. Acts so torturous the victims begged to be unalived and put out of their misery. And when unaliving came, it was not a reprieve, but eternal damnation. Suddenly, something else occurred to Tookie. The bodies that Belladonna had mentioned to CL in the M, the horrible things CL had done. What if that had something to do with the experiment, torture, and sacrifice too? What if CL had taken the torture too far, had done something even Modelland didn't stand for? The Belladonna said CL scared even her. Oh goodness, CL is the most twisted, diabolical person here. Tookie headed straight for the path that led to the D. The face-shaped head rustled, its expression turning from a sensitive smile to a disappointed... Yay! I started reading. Tookie managed to get out without being spotted and ran down 77 flights of stairs and is still running.
Okay.
And apparently the gold in the plaza is able to form her and not a question mark anymore. But she's like, I don't want to primp.
Okay.
Or it's the last thing she wanted to do at all at that moment was primp.
Oh, okay. Got you.
Tookie headed straight for the path that led her to the D. The face-shaped head rustled, its expression turning from a sensitive smile to a disappointed frown as soon as it laid its ivy eyes on her. Even the bush wants to hurt me, she thought, barreling onward. And then slam! Tookie made contact with something hard and solid. Whoa there, Creamy, Bravo said, his eyes scanning her from head to toe. Tookie gasped, what? Did you just call me? Bravo's smile faltered. Creamy, because of the whipped cream you keep in the flour thing, among other things now. His eyebrows rose. Tookie raised her chin a notch higher. If you know what's good for you, you won't ever call me Creamy again. Sorry. He held up his
Creamy was my mother's name.
and I don't like her. Sorry, he held up his palms in surrender. Would D head be more appropriate? The shape of your head reminds me of the D. Excuse me? His insults were getting worse, and he eerily similar to things Arpessa would say. No, Tookie, I mean D head in a good way. Bravo backpedaled. It's my favorite building here. I love uncommon beauty, and the D is the perfect example.
Oh, no. Which kind of D, Ellery?
Oh no. I was thinking the same thing. Yeah. But I didn't want to say anything because...
Oh, Tyra knows what she's doing by calling the chapter D-head and something.
Oh yeah, D-head and dread. Mm-hmm. It's a curious collection of peculiar things. Part they would be less than ordinary, but together they're special. You remember me telling you that I'm really into architecture, right? I'd love to show you all my favorite buildings at Modelland someday, if you're interested, that is. I don't know why I didn't like that.
The e-boy face.
I'm just imagining like the teenagers with the biting of the lips and like raising the eyebrows and still are in like putting shaving cream on and shaving even though there's no facial hair and I don't know. That was weird. I didn't witness any of that when I was there. I don't know, maybe. Did you ever work after? The name sounds familiar. I don't think I ever worked after.
After was something. I was only there for a day.
Oh gosh. I'm trying to remember of other things. The name sounds familiar. I don't want to go too in depth or else we might spill all the background secrets.
Yeah.
Like the show that I worked on, that's why my hair is like this. It is like hard up here. And I was trying to like itch and I was just like, dang it, I have to pat my head because
hairspray it.
Yeah. And the hairdresser was like, what did they do yesterday? I'm like, oh, they did a little swoosh because the person or the hair person just kind of sprayed and combed it. They didn't like hairspray it at all, but this person, they were like, whew, they made like the little they made a part at over
they said
here.
Swoosh TM.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm just like, so many swooshing. Yeah, or that reminds me of Nate, the PA, and he's like, we gotta get the whoosh whoosh.
Yep. The whoosh whoosh.
Gotta get that whoosh whoosh.
All right, sorry, Chad, I distracted you.
No, they're probably happy about it. Just wait for it. Oh god.
This is about to turn into a Modelland pizza party, apparently.
Oh god.
We are ordering pizza.
Yay, pizza. I'd love to show you all my favorite buildings at Modelland someday, if you're interested, that is. I'm not doing that voice anymore. Tookie lowered her eyes. Then she cleared her throat, remembering the task at hand. She had to get her friends and tell them what she'd heard. They had to form a plan. Are you okay? Bravo asked. Tookie couldn't tell Bravo what she'd just found out. She'd violated all kinds of rules, spying on the belladonna, being in the M building. I'm fine. Your lips look perfect, Bravo said, eyeing Dr. Erica's handiwork. No swelling, nothing. They look ripe for your first kiss.
Nope.
If Tookie could have crawled under a rock and unalived, then she would have. She'd forgotten about how Zarpesa had teased out her secret, taunting her for having never been kissed. Again, if for anyone out there who's any age, if you've never been kissed, that's fine. It's gross anyway.
Ooh, have fun with Pontomania.
Have fun with Pontomania.
Yay.
Yay. Have fun while we're not. She'd forgotten about how it teased her about she's never been kissed, making her look even more like the awkward, inexperienced, funny-looking girl she was. And yet, when she peeked up at Bravo, he was smiling at her expectantly, hopefully, almost like he wanted to give Tookie her first kiss himself. A gust of wind picked up, blowing around stray leaves from the bushes. A leaf landed on Tookie's bottom lip. Like, a lot of stuff happens with her lips when she's around. And yeah, I'm just like, unless you have like lip gloss for days, I don't think.
And just the bottom lip, was she pouting out the bottom lip? Was it a duck face situation? I have no idea.
She was thinking of Zarpesa and was like,
Tyra Y. Yeah.
Okay. Smiling, Bravo reached out to brush it away. His thumb touched both of her lips, then entered her mouth a bit. He removed the last traces of leaf, but his thumb lingered between her lips, just like before. Tookie's heart pounded, her knees wobbled, her heart started to flutter, and she felt a warm gush through her core.
Nope, Tyra.
Try not to suck on his thumb again. You have such pretty eyes. They're a mixture of chocolate and mint. Tookie made a face. Yuck, I hate chocolate. You might hate it, but I love it, Bravo whispered. Blood crept to Tookie's cheeks. Seriously? Look, Bravo, she began to turn away. I really want to hate you. I mean, you're not my type. If you and I entered a Peppertown beauty pageant, you'd win every category, and well, it's obvious. Oh, is this like, or it's like, you don't know you're beautiful. And she's just like, oh no, no one so beautiful could ever like me.
I think so.
Okay. But you don't hate me, right? Bravo asked, almost sounding worried. Tookie swallowed hard. No, she couldn't believe she was having such a candid, honest conversation with a guy, especially this guy. This is like the 5th conversation they've ever had, and in 3 of those, he stuck her thumb in her mouth for the most part.
Yeah.
In some ways, she wished Creamy could see her now. She wished everyone at B3 could see her too, even though they never did. Good, Bravo said. He touched the side of Tookie's face as if she were clay and he were a sculptor. He pulled gently on a frizzy portion of her hair and smiled. His hand then moved to the back of her neck. Tookie said awkwardly to Bravo, as if she'd just seeing him for the first time. Hi, he said back, breaking into the lopsided smile again. He moved closer. The hair on the back of Tookie's neck stood up. Is this going to be it? My first kiss? Am I ready? Is this actually happening? But then Ciel's horrifying words popped into her head. I have to go, she said, turning away. Wait up, Bravo cried, but Tookie pushed past him before he could finish his sentence. She felt his eyes on her as she darted farther down the hedge, but she didn't turn back. Or I'm just gonna say, like, isn't she canonically clumsy? She literally ran down 77 flights of stairs, allegedly, didn't trip once, and has been running and never tripped. So maybe it's confidence. She has confidence now.
She's been at Modelland for a whole quadmester.
Oh, excuse me. Oh gosh, yes, her quadmester. Yeah, and she's been working on her quads with all the running she's had to do or something. And where's Kamalini? We need. Oh, she's cool. She doesn't, or she's a likable character, right? Tookie ran into the D, sliding on the slick floor of her dorm room. Shiraz, Dylan, and Piper were there, and a cheerleader-type pyramid. They were yelling random things at... Oh, right. I had no idea Kamalini was going to come back, but then...
I forgot about Kamalini for a second.
Or this is like when Danny Mata is just like, oh wow, this or or they're like, oh, this is great. Something happens. This is terrible. Because I've been watching Danny Mata videos nonstop.
Nice.
They were yelling random things at Kamalini, who was ignoring them. What are you guys doing? Tookie was out of breath. She was barely able to get the words out. We've been doing all kinds of hijinks for the last half hour, and she still hasn't looked up. Dylan answered, pointing at Kamalini. She's so lost in the headbang, or Shiraz said, waving her center in the air. We made a bet to see how long it would take her to see us, Dylan. Though the girl who loses must give your bestie Zar Opressa a shove the next time she spews evil. Wanna play? Actually, guys, I need... Still out of breath, Tookie walked to the corner of the room and sat down on her as yet unmaterialized bed. She motioned for the girls to join her. While the bed was appearing, Tookie formulated what she wanted to say. And then it all spilled out of her in a flustered emotional jumble. The Zen meds, finding herself in the M building, Gennaro and the lipstick, Persimmon listening at the door, and the awful conversation between the Belladonna and Ciel. We're not supposed to be Bellas here, Tookie finished. I know the sacrifice rumors are true. The three girls stared at her as though Tookie had sprouted another head. Wait, what? You heard Ciel say it? Shiraz said. Tookie looked at her friend's worried face and for a moment felt like the whole mess was her fault. She wanted to hug Shiraz tightly, to tell her it would all be okay, but Tookie knew they were far from okay. Then she glanced at Kamalini, but she was still listening to her headbanger with her eyes closed. Ciel said that she wants to experiment on you, and she sounded like a demon when she said it, she whispered. And the Belladonna wants to do the same to me, everyone gasped. Are you sure they meant experiment on us in that way? Piper asked. Human sacrifices that lead to our agonizing deaths? I mean, unaliving? Shoot, sorry. Everyone gasped. Are you sure they meant Tookie took a deep breath. She hated telling her friends about this, but they had to know. Yes, I'm sure. I think Ciel's doing this. Ciel's done this before. See, I have a minor sleepwalking problem I've been struggling with since I could walk. On the first night here, I sleepwalked and I saw Ciel. It was weird. She was chanting in some dark red basement here, and she was hitting herself a lot. Yeah. She kept saying, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. And today the Belladonna kept referring to this awful thing Ciel did to unalive bodies. I think the things I saw are connected. I think she was apologizing to the people she unalived, but she's ready to do it again. That reminds me of the meme where it's like, or I think it's Goofy, or it's like a crazy looking Goofy sketch, and it's like, and I'll do it again.
Yeah.
Dylan blinked hard. Wait, this happened the first night we were here? Why are you just telling us now? You know how Ciel's been staring and scaring us. This is Dylan, sorry. Wait, this happened the first night we were here? Why are you just telling us now? You know how Ciel's been staring and scaring us. You're the one who made up the whole Unica thing. Hello, Unica, Unity. And you were right there, Tookie, when Ciel went all demonic and wow, and brought back my own demons. I'm sorry, Dylan. I didn't know if I was hallucinating or if I really saw Ciel doing that stuff. I should have told you sooner. It sounded crazy, and I didn't want you guys to think I was crazy. I wanted you to accept me. I wanted you as friends. Dylan sighed and shook her head. An agonizing half-minute ticked by. Tookie's heart pounding hard. What if Dylan is really pissed at me? What if she never speaks to me again? I can't lose her. Not now. Finally, Dylan's face softened. I understand, Tookie. I don't know what I could have done with that information either. Dylan hugged her knees. I'm really scared, y'all. I don't want to unalive. I'm still so young. We all are. I'm trying to do something with my life to help out Mama, my sisters, and my brothers. Y'all know I got 4 each, and none of them ever been outside the nation. I don't want to go either, Shiraz cried. I am Shiraz. I want to bring happiness and light to Candelabra. Well, I certainly don't want to die unalive, Piper murmured. I've never felt so alive. It feels so good not to start every day in fear of the Legidale taking my life. Piper grabbed Dylan's hand. Dylan reached for Shiraz's, and then Shiraz grasped Tookie's. Everyone was shaking. Then Tookie steadied herself, took a deep breath, and said, Unicas, there is only one thing to do. We have to escape. There was a long pause. Piper nodded. I'm in. I will escape as well, Shiraz said. I'll do anything not to get tortured, Dylan said, even if it means going back to work in customer service. Gosh. Nope, I'd rather stick with modeling.
Oh,
I'm just
God.
kidding. All good plans, especially ones involving crime, start with assigning roles, giving people with certain talents particular duties, and then designing the operation around what they all do best, Piper said. Then, Piper, you should be our researcher and technology expert, Tookie said. I got a big mouth, Dylan volunteered. Yes, you do, Shiraz teased, opening her mouth wide. I can distract people, Dylan said, popping Shiraz playfully on the mouth. Good, we'll need that too, Tookie said. I'm fast, Shiraz declared. I'll be the messenger, the lookout, the outlook. The lookout? Absolutely, Piper said. Then she looked at Tookie. What about you? Tookie felt her friend's eyes on her. All at once, she felt as lost as she'd been in B3. What am I good at? SPLDing? Having no one notice me? The linguist, she volunteered. I know, she yelled. You're the leader. Huh? Tookie swallowed. I'm not really leader material, guys. Who says? Who says you're not perfect?
Yeah, I like hearing it in her voice.
Who says?
In the hillbilly voice.
Dylan stood up and placed both hands on her shapely hips. Who got our scaredy butts out of the THPC without us going through the home doors like all those other girls? Who commanded we hightail our punk booties onto the belladonna's lion tongue in the catwalk corridor? Who thinks Tookie should be head belly in charge? Show of hands. Dylan raised a bald fist into the air like she was inciting a revolt. Shiraz and Piper did the same. It's unanimous, Tookie. You're the official leader of the Unica's escape plan, Piper said.
Tookie has literally never done anything to show leadership qualities.
Yeah, or she's had her moment of, oh, let's just do it. Tookie shut her eyes. Her mind flashed back to the corridor and the THPC. Was that leading? Have I been leading them without even knowing it? Pride began to flow through her body like liquid gold. I can do this. I can lead them. I will get all of us out of here. Not that she had the slightest clue where to begin. Oh, look, the book is over.
Oh, thank God.
I'm just kidding.
Oh, wow.
Wow, and I guess it didn't go well. Oh, gosh, we still have, like, 15 more chapters.
We do.
And they're supposed to be I'm just imagining they're like going down the mountain and they meet Creamy and Miracle and it's like, what are you doing here? What are you doing here?
And then they all die. No, I'm just kidding.
The flute monsters are like, hey guys, what's up? And we're like, ah. Plot twist, the flute monsters are actually like benevolent, but Creamy's just like, we must get the anti-venom from them.
Yeah, right. Oh my God.
Or the chapters both start with D and it's just like, oh, it's like D-headed and dread, and now it's despairing desperation.
Despairing desperation. If the initials are like spelling out some kind of secret message, my brain will truly melt.
D&D.
D&D. Oh my God.
Oh gosh, I've been listening to Dungeons and Daddies and oh gosh, it's been giving me so much anxiety, and I'm like, can the things that I like stop giving me anxiety?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's why I just watched Camp Cretaceous over and over again. I'm like, haha, that person's gonna get nommed by that. And then I watch the Attack on Titan abridged, and I'm like, and I start talking like John is like, oh, your mom got nommed by a Titan. Or if I was your mother, I'd wish I'd get eaten by a Titan so no one would have to see me.
No, Tookie, you have not led them even a little. Darth Sidious says these characters are Catcher in the Rye level of bad protagonists, and then Ellery says that is an insult to Catcher in the Rye. Darth Sidious.
I've never read Catcher in the Rye.
I never have either.
I'm uneducated. I'm sorry, everyone.
I wasn't made to read it in school, so.
I wasn't.
If it's on your reading list for school curriculum, then you read it. If not, then nobody ever like reads it voluntarily.
Exactly.
It's one of those books.
Yeah, I read Ender's Game in middle school, and everyone else was picking the shorter books, and Ender's Games was pretty big, so I was like, Ender's Games, and that's probably a lot more interesting than Catcher in the Rye.
I read like the classical books. I read like Frankenstein and Sleepy Hollow is a short story, so that one is easy, and I like Sleepy Hollow. I've always liked Sleepy Hollow. and then like To Kill a Mockingbird, and then like I don't know. Once we got up to other levels, I can't remember, but it blurs together because then I was actually somewhat interested in classical literature at that point. But like when I was a kid and hated it, I was just like, that one has a monster in it.
This'll be fun.
This'll be fun.
Oh, or Paulo read Ender's Game too? Is that me too? I don't know.
I think Paulo was saying he also read Ender's Game.
Oh yeah, I enjoyed it, and then they made it, and apparently there's like sequel novels, and I remember they made a movie, but people weren't happy about it. I can't remember, but
this is a bit much compared to Richard Scarry's Busy World. Oh, if only. And just think, we're getting pizza, so we can get pizza while we read.
Oh gosh, no.
Gabe's like, no, I'm not doing that. I will never speak to you again.
Or no. I mean, or I'm just like, let's keep the happiness and like the aggravation separate. All right.
See, I'm like, but also trauma food. I don't know.
Oh.
Oh my god. All right, let's. Is it horrible? Yes, Noodlette. Oh, sorry, Noodle Tea. I was saying your name as Noodlette all night last night, and that is not what it is. It's Noodle Tea.
Noodle Tea.
This book is, yes.
Yes, spill the tea, Noodle.
Noodle Tea.
This book is yes.
This book is, I think he meant, is it horrible? The book is yes.
Understood. I can't.
But the book is yes. Also, honestly, makes sense.
It's a book. Or it reminds me of I'm just thinking about the Morbius review, where Morbius is a movie that was shown in theaters. It was filmed on a camera, and actors portrayed characters, and they read lines that were written for them by a writer. And it's just
certainly like, the book, one of the books of all time.
This is a book. Yeah. It's bad, but good. Oh.
It's entertaining in how bad it is. Oh, Paula says, I'm also not very educated. That's not true for either of you, I'm sure. I'm sure you're both very educated boys. I'm just
gonna pretend I didn't hear that and just say you read Ender's Game too.
How's the book? It exists.
It's a book.
It's a book, or technically.
How's the book? Yes.
It falls under the Goodreads standards of qualification for book status. All right.
There are cohesive sentences.
Occasionally.
Or it's like there are sentences.
There are sentences. All right. Chapter 31. Sorry, I haven't cut you off.
Oh no, you're good.
Why do I look? I don't know why I bother.
This book has standards. Like most of the people on those reality dating shows, it's like they have standards, but
it has chapters and a cover. It does have chapters and a cover. Again, remember early on when the chapters were like from a third-party narration and that just left?
Yeah, that's all right. I'm just imagining the narrator is Billy Porter, and Billy Porter was just like, "You're having me read that? No, I'm out. Nope. Bye.
Bye.
I will take my check out the door as I leave." Reclaiming my time.
I wonder who read the audiobook. God bless them.
I want to look that up to see if there's a Modelland audiobook.
I feel like there must be. There usually are. For like accessibility reasons, at least. That does come back at some point. Oh, good.
Wait, what comes back?
The narration, I think.
Oh.
Despairing Desperation. Chapter 31. One passed, then another, and yet Tookie still could not think of a plan that would get her and the other Unicas away from Modelland safely. But Modelland went on, and plenty was happening. The entire school was planning for the 7-7 tournament, in which the upper-class Bellas would compete to see where 7 graduated and went on to become Intoxibellas. Girls began to trickle back from the go-see-goes, and nearly everyone in the D caught 7-7 fever, debating who they thought would be chosen as Intoxibellas. Oh, please, I'm positive Crispy's gonna make it. Not Crispy, like her dad. Crispy, with a B-Y. Character that I've never heard of before right now.
Yeah.
Weird place 3/4 through the book to introduce me to a new character, but all right. That girl's 30 never power is gonna be more like 20 never, Bibiana shouted as Zarpesa countered. Whatever. Gazella can multiply herself by 8. That's a record. CL could only do 7. The Likey sisters replied in their one word per girl speech. Jen will fail. Tookie and her cronies wanted to defend their friend, the other favorites, but they had something more pressing on their minds. Staying alive. Any day could be the first day of the experiment, the sacrifice, the torture. Every day in Guskape class, a blast of Arctic air or tempestuous sandstorm flew at them. Tookie felt the belladonna statue's eyes on her in war of words as they debated merino versus mohair. Okay. Cotton versus cashmere, retouched versus raw photos, and real versus faux fur. CL, shackled in her shrunken Modelland uniform, stared sadly at Piper, Dylan, and Shiraz. Guru Matt Joe had to call Modelland's security to physically subdue CL 3 times, always telling her to save the fighting for War of Words. There were brighter moments from Tookie and Bravo, though. The Kara classroom's portholes had seen her get hideously seasick and had stood outside waving through the Kara classroom's portholes. He had seen her get hideously seasick and had stood out waving at her, being her stomach calming horizon. What a way to say. I've never... Happy Valentine's Day. You're my stomach calming horizon.
But whimsy, Tyra says.
I like that we're giving this character credit for not breaking up with her or not talking to her because he saw her throw up one time.
Well, he saw her with a giant booger, too. The whipped cream booger.
I'm never going to look at whipped cream the same way.
I think there's some Cool Whip at my house. I'm going to look at it and be like, oh.
We're all going to have, like, trauma.
I'm just going to eat so much chocolate and be like, take that, Tookie.
Take that, Tookie.
Take that, Tookie. It's a Reese's.
We need, like, a thing that has, like, a bar of chocolate on it and it just says Tookie repellent.
Oh, you should make that a shirt or something.
I should. I need to figure out how that would look. Or maybe it's a mug that says, like, hot chocolate Tookie repellent. And
Oh,
it
yeah.
looks like it's, like, for sale. Like, it'll look like a little carton. Like that kind of design. I'm not explaining it very well. My brain is melted. I'm so sorry.
Just like the chocolate that we're gonna be that Tookie's not eating. Rude.
Where was I? And he'd left a can of whipped cream.
We didn't read ahead, you guys.
No, we did. Oh, can you imagine if this was our second time through? If we read it and then we're like, oh, we got to read it all again.
Oh gosh,
I
no.
couldn't do it.
No, unless I would get paid. But
no one's getting paid.
oh. Well, everyone, tell your friends about this so Avery can get some sense.
Sense, yes.
CENTS.
Oh God. And he left a can of whipped cream with a note that said "Zalo and Zudzorning, Zuki" on the doorstep of the D every day for 2 weeks. But even every day for 2 weeks, this man did this. Every day for 2 weeks.
This isn't how individuals act when they're like crushing on each other, I don't think. Well, or do they? I don't know.
I can't even tell if they're like officially like together, or if this is, if they're in the I guess they're in the just talking stage.
Oh yeah, there are so many. There are a few extra stages now, but yeah, I can. But I mean, hey Chad, if you were in the just talking phase, would you find it weird if someone said like Zello, Zorning?
I mean, it's an inside joke, but also he obtained and left a can of whipped cream on her door every day for 2 weeks.
Well, I mean, she likes whipped cream. It's all she eats. I don't know.
How is she still alive?
Where's the mastication class?
Oh yeah, I'm waiting for that on the door. We've heard about every other class. But even those endearing gestures couldn't pull Tookie out of her fear. Every time she rounded a corner, every time she heard a creak in the night, every time she felt a hand on her shoulder, she was sure it was CL coming to haul her off for her sacrificial torture. Tookie could not recall ever having lost her appetite before, but every evening at the E, she sat at dinner with the Unicas in silence, staring at full plates of some of her favorite foods. It's just whipped cream.
Oh gosh.
She had been upgraded to gut chower, braised short ribs with apple cider vinegar, barbecue sauce, haricots, haricot the sautéed. In garlic, I said that wrong, I'm sorry. In garlic olive oil, soup dumplings filled with melted fat, pecan pie topped with the creamiest of whipped cream, and yet she couldn't eat a bite of it. All of it went cold and coagulated, never touching her lips. None of the other Unicas could eat either. They would stare blankly at the bustling E around them. All the happy girls in their colorful Modelland uniforms talking about the day's classes, upcoming photo shoots, the boys of testosterone, girls who belonged there, girls who were in the predetermined list. Tookie glanced at her friends. By the looks of their faces, they were thinking the exact same thing. This is really all a dream, and soon we'll be living a nightmare. This is already a nightmare.
Yep, ever since page 1.
The testosterones had almost finished building the 7-7 stadium, and Tookie's class of green-clad Bellas were given a tour by Jen Jen. The young girls marveled at the stadium size, ogling the gilded seats, gaping at the obstacle course on the enormous center stage. Jen Jen tried to act confident as she'd explained how the obstacle course functioned, but her face looked as if she might want wet her uniform pants. While she babbled on nervously, Tookie had an epiphany. Maybe we could escape through the emergency zip-zap to Metopia, Tookie whispered to the Unicas. Piper flinched. On the the one Jen Jen told us was dangerous with a 50-50 chance of survival? Dylan narrowed her eyes. Tookie, have you lost your damn mind? Who is this talking? Did I just say Dylan? Dylan narrowed. Tookie, have you lost your damn mind? I keep wanting to say Zen because it looks like Zen, but it's not. Jen Jen said that all those Bellas died in that thing. It's written the thing. During the big stadium fire. It spat them out in diabolical divide hell instead of Ladorno. Shh. Keep your voices down, Tookie whispered, checking to see if any Bellas were eavesdropping. Maybe it would spit us out in the right place, she urged. Maybe we should take that chance. But they hide the zip-zap, no? Shiraz asked. True, Tookie said, pulling her bottom lip. But we know it's here, in this stadium somewhere. We just have to find it. Instead of looking for this crazy, dangerous zip-zap thingy, why don't we just jump over the damn wall? Dylan whispered, over the garden wall. Shiraz's eyes lit up. That good idea. I am good climber. I can scurry over wall with rope. Then I throw rope over for you to climb too. But what about the divide? Tookie whispered, growing impatient. Whether we take the emergency zip-zap or scale the wall, we still have to face the DD. The DD. The DD. The DD. Okay. The Dylan shrugged. I don't know about y'all, but I'd rather know exactly where I'm going instead of some twisted zappy thing surprising me. Again, thang is spelled like it sounds. Everyone exchanged long looks. That wall is it. That wall it is, Tookie said. Later that night before bedtime, they scouted the surrounding Modelland walls to find an area that wasn't patrolled by Guru Ganero and his guards. Finally, Piper identified the perfect hidden spot. No one can see us here, she whispered. To remember the exact location, she wedged a strand of her white blonde hair between two cracked bricks. Later, Tookie lay in bed in the D, staring at the ceiling in her darkened room. According to the still somewhat confusing Kaleido clock, what's going on?
Sorry, our Texas is saying, in case anyone cares, former President Carter has ended home hospice care.
Oh no.
Oh.
That makes me sad. He's a local hero here because he's from here, and we take pride in President Carter and all the houses that he's built and all those things. It's now blue o'clock. Oh my god.
Oh gosh. Oh no, I only have one more piece of paper for origami.
I need to find a home for all of the. We need to find something to contain all the dinosaurs in, so that they won't like fall off and get chased around and ruined by cats. Not the cats. Perry will just come walking out with one, and I'll be like, "No, come back,
Perry. Why?
Why?" Where was I? According to the still somewhat confusing Kaleido clock on the wall, she'd been lying awake for 4.5 hours. Countless terrifying images flashed through her head. Jagged and exotic murder weapons being thrust by a woman's hand. Pieces of body parts flying through the air in slow motion. CL coughing out a malicious laugh as blood squirted from the eyes of Shiraz, Dylan, and Piper's rotting dead bodies.
Oh.
What the hell did I just read, Tyra?
Tyra, why?
Is Tyra Banks okay?
No.
I don't think Tyra is okay.
Oh gosh.
I don't mean to diagnose. I'm not a doctor, but just taking a while to guess.
Or she's like, I'm perfectly sane, you guys. Isn't this what people normally talk about in whimsical books?
Their glassy eyes staring up at Tookie. Screech! Tookie jolted up. Screech! It was some sort of horrible alarm. Tookie covered her ears and winced. Shiraz bolted upright too. Ugh, so loud. Zarpesa woke next. Doors throughout the D crashed open. Searchlights blazed outside the window. Only Kamalini lay blissfully in her bed. Head Bengor on full blast. Tookie ran over to her and shook her awake, nearly jostling her out of bed. Girls emerged groggily from their rooms and staggered toward the back exit. The night air felt cool and crisp. Tookie immediately shivered, wishing she had brought her robe. Bestostero security guards ran to and fro. A dark-haired person in a Modelland nightgown streaked past the face-shaped hedges in the cape of the nightgown flowing behind in the wind. The largest hedge sprouted arms out of its ears and attempted to grab the figure as it ran past. But it was too late. The renegade headed for the wall surrounding the school, its musical instruments, canvases, and various odd parts casting bizarre shadows on the ground. Tookie caught sight of her face. Tookie caught sight of her face. It was Desperata. Desperata ran down the wall. Oh, she's trying to get back to her boyfriend?
Mm-hmm.
I see. Hang on, just give me 1 second. My brain is melting out through my nose.
Tyra, why? This is all your fault.
Yes, he does have a Nobel Peace Prize for his humanitarian work.
You go, former President Carter.
Paulo says about Tyra, she's pretty fucking far from okay.
Who the heck is Desperata again? The girl who they met in the emergency room who's like missing her boyfriend and wants to go home.
She's basically been crying since we've known her.
That's her whole personality, is that she cries and she misses her boyfriend. And her name is Desperata because she's desperate.
Yep.
Desperata, that just reminds me of the Tale of Despero.
Oh, the mouse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A book that gave me, I wouldn't say trauma, but is a disturbing book for a very different reason. It's a good book.
Oh, isn't it where the queen is scared of him and she falls face first in her soup or something?
Yes. And he like saves the princess and yeah. Desperata ran toward the wall. When she was a few feet away, she turned back and spoke to the crowd gawking girls. Her eyes were puffy and red-rimmed. My life is not worth living without him. You all can have the Intoxibella nonsense. I am intoxicated by his love. I need to be with him.
Ugh.
She then backed up slowly when she reached. Every time somebody speaks in this novel, I imagine like soap opera music behind them.
I'm leaving.
Oh, and then she runs out the door. She then backed up slowly. When she reached the wall, she turned around and began to scale nimbly, climbing on the objects jutting out like narrow staircase. Oh my god, Tookie thought. She and the Unicas had just been talking about escaping over the wall at dinner, and Desperado was actually doing it. Excuse me, a voice called from the back of the group. Suddenly, CL pushed to the front. She was dressed in a Modelland nightgown. The sheerness of the fabric exposed the welts on her back for the Bellas to see. Tookie shuddered. Shiraz, Dylan, and Piper took terrified steps away from her. But CL was only interested in Desperada. What are you doing? She screamed to the girl on the wall. Get down! Gennaro, we were all rooting for you.
Oh, is that literally what's written?
No.
Or,
I'm just saying
no.
that's obviously what she was picturing when she was writing
Okay.
this, being that this is one of her self-insert characters.
Yeah, I was so that was so in character. I thought that she had written that.
I'm now one with Modelland. I will never recover.
I was rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. How dare you?
Gennaro Nars pushed through the girls and eyed CL. Oh, it's you, he said in a sinister grin widening across his face. We let you out of the ugly room for good behavior, and this is what you concentrate your efforts on? You should let the desperate Desperada throw her life away for a lad. Would it be some vintage entertainment for our nosy eyewitnesses here? Come on, body girl, you know you want front row seats to this old-fashioned show. He motioned to the audience of open-mouthed girls. Body girl, Shiraz whispered. Now we know what that means. Why did they make sure she can't speak? What? Every language, and yet they written Shiraz to like speak in this broken up dialect, and it's strange, right? Because it's like you could just say she's speaking in her native language, and then whatever. Or, you know, that she's just really good at whatever the equivalent of English is in this world, but they're like, no, she's gonna speak in broken up language that you remember. And She doesn't speak it very well. Dead body girl, Piper said, remembering the terrifying story Tookie had told them. The four Unicas shuddered. Desperada climbed higher. CL leapt up to try to grab her ankles, but missed. The moonlight danced upon CL's hand, and Tookie saw claws on the tips of CL's fingers, not nails. When Desperada was almost at the top of the wall, she swiveled around and stared at the crowd of Bellas. All of you who have left your boyfriends back at home are idiots. Do you know what they're with other girls who are jealous and wish they were you? Desperada, you're acting like a damn fool, CL exploded. If you go, you'll regret it. What happens to you will be permanent. Yeah, this is definitely the America's Next Top Model Tyra lecture.
Oh yeah, and Milo was giving context where the girl wasn't like so sad to be eliminated, and she's just like, I am angry inside, but I'm not gonna cry about things that I can't change. Like, you could change. You could have taken this more seriously. How
dare you not give us the reality show reaction that we want?
Exactly. When, you know, a few weeks ago she was literally in giant crab claws for her for the Zodiac photo shoot, and she's like, how am I supposed to model with these things like how do you model like a crab? And so but I still like to quote that because it's one of the longest monologues I know from memory.
You need to make one of those like TikToks or shorts or whatever where you just like play it, and then as it's playing, like you're just reciting it and looking into the camera, like one of those.
But I'm always worried that it's gonna be out of sync, so I'm just gonna be like, and then it's gonna be, we were rooting for you, and I'm like a little bit behind.
I bet you could do it. I believe in you.
Oh, thank you.
Desperada softened for a moment, looking torn, sensing that her words were sinking in. CL climbed a few feet from the wall toward her, but that just prompted Desperada to climb even higher to the very top of the wall. What the hell is wrong with you? CL warned. Once you cross that wall, you'll get exactly what young girls want, Gennaro interrupted triumphantly. To mature faster than nature intends. How fashionably late you'll be. Climb, girl, climb. Desperada stared at CL, then Gennaro, confused. So was Tookie. I'm also confused. Hello, I'm confused. Please raise your hand in chat if you are too confused. CL glared at Gennaro. Shut up, you're just miserable about the way your life turned out, so now you're trying to ruin everyone else's. Gennaro smirked at her. And you're happy with the way yours turned out? Seal turned to Desperado. Well, what are you going to do? Desperado was already eyeing the blackness on the other side of the wall. I have to do this. Hang on, that's not the end of the chapter.
Carter is also the oldest living and longest lived president, as well as the one with the longest post-presidency, and his 76-year-long marriage makes him the longest married president. He is also the oldest living person to have served as a state leader. Good for him.
He got married the year my grandmother was born.
Oh, wow. I remember learning about how he had a hand in releasing some or like the American what's it called, something was the American embassy in Iraq was compromised or something, and there was a hostage situation, I think, and he helped get him out, but they delayed the hostages coming back until after Reagan was elected.
I learned about that. Yeah.
I remember seeing that. I'm just like, and people were mad because Carter was a pushover because he didn't go full speed into like conflicts and stuff like that. And now it's just like, look at him.
Everybody gave Reagan. Everybody was always like, they were returned home 2 days after Reagan was in office. It's like, because they were already on their way back. They just delayed it by a couple of days.
Yeah, and so it's just like, hey, maybe stop being so mean to Jimmy Carter. People who are mean to Jimmy Carter.
Nobody gets to be mean to Jimmy Carter. We stand Jimmy Carter in this house.
We stand. If you don't stand Jimmy Carter in this household,
what are you doing?
Then that's your opinion, and you're entitled to that. But it's wrong, and we judge you.
Know U.S. history that well, TBH. Honestly, apparently us Americans don't know it very well either. As we learn things as adults, and we're just like, wow, we should have been taught that. It's cool.
Gosh.
All right, let's see.
Anyway, back to Tyra Banks' book.
She's like, I'm gonna leave. Then do it, Gennaro urged. The scar on his face stood out in the moonlight. Run away intensive to your man, honey. Desperado's face went from panicked to calm. She looked at all the girls' faces and then jumped down to the other side of the wall. Everyone screamed, waiting for some awful explosion or monstrous roar. Seal just stared at the wall blankly. Then dead silence. Zarpesa wrinkled her nose. Is that it? What a letdown. I thought whoever crossed would. A thick lightning bolt struck the wall, making everyone jump back. It sent immense fountains of color into the air. The barrier became transparent. Again, with a transparent barrier. Suddenly, Desperado was visible on the other side, lying still on the ground. Is she dead? Zarpesa chirped a little too excitedly. Desperado's body jolted, and she struggled to stand. Slowly, she rose to her feet, facing away from the crowd, her hair blowing in the howling wind. She brought her hands to her face. This is supposed to be a reveal, but we already know that they age rapidly. Like, we've already been through this, Tyra.
I guess this is them proving, like, you will rage rapidly. Age rapidly.
I'm raging rapidly.
Oh no, they've angered Zeus.
Oh no, they've angered Zeus.
Oh gosh, knowing Zeus. Oh gosh, now like Zeus would love Modelland. He's like, look at these gorgeous models.
Yeah.
And he's like, I'll wait for the graduating class. Those are the best of the best because they're 18. So, you know.
Yeah, Zeus was
it's also great learning about like real Greek mythology where you're like, wow, Disney, look at the loving parents Hercules has, and then it's like, no.
Well, I love my favorite is learning about. I always bring up like how Hades was like a super fair god because he was just like organizing them into where they were supposed to go. But like in modern interpretations, they're like he's like Satan and he kidnapped Persephone, and it's like actually he like helped her escape her abusive house, and then like they ended up together and now they're like a power couple. Why are we taking this away from them? We can't take this away from them.
Lore Olympus is canon Greek mythology.
Lore Olympus is canon. Well, I mean honestly, like Ellery knows more about it than as a mythology major, but like the older he was saying that the older the interpretations get like further away from like the Christian influence, the more like fair Hades is and like whatever.
Oh, that makes sense.
Because then he just kind of becomes like Satan. Anyway, I haven't read a Rick Riordan book in a while. I can't remember my Greek mythology too well. Just kidding. Where was I?
Oh, I thought the graduating class was, or Milo saying that the graduating class is, I thought it was said before that they were 18. In that case, Zeus is waiting for them when they're a year out of. I don't remember.
Persephone predates Hades as a deity. Hades was invented by the patriarchy. Yeah,
Oh.
Persephone came first.
Oh.
And then they needed her to have a husband because women can't be in charge of things. So then I guess the story of like him like saving her and like taking her to the underworld became a thing.
Anyway, but going back to what I was saying with the Zeus thing, he waits until they're 18 and then he starts to flirt with them. Let's go with that. That's what I meant this whole time.
Sure, sure. Zeus has that kind of standards.
Yeah.
Let's see. Ooh, where?
Only model. Yes, stars. Stupid Greek mythology doesn't matter.
Shiraz
Only
was
model.
dead for 300 years before Hades was even a concept. That's fascinating.
Persephone is just like, yes, he's in charge, right?
Oh boy. Desperada's body jolted and she started to stand. Slowly she rose to her feet, facing away from the crowd. Her hair blowing in the howling wind, she brought her hands to her face. Tookie looked around at her friend. She's seeming okay, Shiraz said. Gennaro snorted. Be patient, little... word that I'm not going to say. The show has just begun. Desperada, turn your adoring public. Desperada slowly turned to face the wall of girls. There was a chorus of screams. Tookie looked at the girl on the other side of the wall. Desperada's body was unchanged, but dark brown spots covered her cheeks and forehead. Wrinkled jowls drooped on either side of her jaws, and deep lines ran from both sides of her nose to the sides of her mouth. Her skin was pale and crumpled like a cotton shirt that had been rolled up into a ball. I don't like this explanation of old people, like, ew, older people.
Or like everyone screaming at
I know.
It's like, how dare.
Come on.
What does Tyra have against old people?
Ageism. Do we have ageism on the list? We might need ageism on the list.
Oh gosh.
The outer corners of her eyes had branches upon branches of crow's feet leading off to her temples. Her hair had turned gray, thin and brittle, exposing parts of her scalp. Oh my god, Tookie whispered. Desperada's face looked as though it belonged to someone of almost 70, not a girl of 15. Almost 70 isn't even that old. Why are they describing it like she's
a boy?
No.
I don't, yeah.
Lightning struck again, and the wall reflected Desperada's image back to her. She let out a blood-curdling scream. I'm sorry, she said, pawing at the wall. Let me back in. He won't want me like this. Gennaro smiled and blew her a kiss. Wow, it is true, Zarpessa said gleefully, completely without sympathy. You age 50 years if you cross without permission. She turned to the Unicas. Oh, look, everybody. These four have crossed the aging barrier, too. No, wait, they're still young, but just naturally disgustingly ugly. Tookie turned around and glowered at Zarpessa, fuming with rage. She had never met anyone so foul and black-hearted in her life. This would be an opportune time to cash in on our Carmelini head Bangor bet, Piper whispered. Unfortunately, none of us won, so I'll do it, Tookie said furiously. Instinctively, Tookie turned and accidentally tripped, shoving Zarpessa hard. Zarpessa stumbled back and fell to the ground, but sprang back up almost as quickly as a blow-up punching bag. When she saw that Tookie was the culprit, her lips spread into a smile. Oh, I see, you big-headed, unfortunate-looking punk, Zarpessa said calmly. It rocked Tookie to her core. So why is it that sometimes Tookie's like, oh, I'm used to it, the way that people talk about me, and then somebody's like, you have a big forehead, and she's like, it rocked me to my core.
It's because it's Zarpessa, the bully, the ginger bully.
No. You ready, huh? Let's go at it then. Zarpessa raised her fists. Tookie tried to summon every ounce of courage and hopefully lived somewhere deep inside her scrawny body. I'm ready for you, Tsar Oppressa. Tookie raised her fists. Tsar Oppressa. Raised her fists as well, but they shook ever so slightly. Dylan moved and stood between them. Guys, don't, not now. Aw, how cute, Zarpessa said nastily. Miss Parade Balloon comes to Miss Watermelon Head's defense. Then shrugging
She stalked off to stand next to Chase. "Oh, it's really on now, big head," she yelled at Tookie over her shoulder. A gondola-type roller coaster car appeared in Desperada's side of the wall. "Take this senior ex-Modelland citizen down to her brace-faced teenage fellow," Gennaro commanded. A large crane picked Desperada up by the collar of her uniform and placed her in the seat of the contraption. A U-shaped bar lowered in front of her, securing her in. Then the car zoomed away. "He's hoping your boyfriend isn't too discarded, Modelland. Here's hoping your boyfriend is into discarded Modelland cougars," Gennaro teased. Thunder rumbled. Lightning struck the wall again, sending shockwaves of electricity through it, reversing the transparency, and then a second rumble far deeper in tone than the thunder shook an entire wall and the ground beneath them. Girls flew right and left as a wave traveled across the solid ground beneath their feet. Gennaro smiled, then pointed into the distance at the O. The belladonna statue glowed, its arms outstretched, vibrating violently. CL just stood there with a foreboding look in her eyes. As everything started to crash to the ground around her, Tookie somehow knew that CL, in tandem with the belladonna, was responsible for the devastating tremor. Debris was falling everywhere but on CL. The Bellas all screamed and ran wildly, looking for places to duck and cover. Tookie and the Unicas found shelter under a large wooden table. They huddled there for what felt like forever, as potted plants, tree limbs, chunks from the D, even dead birds that had apparently been struck midair came crashing to the ground. The earthquake lasted 3 long minutes until finally the shaking abruptly stopped. The area looked ravaged and war-torn. Face bushes were uprooted, statues lay in pieces on the path. The liquid gold in the M Plaza was a sooty black. When Tookie looked over at the distant belladonna statue, it was no longer there, but immense footprints, each the size of a car, tracked through the once golden plaza straight to the M building. Gennaro turned to address the girls. "The sun's about to come up and show off those dun-colored faces of yours. Make sure you slap lots of concealer on to cover up those dark half-moons under your eyes, witnesses." Everyone I have that all the time. I have, like, hyperpigmentation. I could, like, sleep for 15 hours and still have the dark circles. It's just the way that it is.
That's why I'm glad I have glasses. I can kind of hide them.
Yeah, the glasses help a little bit, but depending on the glasses, sometimes it just doesn't. Everyone trudged back to the D, except Tookie, Shiraz, Dylan, and Piper. They stood at the wall, staring blankly at the spot where Desperada had climbed over. In the distance, CL stared at them, staring at the wall. "We can't leave this way," Tookie whispered, turning her eyes to CL. "We have to find another way out." This is not the end of the chapter. Damn, I have 2 more pages.
Oh, no.
There's a letter. Shortly after they returned to the D, Tookie selected a green pen from her journal and began to write in Tuberfistian is the name of the language.
I'm guessing German.
Sure. CL, "I really don't understand you. 1 minute you're beating yourself, the next you're rocking and chanting, then you turn into blackmailing devil with the belladonna, and just now you faked concern for Desperada. I've wondered if you are mentally disturbed, but now you've truly confirmed just how sick you really are." She's so judgmental.
Oh my god.
I was once told by a supportive 777 Intoxibella who seems to have just up and disappeared that people who hurt others are hurting even more than themselves. You must have been talking about yourself. Is that what the sacrifices are about? Are you a broken, barren soul feeding off suffering to maintain your flawless existence? Your maverick ways, your renegade fight, it's a booby trap, a gimmick on illusion, so you can strike your victims while they're distracted by your unpoetic gibberish. I've already been the victim of evil here at Modelland. You know that. In fact, I live with it, literally, and she is bathing in a glowing lumiere as I write you. But that evil, as hurtful as it is, I kind of understand. That evil is living a lie and grabbing onto the handlebars of dear life to maintain her fantasy for an existence. I feel like that should be for dear life, not grabbing onto the handlebars of dear life to maintain existence.
Yeah, it should be for dear life.
I think
That's the second grammatical error.
like grammatical error that we found. There might be others that we were just too distracted to even see. To maintain her fantasy for an existence. While yours just seems selfish, pure evil for evil's sake. I thought you were an inspiration, CL. Most of the world thinks so. So you've broken my heart in more ways than one. But the Uticas will beat you at your own game. We are getting out of here. We won't be more of your victims. Where the hell is CL? They all ask. When I get away from this place, the first thing I'm going to do is tell the world what a phony, evil, sick bitch you are. Tookie.
Oh my gosh. Oh.
Is this like her? Because CL is also her insert character. So is this her saying to like all of her haters, like, you don't know what I've been through kind of thing?
Oh, I was thinking of her like talking to herself, like, how could you be so mean to the America's Next Top Model contestants?
Oh, I don't know that there's enough self-awareness as shown in this book. So pizza should be here.
Oh.
So here's the dilemma. We've got, 100 and less than 200 pages left.
Yep.
So either we could have pizza and do another stream after this if we feel so obligated, or we'll just maybe next week have to do that because otherwise we'll be left with like a small amount of pages.
Well, I think the next chapter is super short, so I was thinking I could read that and then we could have pizza and then...
That works.
Yeah.
We're all just like tired. We're all like, we've had 100 pages of this.
Oh my
How's
gosh.
chat?
Chat is good.
I saw Lisa Frank Crocs. Oh my god, those two sound amazing.
Do it.
Dark circles for the win. Yep. Literally the reason she's so lonely is literally because she's a weird bitch who doesn't want to talk to anyone and thinks everyone is beneath her and yet somehow above her all at once. Yikes. See why young girls are supposed to relate to and like Tookie as a protagonist. She's supposed to be like I think she was written so that like every girl can project themselves onto her, but like she's just a badly written character.
Yeah. She's not the blank canvas that Tyra thinks she is.
The only person Tookie hates more than herself is literally everyone.
Yeah.
I also have natural dark circles. I get them from my mom. There's pictures of her at 6 with dark circles. I'm very pale too. But then I have like very dark features, so like everything shows up on my skin as far as like it feels like every little like hair can be seen. It's a very interesting complexion. But like I've had makeup artists when we were doing like dystopian stuff, like putting eyeshadow under everybody else's eyes, and then get to me at the end of the line and be like, "She's good. I don't need to do anything." And I'm just like, I look pale and tired as it is.
So you could be an extra in one of these books. It's just like, since it's post-apocalyptic, probably.
Derp says, "Fuck it, let's finish it after pizza." I don't think we'll finish it tonight.
Yeah.
Unless Gabe is like, "Let's pull an all-nighter." Which I don't wish on anybody, especially Gabe. We like Gabe, and I want Gabe to keep hanging out with me. I could be in a zombie show. I have been in a zombie show.
Yeah. We've both been on The Walking Dead, except for I've only been there 4 times and was hardly ever used. I don't even have a wiki page to me, and I was never a zombie.
I never even got to be an alive person in The Walking Dead, because they were just like, I think the unspoken thing was like, no one would believe that you're one of the survivors still. You're too scrawny to make it. I'm like, but you also think I'm too small to be like intimidating as a walker. So you just put me in the background no matter what. Let's at least get back to Creamy and the other people there. Is that the next chapter? That might be the next chapter.
We're still with let's see. Chapter 33, back on the mountain. The pilgrims had crossed into the second level of the barrier.
All right, so I guess.
Oh, and it's a super short chapter too. It's like.
Let's read.
Like
you'll
5
read that
pages.
chapter. I'll read the last chapter of the night, and then maybe by the next week we can hustle and get this done, and then be free.
Yep. Oh gosh, let's see. If we end on 398 to 570. Oh, we'll see. Here, I'll just.
I'm here for the crazy impulsiveness.
Okay. Chapter 32. There is no, has never been, and never will be. The morning sun had come quickly. The ray of light cut through the fog that hung low over the mountain post-earthquake debris. Huge tree roots had been yanked out of the ground. Broken bricks from the D were strewn everywhere. As Tookie exited the D, the feeling in the air the feeling in the air was funeral, as if they'd all attended a burial ceremony for someone who had passed much too young. Even though everyone hadn't witnessed the incident, the plaza was still a twitter with rumors and speculation. I heard it's the Belladonna's doing, Bibiana whispered as a clump of girls walked to class. I think she enjoys tormenting us, Chase added. Every time a Bella ages, I bet she gets a huge shivery thrill up her stony spine. There is something malicious surrounding Modelland, said Kamalini. Maybe a bad curse, Shiraz said. Yeah, that's why the mountain is so deadly, Bibiana suggested. I bet that's why no one who tries to get to Modelland survives. What if demonic, unalive Bellas live there? The group of girls approached the area of the wall where Desperata had made her leap. The air there had a solemn feel to it, the temperature at least 5 degrees cooler than anywhere else in Modelland. Already, girls had placed bouquet of flowers and trinkets at the base of the wall to honor Desperata's memory. A handmade sign read, Desperata, forever young to us. Piper lit a candle. As they stood before the wall, Tookie noticed something. She brought her hand to her mouth. Look! The wall had reconfigured itself to create a collage of Desperata before jumping and after. The image of her before she crossed the divide was made of smooth, lineless, polished stone. But the image of her after she crossed was constructed with weathered and cracked wood. It's like a warning to the rest of us, Rod said morosely. Sickening, Piper turned away from the distressing art. I wonder how long it will be on the wall. Dylan looked up and down the bear. I wonder how many others have jumped up and if the change hurts. How are we going to get out of here now? Tookie whispered to herself. Suddenly, 4 tones sounded, and the outline of Guru Ganero's face appeared as a hologram. This is a recorded announcement from Modelland Security, Ganero's face said. Attention all new Bellas. Report to the M building immediately. Enter through the north zip-zap. Tookie and her friends froze and exchanged word glances. The M building, where she'd heard they were all going to be experimented on and sacrificed. Why, of all places, are we being summoned there? Whatever it was, Tookie knew it wouldn't be good. 2 columns of expressionless mannequins guided the Bellas through the M building's doors and past a guard station heavily manned by Modelland security. Tookie looked at the hulking brute standing guard and wondered how she managed to sneak past them the day before. The whole idea was just a blur now. Ganero met the anxious girls in an annex and led them down the glass hallway of the M building. Mirrored doors opened into a cramped rectangular meeting room. The walls were made of alternating slats of mirrors and patterned glass. At the front and back of the room were items Tookie remembered from her last visit. Long tables holding all kinds of optical devices from jeweler's loupes to microscopes, monocles to viewfinders, magnifying glasses to antique eyeglasses to prisms. Her eyes settled on the wall in front of her. All kinds of shapes drifted past. One section of glass looked like a rooster crowing. Another section looked like a harp. Another looked like an eye, but then one eye became 2. Slowly, the eyes opened slightly into slits. They looked just like the eyes of the Belladonna statue, and they seemed to be looking directly at Tookie. The slated wall in the front of the room opened. Persimmon entered and walked to the podium. A hush fell over the crowd. Persimmon began her usual speech. May I present to you the most beloved of the beloved, the chicest of the chic, the definer of all things beautiful, and the esteemed leader of all Bellas lucky to be led. There was a loud sigh. Tookie glanced over and saw Guru Ganero standing in the corner, his arms crossed over his chest. As Persimmon said the words, he moved his lips silently, mocking Persimmon, or perhaps Belladonna. Tookie wasn't sure. I present to you the Belladonna of Modelland, Persimmon finished. The eyes in the wall protruded until they were 3-dimensional. They blinked once, then twice, but instead of being full of rage, these Belladonna's eyes were downturned and filled with tears. Then the eyes grew lips for top and bottom eyelids and began to sing in a quavering but mellifluous voice. Modelland was once her home, but foolish lest we don't condone, don. Now a cursed and cracked gemstone, stone. Modelland is not her home. Sing with me. Sing with
Everybody!
everybody. Sing with me. I forgot I made her British. The belladonna shouted. She launched into the chorus again. Girls began to sing in uncertain voices. Louder! The belladonna screeched. Everyone belted out the lyrics. They sang through the chorus 6 more times, their voices rising with each line. Gennaro rolled his eyes and kept his lips fully shut. The belladonna abruptly stopped singing and cleared her throat. Rustling could be heard throughout the room, and then she spoke. My heart, which you probably believe to be a bottomless pit, bleeds torrents for the loss of one of our own, she said solemnly. Be dawned the short-sightedness of her lost soul, the young Bella's sanity wrapped up in the meager charms of some civilian boy down the mountain. I hope it's a nightmare that has haunted all of your dreams. I hope it's a nightmare that has haunted all of your dreams, so you don't make the same imbecilic mistake. Suddenly, the room went dark. Nervous murmurs rippled through the crowd. Dylan shrieked, "Something breathing in my ear!" Tookie felt Dylan collapse on her shoulder. She nudged her and Dylan came to. Then, oh yeah, Dylan has the fainting disorder.
Oh, I forgot about that. It's been so long since it ever became relevant.
Yep. Then Tookie felt someone else's breath in her ear. Who is that? She cried. Simultaneously, girls all around the room were calling out in the same panic. It seemed like phantom breaths were everywhere, and then a familiar voice returned. Leaving for a man. The belladonna whined. The room trembled. The next time the belladonna spoke, she sounded like she was poised on the ceiling. Desperation, her voice continued, clouds your mind, robs you of clear thoughts, makes you think that a man is the answer. He is not. In the civilian world, women are more valued for giving birth to babies than for giving birth to their dreams. Not here, not now, not ever. In the civilian world, it is acceptable for a woman to settle, to subvert, to dilute, and diminish her dreams, if it's to help or to be with a man. That's somehow noble. Not here, not at now, not ever. But Madame Belladonna, even in the darkness, the voice was instantly recognizable. Zarpesa's voice continued, I don't think it's wrong to live for a man. Their intelligence is far greater than ours, and it is our duty to submit and love. Oh my god.
Who is this, Zarpesa?
Yeah, Zarpesa.
What the hell is Zarpesa?
What? Yes, we get it. We don't like
love
her.
is an excuse to be stupid is one of my favorite quotes Darth says. Darth also says, just because you man a can doesn't mean you man a can. Just because you man a can doesn't mean you man a should. Man a cans.
Oh, jeez. How dare you speak when I'm speaking and such nonsense on top of that? The belladonna roared. When on earth did you manage to come up with such rubbish? So you would derail your life to be with a man. You would risk your face, your Modelland Intoxibella future for that nonsense you call love? The room fell silent for a moment. Then, startlingly, small halting breaths rang through the darkness. Was the most beloved of the beloved crying? Love, the belladonna repeated, is an excuse to be stupid. When you come to Modelland, we say goodbye to love. We commit to succeeding at any cost. We relinquish our ties to our families or friends. We sacrifice our souls to be one of the seven. There is no, has never been, and never will be room for love at Modelland. Ever. Is it really a mandate that we give those things up? Tookie thought. It seems so cold, heartless. What kind of place is this? But what about my family? A girl's voice rang out. What about my best friend Gingy? Another voice asked. What about my mama, my sisters, my brothers? Sobbed Ellen. Papa, sniffed Shiraz. Tookie thought of the only person she left behind who she dearly, truly loved. Lizzie, she whispered. And then Tookie heard the sound of loud sobs from someone she didn't believe had the capacity to shed tears. Zarpesa. The belladonna's banishment of love had shaken even her. Tookie reached down in the darkness and felt for her friend's hands. Tookie, Shiraz hissed next to her. I'm able to see. What? Tookie asked, startled. It was so black in there, Tookie couldn't see her hand in front of her face. Because of the low light and candelabra, I'm almost seeing the belladonna. Suddenly, Shiraz cried out. There was a loud thump. You will not see what you are not supposed to see, little girl. The belladonna's voice resonated. Her voice was so close and loud, Tookie clapped her hands over her ears. The belladonna was right next to them. Keep your eyes shut tight from now on, you hear me? Yes, Shiraz whimpered. Then the belladonna leaned closer to Shiraz, so close that Tookie could hear her inhaling and exhaling. Her breath smelled sour, a little like Mr. De La Crème after he drank his weight in tater mash. You think you can run away, small, short girl?
Person.
Short person, the belladonna whispered in Shiraz's ears. With those tiny legs of yours? Shiraz sucked in her teeth. Tookie could feel the belladonna moving to Dylan next. You're full of attitude, fleshy one, but not your sass can save you. Dylan gasped. A mind like yours is a terrible thing to waste, the belladonna said in Piper's ear next. I'll make sure she sautés it and eats every last drop. All the Unicas made tiny whimpers. Ciel is coming for them any minute, Tookie thought. This is the belladonna's warning. Finally, the belladonna sidled over to Tookie. She planted her feet right next to Tookie, and even though it was pitch dark, Tookie could feel the belladonna's eyes on her, glaring, boring into her, hating her. Tookie cowered, hunching her shoulders to make herself small. She made sure the belladonna couldn't hear her heart rocketing she was sure the belladonna could hear her heart rocketing in her chest. Without a sound, the belladonna vanished. But her words filled Tookie's body, weighing her down. Tookie held on to her friends tightly. They had to get out of this place now. Again, Tyra's like, we love Modelland. Modelland is great. There's supposed to be 2 more books to this. Modelland is amazing. I love it so much. And it's like,
No. Here, I'll read the last chapter of the night.
Yep.
And then next week, we could probably finish what's left next week and just free ourselves. We usually read about...
As In Sync would say, it's In Vogue would say, free your mind and
Paulo,
the rest
thank you. Paulo super chatted us $5.
Thank you, Paulo.
Paulo is so sweet. If I could pay for their therapy after this. Well, you've now paid, now we've broken even more so, plus $1 on the book, because I spent $4 on the book. So
yay. Thank you, Paulo.
Paulo just financed the buying of a better book in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are you paying them to stop? That's me running from the book, he says, with the cartoon.
Oh gosh, how much would...
It's Saturday, my birthday, so I'll be doing stuff, so I may not be able to watch the stream live. Oh no, well, happy birthday.
Happy almost birthday.
What a terrible birthday gift we're giving you.
Well, I'm gonna just watch my friends read a book. Wait, is it? No. And then you're somehow trapped watching the live.
Congrats, Dorothy. Dorothy gets to go. We have one more chapter. It's a short chapter, and then we're on page 392 right now. So good news. We have, not counting the acknowledgments part, which I don't know if we want to read.
Well, I already read some of them and said the G word, so I'm just like...
We're scared of the acknowledgments part is what we're saying. But we have 100. I thought we'd have like 200 pages left. We have much less than that.
Yay!
Like 160?
Yeah.
Math, 160. We could probably do that. We might.
Yeah.
Next week might be a stream during the day and then eat and then stream a little bit after night so that we just get the last few pages out of the way. But
exactly.
I believe in us.
We can do it.
It's like a train wreck. We can't look away.
Oh gosh.
Oh, Modelland would be a great 20th birthday gift since there's some amazing stuff happening. Well, the VOD will be available, so after the birthday activities, if you're like, wow, what's a perfect way to end this 20th birthday? Good thing I can't drink still.
Oh, yeah.
Can't even play a drinking game legally.
Oh. Do it with water. Take a shot of water. Oh, yeah, we had that drinking game last time.
Yeah, we were too tired this time.
Yeah.
If you watch, it'd be funny to watch these VODs back because our resolve and sanity slowly.
Yeah.
We're how bad could it be? And then we're like, oh. And then the second week we're just like, okay, we think we're prepared. And then the third week we're like, we know we're not prepared.
Tyra, why?
We scream at the sky because we'll never get an answer.
Quick, let's watch Digimon. We still need
Oh, I still have to edit and put out the Digimon. I also have to edit. I realize I'm way behind on since it's still Fairy Tale February. I did the first episode Once Upon a Time, and I'm gonna make that into like a recurring series. I don't know if you ever watched Once Upon a Time, but it was a lot.
Yeah, I started season 2 and I was like, oh wow, the CGI is so weird. I don't know if I want to watch this. And then I watched it up until like the second to last season, and then apparently they had one more season. I was just like, I'm fine.
I've never seen the 7th season because it's unanimously not liked even by the community. The community's like, it's just 6 seasons. We don't acknowledge the last season isn't really canon because it deals with like other dimensions and stuff too. So it really doesn't deal with like main plot stuff, kind of, but not. It's weird. But anyway, yeah, it's a lot. And so that's what I'm going to be editing. I think I'll do some work on that tonight and hopefully get it out tomorrow. But yeah, there's so many things that we filmed that I'm just like, I want to put it out. I want to put out the Digimon episode.
You can hear about my disdain for Matt. That came out of nowhere. Oh, yeah. and on my YouTube channel, Gabriel Kustick, you can see a lot of Digimon related videos, and I'm actually going to put in some more, and it's mainly like dual Digivolutions, and I'm putting up a bunch of like armored Digivolutions from season 2.
Nice. Go subscribe to Gabe, please. He suffered so much.
No, I mean, I got to hang out and be live and meet new people, so it's fine.
And then right when we're done, I'm like, hey Gabe, you want to come back with me and Natasha and read Imagines?
Yeah.
And Gabe is like, I will never speak. No.
No, I would never.
Season 7 is about when the protagonist's son, Henry, is an adult and has a kid himself. Yeah, I do know that much. And his like kid finds him the same way that he found his mom. And then they're like, I think they're like universe jumping. I never watched it. From what I gather, they're like it's like the multiverse kind of situation where it's like, but in this universe, my adoptive mom has a roadside bikers bar or something. It's a lot.
Oh gosh, I just remember watching and just disliking Henry so much, and I'm just like, this is how you don't write a child character.
See, a lot of people don't like Henry. I think he's cute. I think he's fine. Like he's fine. He's just the kid character, you know. He's not like, I don't dislike him. I'm not overly attached to the character either. He's just kind of, he's there, you know. He's there for plot reasons.
Oh gosh, yeah.
He ends up in a love triangle with Cinderella and one of the stepsisters?
What?
Henry. Eek.
The actor was so bad.
He was 10 though.
But I mean, you know, after seeing Stranger Things, people are just like, see, that's how you write a kid character.
Yeah. Well, the other thing about Once Upon a Time is it's such an ensemble cast that part of the reason why I think it was as popular as it was like, there's gonna be characters that aren't gonna hit, but there are other characters. So you're just like, I just deal with this character for a short amount of time. Then the other characters come. Then Rumpelstiltskin comes back, and we're all happy.
Oh gosh, Rumpelstiltskin. I just remember when he and Belle literally, almost exactly did the Beauty and the Beast dance with the same outfits and stuff, and I'm like, oh, I love our Belle's actress, Emily de Ravine.
I like her a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, I remember when she was on Lost and her character. I don't know what happened, Claire. I don't know what happened to her in Lost, but I'm just like, yay, I get to see her again acting in another role with her accent. That is adorable.
It is adorable. I like. Yeah, they were one of my favorite parts when I was watching it. But there's a lot of Lost characters because it's the same showrunners as Lost. So
yeah,
they just brought back. So what is her name? Rebecca Matt, the one who plays the Wicked Witch of the West. She's British and redhead.
Oh,
and, Rebecca Mader. There you go, Rebecca.
Oh, she was on Lost.
I think so. Yeah, as far as I'm aware, I never really watched Lost, but everybody was like, Lost alum, this person. And I'm like, okay.
I remember Elsa's aunt was on Frozen, and I don't know why, but I just love the way that she spoke all the time. She was just so different from everyone else. She was just like, yes, hello, I'm here and I'm acting, and I was just so mesmerized, and I was just like, you're interesting.
Yeah.
I wanna learn more about your character.
Villains get nothing done, and the Wicked Witch was the only only really threatening villain. It's a show where you like to root for the the redemption arc stories.
Oh gosh, I know a lot of anime redeem the or like the meanest characters, like in fairy tale, they redeem the characters, and it's like it's very nice where you're like, oh, I used to, or you look back and you're like, oh, I hated this person, but then you're like, oh, redemption. And so they did that with Once Upon a Time, and I'm like, oh, they must have saw a lot of anime.
Oh, I'm always a proponent of like the morally gray character because I feel like those are the more relatable characters.
Yeah.
Like nobody's like, I'm the good guy and I always do the right thing, or like I'm the evil bad guy that does bad things and I know it. Like neither one of those types of characters are accurate. So like I like characters that are like, I know what I'm doing is wrong, but I have reasons.
Yeah.
SpongeBob meme. Reasons.
Or it's like when Snow White like tricked the evil queen, where it's like, or she did something with the candles and like that whole scenario, and she was so sad that her heart had a little spot of evil on it, and she's like, no, please crush my heart. And I'm just like, Snow White, you did what needed to be done.
You
Calm
literally
down.
had to do it to save everybody else's life. It's fine.
Like literally after everything that's happened.
Show got really repetitive because like curse or what have you will. Oh yeah, no, I'm super excited to cover it though. It's a perfect thing for the channel because it's so campy and it's so ridiculous. And I'm going to keep a family tree all the way through because it's ridiculous.
Oh gosh, yeah, like all the main characters are, spoiler, related to one another.
One way or another. Like to the point where when they introduce new ships, you know that the writers had to be like, but wait, are we sure that they're not?
Yeah.
Is there and what two characters aren't related? Put them together.
Also, Captain Swan is the best ship that I've ever seen sail in all of media.
Captain Swan is pretty cute.
I love Captain Swan. And also like Colin O'Donoghue with the guy liner. Just
so great.
I'm like, you know, he could do the worst possible thing in the show, and I would still be like, he's cool.
From the second he walked on screen, everybody was like, I love you. And it was like, they were like, no, guys, he's like an evil bad guy right now. And we're like, no, we love him. And then they're like, fine, he can be a good guy now. And we're like, yay!
Yay!
It was pretty funny. Like a Star Wars level thing, everyone is related.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Like the Skywalkers were the reason for 1 through 9, or that I guess that's why it's the Skywalker saga. But they caused so many problems across the universe.
I feel bad for Hook too. Hook goes through it, man.
Oh gosh, yeah. Oh, like when they all forgot their memories and Emma came back with white hair and they're like, what happened? And then you learn what happened. And you're like, oh, Captain Hook.
Okay, but adult Henry and Adelaide Kane, ugly stepsister, as a couple were actually the only good thing in season 7.
Oh.
That's going to be funny to watch one day.
One day.
Well, when we get there, it's like, oh, there's literally over 100 episodes before you, in the main, like 6 seasons, before you get to the 7th season, which was like a soft reboot. That didn't take, so they just stopped after that.
Oh, there was also a spinoff called Alice in Wonderland.
Yeah, that I think only got 1 season, maybe 2.
I think it was 1.
Well, everybody's favorite character in the Wonderland saga was Sebastian Stan, and then right around that time, he got to be Bucky, and so he left. And so everybody was like, you know.
I don't think he was in the Alice in Wonderland spinoff.
Especially since Henry was Cinderella's baby daddy. Oh my god, this show is gonna be so fun.
Oh my gosh. I mean, as long as they're raising their child right and, you know, Henry has a happy life with the stepsister, I don't know.
But it has to be a Cinderella, like it's a Cinderella clone, right? Because Cinderella, maybe it's not, because Cinderella has a kid with her actual husband who's the prince. It's a big thing. I'm trying
to remember. And I also remember that Mulan was like
alternate Cinderella. Okay.
Oh, alternate Cinderella. And I also remember, and I also kind of like the storyline where Mulan was like crushing on Merida.
Yeah.
But I don't know if it was written really well. But I don't know. I was just like, I like the idea.
And I think they finally put Mulan with Red Riding Hood, which was cute. I liked that. I thought that was fun.
Oh yeah, Red Riding Hood. Didn't Red Riding Hood have a lot going on?
Yeah, she was a werewolf. And she accidentally killed her boyfriend.
Oh.
She werewolfed and ate him. It was a lot. It was a trauma. She had trauma. Everybody had trauma.
Oh gosh. I just remember, or I can't remember the actress's name, but I just remember her being so pretty.
It's not the same fairy tale universe as the season 1 through 6. Yeah, I do know that much. So I was like, I think that's what it is. But honestly, Once Upon a Time has done some crazy stuff. So like, you never want to be like, surely they wouldn't do X, Y, or Z. And then you're like, Right? Guys. Peter Pan and Rumpelstiltskin's dad. What?
Yeah. Oh, I remember learning that plot. There are so many plot twists.
I learned because I used to really hyperfixate on the show. The rest of the cast did an interview because that was like the mid-season finale where we get the big reveal that the two of them are together and he's like, "Hi, Dad," and everybody was like, "What?" Like anime reaction. What?
Nani?
Nani? it was that. It was apparently the rest of the cast had been told something else and filmed an alternate scene, and they didn't know until it aired, according to what I saw. They're like, "This isn't what we filmed." Oh my god, this isn't what we filmed.
Oh, that's amazing though. They did that before Marvel did that after Tom Holland and Mark Ruffalo.
Oh, Once Upon a Time was big. Like they were like really scared of spoilers getting out, like with like the fandom. They were sure that people were gonna leak stuff, so they were like doing the whole like Walking Dead thing of like redirect in the Marvel like fake scenes and all that stuff.
Oh gosh.
You guys remember the group project I mentioned the other day, vaguely, Natty? I think, yeah. Me and the other member doing work sent the professor our final version so the other members couldn't change what we put already, and the professor approved it. Nice. The digital speedometer makes sense since the original... Oh, we're talking about the DeLorean. Yes, the digital speedometer. Oh, I love Back to the Future movies.
Oh gosh.
They're so fun. I got really confused and stopped watching. Yeah, that's another thing that's gonna make it fun to cover. It's literally like the meme with what's his name from It's Always Sunny.
Oh, Charlie Day.
Like literally, I'll show you when we're done. I have it's a cork board that I have where like just as we meet characters, I'm like and figuring out where they go in the family tree. I'm just putting them on and like connecting it with string, and it's like it literally by the end is gonna look like that meme. Where he's like that's the big thing, and he's like, oh, I'm gonna put that.
Oh gosh, I just remember. There were just, it's like, oh, they're all living in a small town, but then it's like this character's introduced and it's like, oh, we've never seen them here before. And I'm like, it's a small town. How do you not see people just walking around, these fairy tale people walking around?
Yeah, apparently Sebastian Stan was just chilling in his big house for like 18 episodes. And then one day he was just like, "Hello, Emma." And we were just like, "Where have you guys been hiding Sebastian Stan this whole time?"
How dare you keep Sebastian Stan?
See you next time. I'll leave stream on. Oh, thank you. I'm just gonna read this. It's a very short chapter. We would have already been done, but I got distracted by Once Upon a Time. I'm sorry. And so this is chapter 33. We'll leave it here with the hopes of finishing next week. Chapter 33. The Mutant Music Monster.
Oh, wow.
Back on the mountain, the pilgrims had crossed into the second level of the barrier. The trek had begun to take a toll on their bodies in more ways than just the many injuries from the mountain's terrors. Dark circles surrounded their eyes. Not the dark circles. Clumps of dirt clung to their hair, and their ashy skin was covered in bug bite welts the size of silver dollars. They'd also lost quite a bit of weight, their clothes now hanging off their bodies, the bones of their spines jutting out from under their shirts. They walked stiffly, their muscles having broken down long ago. Occasionally, one of them stumbled and fell. It was taking longer and longer for them to stand up again. This is horrifying.
Oh my god.
Creamy made an announcement to the crowd. After the many near tragedies at the hands of our drowsy, irresponsible leader, I am now assuming control of this group. Kamada's head shot up from his crouching position. Irresponsible? Lady, you do not know the divide like I do, and who is ready for a change? Creamy shouted, cutting him off. The entire group tentatively raised their hands. Mr. Kamada, you are outnumbered, so you either march along with us or turn back to Metopia. Your choice, Creamy declared. Go back. You already got your bag.
Yeah.
Go home.
But has he been paid?
They all paid him in those big wads of cash.
Oh yeah, so he has no.
Go.
Yeah, he could just leave. He's like, okay, bye.
Okay, bye.
Oh, but then he won't be able to deal with the flute monsters or the flute creepers.
Oh gosh. Kamada looked at the ground and sheepishly whispered, "I'll stay. I want to see it finally." You've never even laid eyes on Modelland from the divide? Not even from a distance? Jessamine asked, scowling. No, this would be a first. I knew you were a Friglin. I don't know why she has to say Friglin. I don't know why that was a thing. A Friglin phony loser. The moment I met your pathetic wannabe ridge rating ass.
Oh God, Tyra,
Tyra,
why? Ellery's just like, and another tick.
Sorry, Ellery. Ellery's just like, Ellery said he was keeping tally on like a paper plate. I'm just picturing like a stack of paper.
The tick's getting smaller and smaller.
Like in those movies when people are in prison and they're like, it's been 874 days.
It's been 84 years.
And I remember it like it was yesterday. That's gonna be us with Modelland.
Yes.
Okay then, packs on and let's go, Creamy ordered the group in an authoritative voice, swinging her pack onto her back. Bellissima sat strapped to the top of Creamy's backpack for the best view of the divide. Lynn glanced over her shoulder. Quick, let's hurry up before you know who comes back. But it was too late. Hunchy's arm suddenly split open the bush. They left him behind.
What?
Wiping his mouth of what appeared to be blood, Lynn shivered. The group continued their climb up the steep slope that would lead them to Modelland. Zone 2 was nothing like Zone 1. The air smelled of rotten eggs, and as they walked across the charred landscape, they came upon evidence of past pilgrims. Oh boy. An old white sneaker bitten in half, what looked like human bones, some eaten away by time, others relatively fresh. I swear we've read this before.
Or was it, or when they first got to Modelland, the place that CL put them is kind of what this was described, or what was described.
Yeah, but it's like word for word, like they just like copy and pasted. Like we don't need to find another way to say that.
Oh my gosh.
Others relatively fresh, a leather jacket that seemed full. No one dared check if there was a body inside. What in friggling hell happened here?
What? She says wriggling, but then H-E double hog, you say, what the hell?
Yeah. Then they're dead, Miracle replied innocently. Obviously oblivious to the danger around her, she was still prancing as she walked. They can't hear you. How old is Miracle?
She's 13.
Why is she being written like she's 6?
I don't know. Tyra is an only, or no, Tyra has an older brother, so I don't know what. Maybe this is her. Maybe Miracle's also a self-insert.
They're all Tyra.
Everyone is Tyra.
I know that, you dumb, whining, dervish, dancing fool. Jessamine's eyes blazed. I don't think I've ever met such an idiotic dimwit as you in my entire 14 years. Miracle just shrugged. But Creamy stiffened. She shot Jessamine a dagger-sharp expression, then spun away towards Kamada. They began to speak quietly out of earshot of the rest of the group. After a moment, Kamada cleared his throat. Oh, we don't get to hear. We don't get to hear what they were saying. That's not important. Listen, everybody, if I may, Mrs. De La Crème, Kamada said sheepishly. I prefer Ms. De La Crème, Creamy said. Sounds so much fresher. Kamada nodded. From what I remember, there's a watering hole not far from here. Fresh water, good for drinking and bathing. I know we could all use some sips and some suds. Everyone... Question mark? I guess that was a question. I know we could all use some sips and some suds. Everyone in the group cheered their approval. Kamada led the group down the embankment, past claw marks around a burned-out campfire, soiled pilgrim socks and underwear, and a human jawbone. Finally, they arrived at a pristine lake. The group let out a collective relieved ooh. Like my beautiful black-bottomed pool at the home where I used to live with my husband before Lynn's voice cracked, and she fought back tears. Then she removed her clothes and stayed in the shallow part of the pond near its edges. Her injured hand held high. Hunchy, poor Hunt.
Oh, the lizard guy wants to eat Piper's pancreas. So
but that's not Hunchy. Hunchy, I don't think, or is it?
I think Hunchy is because they went through the
I'm so confused.
Isn't Hunchy the lizard guy that wants to eat Piper's pancreas or something? I could have sworn that's what was going on.
She's stupid enough to install DNA. We get the pride of knowing we haven't given up yet, Texas. Do we get a prize?
Gosh.
Tyra. AKA Tyra being ableist for the shock of shocks, the horror of horror. I know, right? How could we have seen this coming?
Oh, Eller.
We got to 101 Tyra Wise.
Oh my gosh. We're almost at more Tyra Wise than Dalmatians. Hunchy 100% wants to eat Piper's pancreas.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was confused. I got him mixed up with the group leader. They all run together. We only hear from these people every once in a while, and then I'm like, who?
What's going on?
All right, he paced, excitedly or perhaps nervously, around the edge as if he had never seen water. Miracle started to strip down too, but Creamy held her back. Let them go first, Miracle dear. They've suffered more than we have. Miracle's a child. I don't want to read this.
Oh gosh.
She nudged Kamada, shooting. Sorry, I'll let you say what you.
Or no, I was just gonna say I have a bad feeling about this.
She nudged Kamada, shooting him a reminding look. Kamada cleared his throat uncomfortably. The legend of this pond is that the center is reserved for only the purest beauty, he said, though he didn't seem quite sure of his words. Still, Mrs. De La Crème gave him a satisfied nod. I like that the narration doesn't even call her what she wants to be called, Ms. De La Crème.
Even Tyra's over this character.
Well, we all know who that is, Jessamine crowed. She swam fast toward the center of the pool. Her quick, fluttering feet kicking Abigail and Harriet in the face. The man said, oh no, is it all hitting us at once?
That we all know it. Oh gosh.
The man said purest, not ugliest or hairiest, she yelled, stopping to tread water.
Ooh.
Nothing pure about a friggling gorilla monkey suit. What? It's almost like it's a stupid name. Wait. Modelland is where everyone is Tyra Banks? Yes. All of them. All Tyra Banks. Okay, so they're being really rude to poor Abigail and Harriet. Which is a very unfortunate name given that the character's whole personality is that she has too much hair.
Yeah. Which is not a bad thing.
No, that's not a bad thing.
According to Tyra, that is.
According to Tyra, it's a bad thing. She yelled as she resumed swimming to the middle of the pond. Can I go now, Creamy? Miracle pleaded. Not yet, Creamy stared at Jessamine as she frolicked in the center of the pool. Lights out, shining star, she murmured ominously. As if on cue. I'm so sorry, Gabe. Gabe probably drives home in his car at night just like screaming into the
No, it's fine. It's fine. It's just like I know what's happening and I'm just like, oh my gosh, Creamy, why?
Tyra,
why?
As if on cue, the pond began to bubble. Jessamine whooped. It's a hot tub, too. A wave of bubbles swept across the pond. Things began to rise in surface. Skulls. Thousands of them. They bobbed on the water, forming a perfect circle around Jessamine. Abigail and Harriet scampered to shore. Hunchy climbed a dead tree, but Jessamine was trapped in the middle of the pond by the skulls. Mina grabbed a tree branch and extended it to her daughter. Come with me, Jessamine, come. All right, Mom. Then something rose from the water, taking Jessamine's mother's breath away. A muck-covered creature as tall as a giraffe. Its body was made of dozens and dozens of human arms, and its head was a match of ancient musical instruments contorted onto evil, hungry-looking array of sharpened, sideways-turned cymbals for teeth, hollow eyes made of tuba bells, and a seeming nose made of organ pipes. What?
This is supposed to be whimsical.
Pond monster, Jessamine screamed. She tried to paddle away, but the monster scooped her up and took a large bite out of her torso, carefully avoiding her arms. No, Jessamine's mother wailed. She tried to fight the monster off from shore with the stick, but it was like fighting a dragon with a toothpick. Useless. The monster tossed Jessamine's head and thrashing legs into its cymbal-toothed mouth. Then it set its sights on her mother. Hunchy howled wildly at the sky. Me too, Hunchy. Hey, Hunchy.
Tyra, why?
Mina spun around and ran, but the pull of the water was too great. The pond monster caught her after only 2 steps. With its empty hand, it grabbed her, ate everything but her arms, just as it had done with her daughter. The monster carefully placed mother and daughter's arms on its head, and they suddenly came to life, skillfully playing a haunting melody on the monster's various instruments. One screamed, and when that was done, the pond monster stomped its foot, sent the tidal wave to shore, and eyed the group, spotting its next prey, Miracle. In seconds, the creature was out of the water and zipped toward Miracle, who cowered behind Creamy. If Creamy was frightened of the music beast, she did not let on. She stared viciously at the creature, then spat out a 5-word warning. Touch Miracle and you die. The monster blinked. After a moment, it took 3 large steps backwards and walked dejectedly into the pool. Okay, Creamy. It didn't say that.
Okay. Yeah, I was just like, what? What?
It didn't say that, but that's what it, like, it's dejectedly like, okay, just walk back into the water. Then it walked dejectedly into the pond and disappeared into the drink. Everyone stared at Creamy, astonished. Who was this woman? Well now, Creamy said, as if she had just taken a refreshing shower. The clock is ticking, and we have someplace to be. Shall we continue?
Oh my god.
I'm exhausted, Tyra Banks.
Oh, Tyra.
I like that, not the chapter that we're about to start on, but after that chapter, chapter 35, Deco, it starts on page 404. It's like 404 not found.
Oh god, yeah.
So YA books were kind of having a moment. Hilary Duff had one. Oh, I forgot about that.
Oh.
107 Tyra Wise and counting. It wasn't good by any means, but it was better than Modelland. I feel like every book must be better, except for maybe Imagine. That might be. I actually don't know. I don't know. I guess we'll find out.
We'll find out. Oh my gosh. Yeah, she's just like, okay, let's move on, shall we? And it's like, you literally caused
murdered 2 people.
Exactly.
My brain can't handle this crap. Oh, I know. It's a lot.
Don't worry, we're done for today.
We're done for today. Hopefully next week we will finish it. Look, we've got...
Oh, you have to add it into the books thing so we know exactly how far we have to go.
Ah, yes. Yes, let's do that real quick before we go down to dinner. And then we go down to dinner and my parents look at us and they go, how was the stream? And we're just like shell-shocked. We're just like, oh, God.
Musical instruments just ate 2 people.
Oh boy, I had logged this one.
Imagine.
Celebrity Encounters starring you.
Yeah, after being a background since 2015, you kind of get desensitized to celebrities, unfortunately. But I don't know if that was Dragon Con or this, but I'm just like unless I'm seeing, I guess unless I see like Chris Evans completing my Holy Trinity, I'm not going to be excited because I've seen Chris Hemsworth, Chris Pratt, and now I need to see Chris Evans. So once I see them, my Holy Trinity will be complete.
We are 70% done. We read 20% of the book today. I'm confident that we can read the other 30% next week.
Yeah.
Sure.
So, and if not, it's fine if we have like one more day. And it's just like, after we're done, we're just like, where's the candy? Where's the chocolate?
The candy. What we'll do in the 5th week is we'll bring Natasha in to start Imagines, and we'll be like, hang on, we gotta finish this book first, and just let her hear like the last couple chapters. She'll be like, what? Well, you don't even
don't read.
Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine. It's really fine. It's really fine. So yeah, thank you guys for suffering with us.
Yes, thank you.
27% of the book gave us 107 Tyra Wise.
Oh my gosh.
Yes. Actually, it was only 20% of the book because we were at 50%, and then we read to 70%. Poor Natasha. Oh, poor Natasha. Peter Parker voice. Pizza time. Yes. Good thing dinner is almost ready.
Wait, which Peter Parker?
Yeah.
Tobey Maguire was the only one that was a pizza delivery guy. So.
That's right. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
I haven't seen those movies in forever. Anyway, I never know how to end these streams because what do you say, right? what do you say after like, and then the arms disembodied played a symbol like.
Oh gosh! After eating those 2 people.
Yikes. That makes it a worse Tyra Y count, correct? Yes, it does because it took less of the book to get to 107. Everybody hurts sometimes. Tobey Maguire, Spider-Man 2, Pizza Time. Yes, yeah. I do need to watch.
Oh, where he comes out of the broom closet. with no windows. So he ran in there in his Spider-Man outfit and then quickly changed.
One of my favorite parts of No Way Home was when Andrew Garfield Spider-Man called Tobey Maguire Spider-Man. He said, "What, are you gonna go out there dressed like a youth pastor, or do you have your suit on under that outfit?" And it was just like, when he told him he was dressed like a youth pastor because he just was in his normal, like, Tobey Maguire Spider-Man street clothes.
Oh, yeah.
It was pretty funny. So
Oh, no.
Spider-Man stole the guy's pizza. Yes. Well, we get to have pizza and just reflect on our life choices.
Hopefully Spider-Man doesn't steal our pizza.
Hopefully not. After all that we've been through.
Exactly.
All right. We'll see
Thanks
you guys. Thank
for
you.
joining.
And we're sorry.
Gabriel Kustick, subscribe on YouTube.
Yeah, subscribe to Gabe.
Please.
Please subscribe to Gabe for his suffering. Only 51. She's 15 at least. Only 51 times.
Only
we have to
51.
say. She's 15.
Oh gosh, that's 51 too many.
Spider-Man was a menace. All right. Bye, guys.
Bye.
We're so sorry.
Sorry. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Tell your
Bye-bye.
friends. Bye.
Oh, and Laser subscribe to you, Gabe.
Oh, thank you, Laser.
Yee! Bye, guys.
Thank you.
End stream here.